The one who said there are no innocents in Gaza was a Knesset member, far-right Knesset member by the name Isim Baturi, not Herzog.
Yeah, no, he said something similar. He said something
No,
similar.
not similar. It's
Yeah, it's not exact. No one's saying it's.
It's very far racist.
Yeah.
The way that they lie and get facts wrong is just unbelievable to me. And they just don't care. Just move on to the next slide. It's just unbelievable. It's sadistic. It's the only word for it.
It looks like the UN is actually going to strike Iran.
Who is?
The US.
What?
From Russia joined the party.
Yeah, it's just came through on Sky News. It says Israel, Iran live. Trump considering US strike on Iran.
Can I just give me, who was the one before saying that they don't know if rape happened? Was that Edward? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting. I just find it to be very disingenuous because if you look at information when the UN went there to check to see what was going on, they came out on writing that there was sexual assault going on there. So if you don't look at that information, you don't do your research, and you come into a room with Jews in here and say, "Oh yeah, I don't know if your woman got raped," without looking at the information, it just shows you're here in bad faith.
No, obviously, that's the narrative. The narrative is bad faith to try and pull a story to.
Hey, who said that? Who said that?
You said it. You
are such a liar. I knew. I was on the phone call and I knew you tried to put through a narrative.
Somebody else came in and heard you say that.
No, they didn't hear me say that.
Yes, they
And
did.
nobody heard me say that. I don't believe that.
Edward, you said that according to the Israelis, you said we don't about the rape thing.
According to the Israelis, what?
You said it's only according to the Israelis that there's rape. That's what you said.
No. So you weren't here for the whole thing, and
I'm sorry if I missed that. Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm saying if Hamas raped anybody, I will be the first to condemn them. Right now, because of all the propaganda on both sides, I'm waiting until this whole thing is over. When I get all the evidence, everything, and then I will decide.
Fine. So what I said still stands. Have you looked into the UN report?
No, it doesn't stand. What you said, it does not stand. I don't have to look into your
It's a
sources.
fucking narrative.
I don't have to. It's not a narrative. If it's a narrative, I would be speaking on it as a narrative.
You'll pick apart. This is what a Holocaust denier does. You'll pick apart the story and
I didn't pick apart the story.
Until the day you die. Until the day.
How do you know? How do you know?
Never. Because I know you. I know you.
No, you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know.
You're a typical David Miller. Trust me. We know you.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't have to come up here and try and justify the fact that there was no rape. We know all well there was rape. Okay?
You're making things up now, and I'm not going to entertain it. I'm not going to entertain it. You're an idiot.
The fact that there's evidence in your
I am denying that I do not believe fully Israel's evidence. Nobody does. That's just a fact. Because Israel decided to come up with an immense amount of propaganda at the beginning of
what did I just say? I said it wasn't Israel. The UN said it. Why do you keep saying that?
The UN came out with multiple reports. One of them was that there wasn't systemic rape conducted by Hamas.
We're not talking about systemic rape. We're talking about rape.
I am going to wait. That's it. And you're going to have to deal with it. I will wait.
Listen, I've dealt with it. I know what I'm dealing with.
Would a survivor interview count in the Times of Israel?
Nope. Because I read the New York Times articles too, where they had to retract a quote survivor of rape.
Has this quote been retracted?
Who? The New York Times?
No, the Times of Israel article, 24th of July, 2024.
No, listen, I've read everything that the Times of Israel, and I don't think I missed anything. I may have.
Pin you to the ground, you try to resist, they take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit at you. They touch your private parts, they rape you. There is a circle, people laugh, and you don't know what to do in the moment.
Sounds like
You should
fantasy.
resist or let it pass. How to deal with this
Sounds like a
situation.
fantasy.
There was a very difficult rape. At some point, more people arrived and called for them, and so they had to stop. And the man who was identified with the Hebrew letters, because they don't want to identify him by name, Hebrew initial is Dalet. It's a very tough moment. Weakness in the entire body. As if your blood is cheap. They were wildly intoxicated, celebrating, laughing with their pistols, with their knives. You disassociate yourself from the situation, but on the other hand, experience it very strongly. Very difficult, he said. Asked how he was coping with the experience, Dalit replied, "It wasn't simply in the beginning. I was very closed off." He also reported an excessive fixation on cleanliness in the aftermath of the attack. Quote, a lot of showers to get all that energy off me, everything that happened.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why you're reading this.
That sounds like a rape survivor. I mean,
It sounds like a made-up story to me.
You see, you sound like a denier. You're just a denier. That's it.
I mean, it sounds like a very cliche story, actually. Very cliche. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
just be open-minded.
Yes, I am. That's what I'm saying. I'm being open-minded. I'm waiting until this thing is over. Now, am I denying rape? Okay, wait. I'll make this clear. I am not denying that rape occurred. I'm not denying this at all. I don't know if it was Hamas or not. I think it was a different group that went in after Hamas. That's what I think.
What difference does it make whether it was Hamas or not?
What do you mean? Okay, so all you want me to say is that I believe rape occurred and people were raped? Then yes, then I believe that. Yes, then I believe this. Yes.
Okay, fine, we're getting somewhere.
There was a separate report
How long? 2 years.
4 days later of 4 survivors talking about their issue. This is Times of Israel, July 26, 2024.
Jacob, you don't have to read it.
I'm not. I'm just saying then there's 4 more. I mean, this is not like...
I just said I do believe rape occurred. So if that's Pumulu's issue, I did make that clear to you, Pumulu, the other day when we talked. So don't act like this is news to you.
Not huge. They certainly did not.
I absolutely did. And I told you, I said I have questions about if Hamas raped or not. If this, and I said, I think there's another group involved. I went through the whole thing. What are you talking about? The whole thing.
Through and through.
I did not deny it.
You got caught
I did not deny it.
mate. You got caught with your pants down. That's what you're saying.
You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
In fact,
I never denied rape.
Your arguments in relation to this, I'll pick them all apart, one by one, to show you how much of a denier.
No, you won't. No, you won't. You're not. You're not smart enough.
Yes, I am. Believe you me.
I did not deny the Holocaust. Listen to this guy. I denied the Holocaust. Okay, here we go. I believe the Holocaust happened. Period.
You have denied through and through.
You can't call the 7th of October a Holocaust. You don't have that right.
You're not listening to me, Edward. You're not listening to me. You have picked apart the 7th of October through and through, from rape to executions to the innocents being killed. The whole way through, you've picked it apart every single way you can to try and deny the fact that it even happened.
That is not true.
In the beginning,
how it happened is what I contest. Not
Edward, let me ask you a question. What do you think you gained by saying, yeah, by admitting that they were rapes, but denying that it was Hamas? What do you gain?
I didn't. Caleb, you're lying. And you're supposed to be a rabbi. I never said I'm denying that it's Hamas. I said I will reserve my opinion if it was Hamas.
Dude, you just I'm repeating what you just said.
You are a liar. That's not what I said.
3 minutes ago.
You're lying.
Exactly. Excuse me.
You are a rabbi and you are lying. You're eating on
Okay, so let's see if everybody else heard what I heard. Let's see if everybody.
They're all Zionists. Of course they heard what you heard.
Edward. You're smarter than this, okay? And I know that you remember what you said. Here's what I heard you say. Yes, there were rapes. I don't think it was Hamas, and we'll see when it's over, when the investigations are.
That's what I
Okay,
did
so
today.
fuck you for calling me a liar.
No. Well,
I heard you correctly, so fucking calm yourself. And stop being so goddamn defensive when somebody actually listens.
Defensive right now, Caleb. Shut up and don't worry about what I think. I have the right.
I quoted you. Did I quote you accurately? Did I paraphrase back to you your position?
The first time you did not. You did not.
Dude. So let me ask you
You're
again.
not dumb.
So let me ask you again. What do you gain from such a position? What do you think that protect? Do you think that makes you some kind of ethical, moral, high standing something? What do you think you get from a position like that?
I don't owe you anything about what I get from any of my positions.
I'm asking you your opinion, goddamn asshole.
Listen, you piece of shit.
That's what you're gonna get from a denier, Caleb, all the way through.
I mean, honestly, I'm happy to talk. I'm happy to talk to Edward. He's an intelligent enough guy, but if he's gonna be like that,
It's been like that for
if he's not gonna if he's gonna defend, if he's gonna put out a position and then say, I'm not gonna talk about my position, that's sorry.
Caleb, we've been in these rooms enough to know that that's what these guys do. The last 2 years, that's exactly what he's done, all the time, all the way through.
But
Now it's time to catch him out.
well, what happened was, Cully, this is what's going on. For the past 15 minutes, I kept hearing him say that it's very possible that there were rapes, and I don't think it's propaganda. But he said that until I hear from a source that's not Israeli, I'm not going to say anything. This is what he said. The second I started bringing down the UN, and I put this in my profile, that's when he started going to shifting his goal and saying, no, I believe it's rape. I don't know if it was Hamas. That's basically what happened. Where did it come from?
Nobody removed from the room. As I told you, you can curse argument. Nobody removed, not Edward and not anyone.
Why did everyone go down?
I put both of them down because they remove Edward.
Oh.
All of them remove Edward.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay.
Nobody removed anyone. Yes, and but why do you
I was talking to him, and he left, Amos, because he was cornered.
He left or you removed it?
No, he left. We didn't remove him. He left. He got cornered. He got found out. All right. At the end of the day,
That's a
he
lie.
the last
That's a
2
lie.
years.
I think they removed his badge.
We did not remove him. No,
They removed his badge and they sent him to the group. They sent him to the audience. And
No,
they
he
did
removed
that.
it. No, he removed it.
No, you guys removed his mod badge. I saw it. And then you sent him down.
I never removed it.
And then he
I
left.
never moved it
I
down.
saw the play.
What did Caleb say?
Removing people.
Caleb put him in the audience. Caleb put him in the audience, and then he left on his own.
Yeah, okay, then Caleb put him on the audience. That was not nice. Nobody put the argument with him. He don't put him down. And I didn't give not Caleb and not you and not even Edward. I don't know who give all these moderators. It was when I was not in the room. I give Chucky a moderator and he gave everyone. I come back, it was a full room. I didn't want to get involved. But when you put Edward down, it was too much for me.
Personally, I don't know why we're still arguing with these people anymore. This is ridiculous. I think we should probably move to the Iran conflict.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
The reason why I came up, to be honest with you, Aquarius, is because I called him out on it the other night. I pulled him up on it, and he's had a problem with it for the last 5 days. He keeps on bringing it back up. Oh, you called me a Holocaust tonight. You called me a Holocaust tonight. I said no. I called you out for continuing to deny what happened on the 7th of October.
Yeah. The problem with him is he sounds very logical and very caring and wants to know the truth, and then you hear what he says, and you're like, wait, this is not the guy that I'm talking to.
But this is the narrative. This is what they spin. This is how they try and manipulate the whole story. Well, this whole thing has come about by complete manipulation. I mean, this is how they act and behave. So, they sell the story as if you're going to believe it. It's kind of the PR is so good that you'll end up believing the bullshit. And that's why you fall for it.
Hatred is so strong. Hatred is so strong for Israel is that even they're fighting against Iran, which nobody likes, right? None of the Arab countries like them, but still, since it's Israel going against them, they're siding with Ayatollah, which is, it just shows, that's all they care about, Israel.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll always call it out wherever I can. Sick and twisted, but you gotta fight the fight. I don't care less what people think.
I open this room for coexistence. Understand? I don't think you know what. Come and talk to me. Tell it. This room is open to everybody. And if somebody cares a little bit or argument, but nobody put anyone down. I'm the only one. The only one I saw out of the room is just because he saw me out from Israel. The only reason I saw people from the room. This room is open for everybody. Also for Jack. Jack, the moderator in my room. Amazing. I didn't get you the moderator, but I like you. So you can stay as a moderator, Jack. See. I don't know who gave you the moderator.
I don't know either. I don't know how I got this.
Amazing. I was not in the room. I have never talked to Pepe. Pepe.
Hello.
Speak to. How are you, Pepe?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine. I see you a lot in the rooms, but you've never speak in my room.
I've spoken in your room a few times.
Jesus Christ.
Steve,
Come on, man.
When I was in the room, you
Hey, it's good to see you, man. Well, I've been listening to all of the intelligent people speak about the topic. I've listened to the others too, and just give you all my opinion for whatever it's worth. I like the United States being the world's policeman. I like the fact that the United States can strike anybody, anywhere in the world within 19 hours. Now, does that mean that I want to take over a government? No. But I like to know that we have satellites a couple of 100 miles up that can read the time off somebody's watch on the other side of the world. I like to know, hopefully, although there is some corruption anywhere, including the United States, that with the United States having eyes and ears and CIA operatives around the world, it makes our American soil just a little bit safer. Of course, the old adage is that if you want to be safer, you're always going to have to give up a little bit of your freedom. But I will land it here. For anybody who says, I want to stop funding this, or we shouldn't pay any money to this, I like paying money, although I don't know how much, to make sure that we have our eyes and ears on the rest of the world, because I like America being the world's policeman. Thank you, Zig.
No one.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Why?
Here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna do is
Nigga, fucking course, nigga.
Alright, so we're gonna do it in the style of JB. He's welcome to the stage. What's going on? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill? You got
Palestine, not Iran.
Isa. You got the
Oh, I already said. I already went for Keegan.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, sorry.
It's
I
okay.
stepped away from my phone for a little bit. What's going on, brother? Welcome, man.
What is up, man?
Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill?
Israel versus Israel and Palestine. He said Israel. No, he said Israel. You have a lot of trouble. Do you speak any English? What language do you speak?
It's just a
All
fact.
right. Let's let
Yes.
I'm with you. It's definitely genocide. I'll just leave it there. Which part is the genocide? Which part is
your mom's? Hold on, guys. We're gonna run through the stage first. We're gonna get to the new speakers, then we'll open it up popcorn. Hermes, welcome. I don't think I heard from you, man. Welcome to the stage. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just
Overkill.
why is that, sir?
Well, the war was won a long time ago. I remember, a year ago almost, something like that. I went into a room and based on what I saw on TV, I was in there, and I said, man, you guys won the war. Great. Now let's rebuild Gaza, right?
So we got our hostages back?
They're dead. I don't think so.
Oh,
But the war was won. It was clearly won, right?
We have to have the hostages back. That's how you win.
Bro, just we're going through the stage.
Well,
Let everybody get off the chest first. Just chill.
Well, that's funny you say that, man, because that's exactly what you said to me. You said, no, not yet. We got to get the hostages back. I remember you said that.
Fair enough. So it's not over.
Alright, so Thug, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stage. Israel versus Palestine. Justified or just overkill? Thug going once, going twice. Alright, Amin, welcome to the stage. Israel versus Palestine. Justified or just over? I guess somebody's fine. Can you guys hear me? Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
What?
Okay.
Loud and bloody clear. Listen, I say overkill. I'll give you the reason why it's overkill as well. They already have the Iron Dome. You got a whole building. Listen, why can't they just leave Gaza alone? Why can't they just leave the West Bank alone? Why do they need to put their settlements in there? Like, if we're really gonna have a conversation, can we really have the main point part of it, or are we just gonna ignore shit? We're gonna say overkill for no reason. Like, you're overkilling, of course we're overkilling. They're overkilling the whole state. They say no recognition. They're making it no recognized. They're making it like a Swiss. Yeah? They're making it like, they said Geneva. Fuck Geneva. We're making it look like Swiss.
I don't know what she's trying to say.
You said Swiss chocolate or Swiss cheese?
No,
guys, and you said Israel, Palestine. One second.
Alright, hold on, so guys.
You said have hostage. You said guys have hostage in Palestine. What about Israel? How many hostage Palestinians have in Israel?
Sure.
Not one. Wow, not one. Not one. Are you dreaming? How many released hostage have sent out? Come on, guys.
As normal, we did it 1,000 times. Like it's
Normal.
like,
Come on, stop lying. You killed and you said have hostage. What do you mean normal? How many hostages you have had? Come on, guys.
Ever.
Don't lie to us.
Okay,
they're raping.
let me
And
work
they
with
keep
you for a second.
collecting babies. You know the biggest
Hang on, wait. I want to ask
thing
the previous guy. One at a time.
One at a time.
Sure. What is the name of the hostage that Israel's holding? Please tell us. Tell the room.
What is the name of the hostage? What's the name of all the babies that killed? Tell me. What stupid question you're asking? What stupid question you're asking? You think I look every single person taking a side? Come on, man. You're asking a stupid question. Come on, tell me.
You guys gotta exercise better mic etiquette. W. So he asked you a question, what's the name of the hostages?
Again, you can't, that's a stupid question. Why a stupid question? Because the innocent babies and women you kill, you can name every single woman. Of course you can name every single woman. And also, listen, let me land my point. Tell me how many hostage you had before, tell me now.
There are none, but that's the reason why they can remember it. Like, think about it, that's the reason why they often remember you.
So either Israel's holding hostages or not. If so, tell us who they're holding.
Of course they are, but we're not the parents. But I can tell you who the parents are.
Tell
The
us
parents,
who.
I could call
You
you.
can't say, right? So you just answer with a question because you
No.
want to avoid the truth. Tell us the truth. Tell us the
You know
truth.
you're doing that. That's within your own. That's within your own industry. Listen, are you lying to me that you're telling me you've never seen a Palestinian person go through your own
Guys,
principles?
so we keep it moving. So
Is that what you telling me?
Suad. God damn, what shit. So you said you know the parents. Can you name the parents then? Do you know these people?
Okay, I'll tell you Abdi. I can tell you Abdi, yeah, is like literally he lived. Not even in Gaza, he lived by next door. He was a little kid, right? He threw a stone. You know what they did to him? They picked him up. His parents can't find him. What happened to Abdi?
Okay. So what's his name? Let's write it down. We'll look it up.
Abdi,
Abdul, what's his surname?
10 years old.
What's his surname?
What's his last name?
10 years old.
What's
What's
his
his
last
last name?
Richmond.
What
You're
village?
aware of that?
I already told you, Jerusalem. I'm not going to
Jerusalem.
I'm going straight for Jerusalem.
Okay, and he was picked up for throwing stones at Israeli?
I stole.
A stone. He's picked up for throwing stones at a
I
car.
stole. He picked up a stone.
A stone. And he threw it at an Israeli? A car?
He doesn't have to throw it. He just picked it up. And he just had to imitate it.
Your claim is
That was the biggest weapon. And they picked him up and they took him.
Okay. All right. And you saw an article about this or something?
Do I have to read it? Now you want me to go ahead and say there's an article. You asked me for whatever. You asked me for the name. I gave you a name. You said what?
So here's
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, here's what
And
we're doing.
when did this happen?
Okay, so Suad, if you got a link to the article, post it in the chat. All right.
Well, when did this happen, Suad?
Hold on.
Okay.
She's gonna post a link in the chat. You guys got the names, so you guys do your research, and we can come back to it. But there's some on the stage. Lucifer and Doc Adams. What's going on, Doc Adams? What's up, Lucifer? Lucifer. So, Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill, man?
Totally justified, bro. Totally justified.
Okay.
But I'm still
go ahead.
right. Totally justified. But I want more. We want more. We Indians want more. We want Palestine. The reason I'm calling them Palestine is because that's what I have always calling them. Palestine. Palestine and Gaza should be raised off the map. You're doing a good job. Keep doing it.
You're allowing him to go the way he is, yeah? Please, don't forget, I can speak with whatever I say.
Suad, if you don't shut the fuck up, woman, I'll throw you back down in the kitchen. Shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ. So when you say that you said they need to be wiped off the map, is that what you said?
Yes. Anyone supporting terrorism, anyone supporting
Hold on, Lucifer, relax. What do you mean by wiped off the map?
what I mean to say is that there should be no Palestine or Gaza.
So are you talking about a group of people should be murdered?
Totally. If they are harboring terrorists, then it's
Wait, we ain't doing that, bro. We ain't doing that. I'm not advocating any calls for death to Jewish people nor Palestinian people. We ain't doing that shit here. Get the fuck out of here. Doc Adams, welcome to the stage, man. How's it going, brother?
Just a callback. I don't see any mention of this Abdul Ibrahim, 10 years old, in Jerusalem. I'm gonna keep looking, but I don't see it.
Okay.
But keep going.
Yeah, Doc Adams, welcome to the stage, brother. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill? Oh, we can't hear you, man, if you're speaking.
Hear me out?
Doc Adams. Okay, there we go. Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, it's absolutely justified. I think that, there's going to be people that are going to bellyache and gripe from other countries in Europe, from other places around the world whose tax dollars don't have a dog in this fight. They don't have a single blood relative that lives in those areas, ever been to those regions. But, they want to have the loudest to say. And those are usually the people that have no purpose, right? It's deeply disturbing at how much of a contrast there is between reasonable people that hold a certain sense of apprehension for supporting Israel and people who have committed themselves in their everyday, their every being, and quite frankly, their only existence on this app to antagonize and be belligerent to people who are from and live in this region. So, one of the things I respect about you, Sig, is we can be on opposite sides of opinion. But at the end of the day, we can walk away from the argument having respect for each other as men, understanding that we have a greater purpose beyond this bullshit, fake outrage argument on the internet. And we both have duties, responsibilities, and a purpose outside of being here bitching and moaning towards no solutions. It's very sad. From what, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning until what? Now it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon in some other places, almost 4. How many people have actually spent time going out doing things in the community? I know you're productive, Sig, but the rest of these people, I know Norma's productive. I know quite a few other people that are productive. But every time I come onto this app and I listen to this conversation, you have the usual suspects, such as, Saud, that likes to cut everybody off that likes to continue to do these gaslighting maneuver tactics around her greater sense of a lack of purpose. And I'm asking you, are a lot of these people deeply reflecting on how they can better their own homes, to better the people around them as much as they show passion for bettering the circumstances of something that has nothing to fucking do with them 7,000 miles away?
All right, nobody can respond.
And I just want to say something else. People, it's really funny that people want to talk about women and babies and all of these things. Let me let you in on the
You're the one
newsflash.
who complained about the babies in the
Wait. Guys. Suad, again, you know what? Okay, good. She got rid of her. Okay, go ahead, Adams.
Yeah, I mean, there have been more babies that have died as a result of abortion in America. Yet, innocent babies that haven't even breathed their first breath of air. Innocent babies. Nobody wants to sit there and have the same amount of outrage as those babies in America that are dying in the womb, being slaughtered in the womb, only because they have a heartbeat. That is completely different than people taking national security steps to protect themselves against a group of people that have been bombing people in the middle of the night and paragliding into freaking concerts. How many of those babies that die in Planned Parenthood are paragliding into concerts or carpet bombing Tel Aviv? So please tell me, how much of your outrage are there for dead children? Please be consistent.
outrage is gonna be when you cause the
I highly doubt that your drunk ass is in any danger of getting pregnant, son. I highly doubt that your drunk ass is in any danger of having somebody climb up behind you and screw you like the pig that you are.
name Iran. Go match with it. Match with Iran. You see, you keep begging for Iran. I beg. Go and fight Iran. Iran is there. Don't beg for freaking who to go and help you again.
Lily, you are an annoying, dirty pig. That is exactly what you are. You are an annoying, dirty pig.
Yes, just move her down. She's not coming back up. She's exhausted.
That's what I'm saying. See, like, these people have no freaking purpose. That's why it's no longer a productive conversation. We have a bunch of knuckleheads and idiots like that just want to pollute people's ears with a bunch of noise.
But see, Ludwig, let me tell Sig, this is why I brought her back on the stage, because Sig, you were on the phone and there was like a very one-sided, toxic, stage where she was keep cutting everybody off and and there was a couple people who were doing it. So I just brought her up because people always say Sarah just moves people in the audience, but that's not the case. I wanted her to come on the stage and talk, but she can't. She cannot handle that mic, which is sad.
I think everybody knows she moved for.
Are you comparing the Palestine babies according to abortion in America?
Wow. I think like some of you guys, when your mouth opens, like your ears close, and there's like a weird reverse check valve thing going on there.
It's an accident side effect.
See, and this is what I tell you, they have no purpose. They could never get away with doing
You
this.
see, what you're speaking, you don't want to speak. I'm speaking now. Now let me speak. Are you comparing, my question is this, are you comparing the abortion in America to Palestine babies being killed? Is that what you did?
You can ask Sig the question. I'm not going to have a conversation with a hysterical
I'm asking you.
I'm not going to have a conversation with a hysterical woman that doesn't have my control. So if you would like to ask a question, I'm going to listen to you. I'm not going to listen to or engage with this hysterical woman.
Yeah, I mean,
Relax.
W doesn't want to ask you a question. I don't have a dog in this fight. Either way, I'm listening to both sides trying to.
Did you compare, my question, did you compare the Palestinian babies to American abortion?
You want to talk about the Palestinian children? So
I'm asking the question, relax. I'm asking.
I'm trying to.
Before you open it, let me answer.
You answer the question.
W said he didn't want to ask your question, so Daniel can go. Daniel, you got it.
He doesn't want to answer my question. I'm muted.
But listen, but try to listen, please.
Can you maybe tell him in his language that I'm not speaking to a hysterical woman?
Hold on. W, if you come off your mic one more time, I'll just drop you, bro. Last warning. Daniel, you got it.
But W, I'm asking you please to try to listen and not try to rebuttal immediately what I'm saying, okay? Because if you really care for the children,
and more than you just, I don't know, hate Jews and Israelis, don't try to listen to me, okay? And you can choose not to believe it, but this is the reality. There's only one side in this conflict that benefits from dead children, and that is the Palestinian side. It's good for the cause, because every dead child makes people like you enraged, and you need to point the finger at someone, and they already tell you, Israel killed its children, Israel did it, Israel is the villain, and then what do? You vilify Israel. You are basically incentivizing, not just you are deploring you, this kind of behavior, instead of like looking at reality and seeing why those kids are dying, acknowledging that they are explosive, that Hamas are putting everywhere, because you see that they are killing IDF soldiers. So what do you think, that kids don't touch it? You think that don't wear a uniform, that it doesn't harm the children? When they are gonna putting tunnels everywhere, it doesn't harm children? When they purposefully launch rockets from within civilian population, you think it doesn't cause their casualties? They want it. So if you really want, if you care for the children more than you hate us, then care for the children and make it stop. Stop incentivizing it. They are only one benefiting. We are losing. Israel is losing from every dead civilian. This is why Israel is doing more than every other army in history and in the world to minimize casualties. And this genocide claim is ridiculous. And I will tell you also, the entire title is a bit ridiculous. No one here knows nothing about warfare or war, or understand even what is happening in Gaza, and they don't care to learn. Like, you ask them this question and they're like, justified. Based on what? What are your parameters? How many people died?
Question mark, you dummy.
Having a heart that we have fucking hostages there for more than 600 days. And we have jihadists, we have a jihadist military army that is threatening to do another genocidal attack again and again and again. So we say no. And if it hurts your feeling, fuck you. And if you want to make it stop, pressure Hamas to put down their arm, because everybody's starving, the children and the women and whatever. They are the ones that can stop it. Let me respond. Let me get back to hostage.
No, get the fuck up. Look, did you want to respond to Daniel?
Yeah, for this guy, you can't even like see that there is a question mark, so it's not a statement, but it's a question mark, Daniel, a question mark. And for you to sit there and sort of like say like, oh, because of Hamas, we have to flatline the entire region, which is called the Gaza Strip, right? But I know, like, you're brainwashed, you know, if you speak otherwise, you lose your citizenship in a lifetime of free diapers, so I'm not even gonna mock you for that. Thank you, Sid.
So can I say something? Let me respond to you speaking to me.
Wait, so are you saying that we don't have a...
No, he spoke to me. He spoke to me. I mean, there. What is that?
You know what, man, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm done with you, man. Done with you. Lovey, were you responding to Daniel or Doug?
To Daniela, correct.
Okay, Danielle, if you wanna respond, give you a chance, and then how long will you go, bro?
No, I don't think it gave anything that would, like, to the fact of the topic. It was all ad hominem and very low level, so he's wrong. And if you wanna, if you care for the children, argue what I said and not like Daniela and all those bullshit. I don't care for this, dude. This is not a game. It's a game for you. It's not a game for us. So enjoy the show, but don't scream about dead children. You enjoy it. You love it. You come here every day to kind of go out and choose and say baby killers, baby killers. You enjoy it. You love it.
You are baby killers.
It's on your hands.
And you are baby killers. There are soldiers bragging about decapitating babies, literally, on camera. What are you talking
That
about?
has never happened. You're a liar, sir.
I can
And not a
play.
very good one.
Sick, you want me to play?
No, don't even
Look
address
at
this.
this man, now look at it. Well, you're a liar, you never
Listen,
will.
I serve the IDF. I know exactly what is the moral code of the IDF. Every person that I know in my life served the IDF. My mother, my father, the entire family, every friend that I have served the IDF.
Yeah,
You can bullshit many people. You can bullshit many people. You can bullshit many people. You cannot bullshit me. So again, it's a game for you. It's propaganda, and it will end because you know we have humanity, justice, morality, and law on our side.
Yeah,
And this is what we.
we've seen it in his last 22 months.
Yeah, can I ask a question? Say, can I ask a question?
I was gonna
Yeah,
go
after Illinois more, yeah, I was gonna get Illinois more the mic, and then we'll go after
Appreciate
that.
Appreciate it. So, this war could have and should have ended on October 10th of 2023 if Hamas wanted the war to end. How would it end? Hamas gives back the hostages immediately, gives them all back, but they didn't want to. Hamas takes responsibility for what they did on October 7th, which was devastating, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, and makes plans to compensate the Jews that they slaughtered and their families and gave back the hostages. October 10th, not one more Gazan had to die. But they did not want this to end. They wanted to draw Israel into Gaza in order to A, slaughter them in their booby traps and tunnels, and B, to put their children, they don't put their children in safe rooms. They don't put their children in bunkers. They send their children out to become shaheeds. A shaheed is a martyr. And the leadership of Hamas said over and over again, we thank you for being shaheeds to our women. We thank you for being shaheeds, martyrs to their children, because it makes our cause stronger. And as Daniel just said, this is a pathetic and bloodthirsty and child-killing attempt on the part of Hamas to sacrifice their own children, their own flesh and blood, to make Jews look bad, to justify a blood libel. What is a blood libel? You tell lies about Jews to justify killing us. This is why you take the word that we created, genocide, to describe what Hitler did to the Jews, and you think you can flip it and say that we're doing the genocide. And you take the word Nazi, and you flip it, and you call us Nazis. All because the IDF is committed to defending the Jewish people and the Jewish nation, and went into Gaza to get our people back. They still have our people. They're still holding even dead bodies, live bodies and dead bodies. They haven't given them back. They haven't surrendered. There's no such thing as a genocide that you can end with a phone call. You pick up the phone and say, here are your people back, or we surrender. This ends. Not another person in Gaza has to die. They are apocalyptic. Say again?
We're never gonna surrender.
Keep going on.
Actually, yes, you want them to die. I'm glad you said that. You want them to die. This is why you said that. You want the same way that Iran sent these Palestinians to their death. They know what happens when you go into Israel and start creating mayhem. They're going to all get slaughtered. They send these people like lambs to the slaughter. And the people who are in denial, they go, dead babies, dead babies. They want those babies to die. If they didn't, they say, Hamas, enough already, enough have died. Surrender. Give the hostages back. Hamas said they are going to do this to Israel, the Jewish nation, over and over and over. This is their position. We're not going to let them do that. They didn't say, okay, we changed our mind, we want peace. They never said that. All they ever said was, they're going to keep killing us until the Jewish state is gone. We're not going to let them do it. They have dedicated themselves to genocide, as has Iran. And we're going to stop them. It's not negotiable. If they want to negotiate, they could put down their weapons and give our people back, and renounce their commitment to commit genocide against us. Otherwise, we are armed and we're pissed off, and we're going to keep fighting them until they put their weapons down and stop killing Jews.
Hold on, Doc Adams. Hold on, Doc Adams had the mic next to now. Well, actually, let me, let's let Doc Adams go, and I do want to give Big a chance to respond to that now.
Thank you. So I actually do have to go back to my purpose at work. But with that being said, it's funny because I keep asking the question of how many babies were murdered and, killed in America. Over 1 million a year. Over 1 million American children a year are being killed in the womb. I never see any of these people worrying about the babies, opening up rooms to talk about American children. But after all, these are the same people that are pro-Hamas and pro-Palestinian, and they want to see Americans wiped out alongside the Jews anyway. So I couldn't imagine that they would actually show consistent interest in saving said American children.
You just said nothing.
Well, Big, did you respond?
Nothing to you because you're a filthy foreigner.
Did you want to respond, Elmer?
Well, I want to respond to El Normo. Well, if you want to make this about like what Hamas did, right? What did you guys do from the 14th of May 1948 all the way to October the 6th, 2023? We made a beautiful state surrounding the Palestinians in between three walls and a beach.
No, we never made a wall. What are you talking about?
Who built the wall?
Which wall are you talking about, sir? Where?
The German wall.
Sir, what wall are you talking about?
Yeah, never mind. I'm not even going to respond to this.
Thank you, sir. What wall, sir?
Can I say something?
Do you not know what you're talking about? Could you find Israel on a map? Do you even know where Judea and Samaria are, sir? Or Gaza? Have you ever been? Have you ever even bothered to look at a map? Sir?
No, I think that's enough.
No, I don't think it is. So what is it? Well, he said he's opted out of the conversation. So
Oh, okay, I don't blame him.
we're gonna
If
pass.
I were as stupid as he is, I would too.
We're gonna pass. We're gonna pass the mic to Alan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want all the Americans to listen to this carefully. This war is never going to end. If they completely destroy the leadership of Iran, next year it'll be something else. This is the Middle East. They love killing each other. So pay attention to what Norm is saying. Pay attention to what Daniel is saying. Pay attention to what the Palestinians is saying. Pay attention to what the Iranians are saying. It is never going to end. Ever. Are we clear on that point? Good. Let them fight. They're going to keep fighting. This year, Israel will be winning. Next year, the Persians will be winning. The next year after that, it'll be the Assyrians. And it'll keep going on and on and on. And Norm, I love you, brother. You said it perfectly. You said it perfectly. I don't want any more money going to the Middle East. We don't need their fucking oil. We don't need their wars. I don't need to be fighting with Adam or Sig or anyone else because Israel is there and Israel is mad or Iran is mad or Iraq is mad or Syria is mad. None of it. We're done. We're done. I'm sorry, Norm. You have all the perfect excuses for it, and they're all justified. You need to protect your people. Jews, protect your people. Persians, protect your people. Syrians, protect your people. Keep fighting. Good. Go for it. Get blood. Everybody's anti-Semitic.
Do you want to land?
Everybody is Islamophobic. I don't care. Guess what? Norm, I put the link in the chat. No, if Israel falls, the rest of the world doesn't fall. I'm sorry. We are sick of it.
Just a quick update. There's rockets launching from Iran to Israel right now.
Long live Iran.
Can I say something to Ellen?
1 second, guys. 1 second. Paul just got to the stage and give him a chance to answer the room title. And then Aziz, you got it next. So Paul, welcome to the stage. You there? Paul, going once. Going twice. All right. It's solely you, Aziz. You got the mic. And then Dan, you can go after Aziz.
Yeah, I mean, look, I keep hearing about the IRGC, them being extremists. But I kind of understand what Alan is saying because ultimately half of Congress is kind of waiting for a Messiah. Are they not backing Israel regardless of their actions because of some kind of religious belief? Is that not the same criticism that we have for the Ayatollah? So I understand what Alan is saying. If we allow any narrative to be favored, we're essentially the Ayatollah of the West or the Ayatollah of the East. It's the same religious rhetoric that we're using to justify not paying attention to the hard facts that human life is not being prioritized. And that's the truth. The numbers are so high, and any kind of rhetoric that we're using against the Ayatollah. It's almost like America's a reflection of it at this point, and we need to sort of rein it in a little. And I think we're getting to the point where, and I'm just going to land on this, we're getting to the point where we're seeing Trump, who came in America first, once again, not stand on business. He's kind of compromised himself once again, and we need to kind of sort of emphasize the fact that this can't just keep going on. Alan said leave them to their devices. I kind of agree at this point, because how long are we going to kind of forego our morals in support of to what end? Like we will liberate Iran, quote unquote, but what then? There will be a new bad guy, and we will continue. So I kind of hear what Alan's saying. That's the point I wanted to make.
All right. Thanks, Aziz. Daniel, you got the microphone.
Thanks. So first to Alan, I'm trying to come out and find the right word. So you would say like this year they will win, the other year they will win. Israel does not have the option to lose. It's not an option, okay? It's existential. Now, we don't like to fight or kill or battle. We're in the business of defending ourselves. You know what we want to do? We want to go to work and then chill with a beer with some friends or do some barbecue. That's our business, okay? Maybe go and build something.
Persians don't.
Yes, they do.
They don't want to do the same thing. Then stop.
Yes, they do. Excuse me, Alan. Again, with all due respect, don't tell me about my life, okay? If they want to, no, so I will tell you, no, they're not. They rather invest their funds in terror against in the destruction of another country, not in their own people. Israel invests in defense, okay? We have the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. We are not in the business of going offensive wars just for, I don't know, whatever you imagine. We are not having a genocide statements. The IRGC have a countdown in, I don't know, it's called Palestine Square, counting to something September 2040. This is the annihilation of Israel. In every parade, they're down with Israel. The Houthis is like death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. That is the reality. And when we are defending ourselves, people are bitching about people dying on the other side. So what are you suggesting? What is the alternative? That we don't fight? If they don't want to die, it's very simple. Don't kill us. Don't attack us. Go create your jobs, create your infrastructure, not terror tunnels, but whatever else you need. Look at Iran, how much money, the GDP is like $5,000 per person. Iran, the huge Iran, so brilliant people. They are being oppressed. And then when they have a chance to liberate all those people that are just anti-Jew, anti-Israel, all of a sudden Aziz thinks about the interest of the United States. He doesn't give a fuck about the interest of the United States. And the United States has an interest because the terror that the IRGC says is global. And if you think that the United States will be attacked with missiles, you're wrong. It's happening from within inside, using the democracy tools. The United States is in danger, the West is in danger. The fact that you don't understand it, that's fine. Israel, when we went into this rising line operation with the 3 objectives, we can do it by ourselves. We don't need even the bunker buster. Instead of getting this 30,000 ton bomb, the Moab, we would just count many times with a 5,000 pound bomb. If the United States enters, it's because it's their interest. Stop thinking that the United States is our bitch or we are theirs.
They're your bitch. All right, so Randy, welcome to the stage. Randy, on once. Twice, Simon, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill?
Absolutely justified.
Why is that?
Because if you're pro-Western civilization, then what they're doing is a moral obligation to their own people.
And more specifically, with
no such thing as divorcing citizens from the government. Like, the government is a representative of the people. So either you sanction your government and they go and act on your behalf, and as a result of those actions, you suffer the consequences just as much as, you know, if you're, like, for example, if you're Canadian and your prime minister enacts horrible economic policies, you suffer the consequences whether you voted for him or not. It's the exact same principle.
Are you American?
Whether you, am I American?
Yeah. Where are you from?
Canada.
Okay. So,
We'll be American.
okay. So then, as much bullshit, you know, I gotta criticize. I love my country, but my country's not flawless. Let's say, for instance, Cuba, when our government got involved and overthrew Batista's regime, his dictatorship over there. Our government did that. Do you think the American people were for that? Do you think they supported that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's an illegitimate regime, though, so it doesn't even matter where, like.
Well, no, they had a dictator. His name was Batista, and he was running Cuba, and our government went over there and overthrew him. I'm sorry. No, Castro overthrew Batista, but we went back over there and tried to overthrow Castro to pay pigs. Do you think the American people supported that?
I don't know what the sentiment of America was.
Well, yeah, I'm challenging your logic because you said the government does something, then the people are subject to what the government does, therefore they should suffer as well.
There are now interceptions above Jerusalem and above Tel Aviv.
Americans suffer as a result of that.
Well, you just said that. You said the people should suffer if their government makes a certain vote. That's what you just said.
I'm saying that's the logical conclusion, depending on where the pendulum swings. I'm saying if you're the government by dictators, okay, and then like that dictatorship goes into a sovereign country, and that sovereign country then attacks you. Okay, well, like the consequences of those actions are not on the sovereign country that attacks you. The consequences of why you're potentially dying is because of your own government.
Okay, so then the innocent people involved in the Middle East right now with Israel-Palestine.
I'm saying innocent people. There's no innocent people. That's what I'm trying to explain.
So children. Hold on. Let's break this down. Let's walk here.
Yeah, for sure.
So what about even children are innocent?
Yes, nobody's innocent.
So you think children?
You
think children deserve to die then?
I'm not saying they deserve to die.
Okay.
It's a horrific thing. But the reality is that, there's a country that has an obligation to its citizens to protect them from, like, from their government. That's just the reality. I'm not putting any, like, emotional, like, argument forward. I'm like innocent children dying is horrible. But they're gonna suffer the consequences of their parents' actions, of their government's actions. That's the reality. The people who you should be blaming, though, are the people who are causing that mayhem on them. It's easy to just say, oh, women and children are dying. That's horrible. And then when you drop all context of why they're dying, yeah, of course, like, you can just say blanket statement, women and children are dying is just egregious. The cause of that, it's always going to be bad. But then when you have the context of, well, it's a bunch of, like, murderous terrorists who go into, like, sovereign countries, threaten sovereign countries, and then arm themselves and say and like chant for their death. Well, like governments who own missiles should not be saying stuff like that.
Okay, copy. I just wanted to clarify, man. The way it originally sounded, it came off as though you were for the extermination of a group of people. So that's why I was like, okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify, man. Yeah, I didn't want to assume. So, all right, cool beans. Yo, Randy, Paul, you guys there? Okay, I guess not. Well, we can open it up popcorn style if anybody wants to go. Thought you there? I don't think you had a chance to speak. All right, cool. If you guys want to open
peaceful.
Seems to be that Israel, Israel can just point the finger at like whoever they wish to point the fingers at, such as Lebanon, such as Iran, such as Syria, and just be like, yeah, there are a bunch of unprecedented people over there that might cause harm to us, and they just start bombing left, right, and center, which they've been doing for decades. It's not like ever since October the 7th. It just like just shoot a couple of missiles left, right, and center. Where we just
Let him land first, Daniel.
Pepper and salt on my turkey sandwich, Daniel. So, I mean, at what point are we gonna say like maybe? A very small maybe. It is Israel, right? Like building a wall, keeping 2.2, 2.3 million people captive, right? They don't have access to all the food that they wish to have. They don't have access to all the water that they have. That's all being regulated by Israel. What foods that they are allowed to eat, such as chocolate, is forbidden. Like fucking chocolate, imagine that, right? But no, they're rebellious. Like a kid threw a stone to a tank.
Is it getting anywhere?
That is really running. I want a cup of tea with my turkey.
No, listen, it's
Daniela.
No, it's abusive. He's like, okay, so I'm not interested.
Daniela, hold on. Guys. Daniel, we got freedom of speech, bro. You're gonna have to fucking get some tougher skin.
I'm talking about this. I don't give a fuck. It's just like it's already. It's like wrecking the room. It's like it's just like half an hour of ad hominem. I'm not supposed to sit here and listen to it.
Daniel, hold on.
I'm here to have a conversation. Listen, I'm here to have a conversation.
This is what we're not gonna do, man. Look, I've been more than fair. Let the man land his plane, and then Daniel, you're gonna go undisturbed. I promise. Nobody's gonna fucking interrupt you. Go.
So it seems to be to continue, like if you look at I'll give you one example, and perhaps two, and I'll land in like a minute. All right, if you look at that poor girl in hijab, right, 8 years old, sitting in that car all by herself. Right? They shot that car with more than 350 bullets. 350. Let that sink in. 350 bullets to a harmless 8-year-old girl. Right? There is nothing that's being done against those people that pulled the trigger. Like nothing. No prosecution, no nothing. But when a fucking kid, single-digit age kid throws a stone at a tank, they arrest that kid. No lawyer, no representative, no nothing. Sometimes doesn't even make it to court. They throw him into fucking prison and they slide a piece of paper on the freaking door with like, you're gonna do this amount of months, weeks, whatever the amount is. Like a kid, you guys are lying. You guys are raping prisoners on camera. The amount of innocent people that we have seen, including the Turkish journalist, an American citizen.
Well, can you drop a link to those two instances you just talked about? Can you drop a link?
Yes, I will most definitely do that. Give me 1 minute. Including the American citizen of Turkish origin, Ayşegül, right? She was there as a journalist, which is, by the way, one of the 180 journalists that got killed, right, from all over the world. We have. I'm almost done. Give me one. Tomorrow was she like how much cost? And I'll give you one more example, right? When it was this doctor, she became a mother of newborn twins. Was at home writing something on Facebook, not opposing a threat, not opposing death to Israel or anything like that whatsoever. She herself, her mom, and the newborn twins were in an apartment Well, the dad was on his way. As a matter of fact, there are pictures of the dad holding the birth certificates where Israel launched a rocket, blew out only that part of the apartment, killing those four harmless people. Harmless, sitting there, getting killed over whatever she was writing on Facebook. And you guys are still the victims.
All right, so we're gonna let Danny respond. Danny, you got the mic.
I will not address like the propaganda because of all those like emotional stories from a guy that we all saw how he behaves. He's a thug, he's a bully, but then he's becoming all emotional. It's not about emotion, he doesn't care about the children. He's here to vilify Jews. And this is the real he's not the only one. This is I'm speaking out. This is the real sick. This is the real sick twisted thing about this whole thing, okay? I would say this, and you know what?
Respond to it.
It will trigger people, but that is the fact. And you know what? I'm for 20 months almost kind of talking to people that just refuse reality. And at some point it's like, guys, if you don't want to see reality, that's fine. And all the time you say, it doesn't make sense. Yes, it doesn't make sense because you're making shit up, okay? You're making shit up and you're in this echo chamber, in this mirror world of like reinforcing your bias. You never challenge. In all those debates, you never listen. For you, it's a game. If you say this, I will say this. The Balfour Declaration, 1948, it's like, it's boring. It's shallow. You know nothing. You don't care. It's a game for you. You're talking about Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Gaza, whatever. Yes, there's Hezbollah, and you have the Houthis. Those are terror organizations. They answer to no one. Those are non-state actors. It's the IRGC has created. This is what we are fighting. When we went out to this war with the IRGC, it's for three reasons. The nuclear program, the ballistic program that you saw that they can do damage. I mean, right now there is even 15 launches to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Funny that they care so much for Jerusalem. And the third one is to kill this network of terror. And you guys like obsessed with this topic, but it's our life, and we will continue doing what we know that is right, humane, legal, and moral. And you will twist reality to portray those that murder, kidnap, hold hostages, violate every rule, every international, but you exempt them. It's like, we don't expect nothing from Palestinians. They're oppressed, they're this, they can do all those crimes. Israel steps for out of line. International, we don't buy it. This is why we don't even like bother to, I guess, justify. Maybe that's the problem with the Hezbollah, that they don't really explain what I said for once. I'm not listening to what you said.
You're going on for a long time.
Listen, guys,
Alan, stop, man, stop.
Guys, I understand that, Alan, what I suggest, for example, for you, and I suggest for anyone that thinks...
anything from me.
Shut up, I'm speaking. Please don't interrupt me. Shut up.
Yo, check this. Hold on one second, Dan. I got you. Yo, Alan, you gotta stop cutting off the mic, man. He's gonna land his plane. Let this man finish what he's gonna say. Danny, we'll land your plane.
I would suggest to anyone that wants to get out of delusion and confront themselves with reality, book a plane to Israel and come see for yourself. This is the only way that you will be able to get out of the imaginary, twisted reality that you are living in. And the social media now twisted your head. Enjoy the propaganda.
Yeah, so if
I think you respond, and we're gonna like give you some state now.
Yeah, if I did book a plane to Israel, I'd go to the Armenian quarter, and when the Jewish children and adults start spitting on the Armenian Christian nuns, I'll punch them in the face. That's what I'll do. And then I'll take a picture and I'll send them to you. How about that? But I thought you were interested.
Stop this thing?
Sarah,
Too out of No, Alex, up to now I thought you were America first. first, but now I'm.
Yeah, no, well,
And I'm not gonna tolerate that.
he invited me to Israel.
If you are anti-Semite,
It's okay for them to spit on Armenian Christians? Is it okay for them to spit on Armenian Christians? Yes or no?
Why can't he speak? So,
I can't tell you if something that
why can't he speak?
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ask Alan to post a link, and from what I'm hearing him say, he's saying if a situation, it's a hypothetical, just like a threat. If I tell someone I'm gonna kick your ass, that's a threat. I can be arrested for that. But I say if you do this to me, then I'll kick your ass. If you do this, then it's not a threat. So let's let him finish. Alan, if you can post a link for Sarah, please do that. Go ahead, Alan.
In any event, thank you. I will do that. Ludwig gave you concrete examples, and you fell back on.
Alan, did you provide the links?
I just said I'm going to finish speaking, and then I will provide the links. Thank you, if that's okay. I understand this is a very emotional conversation. I get it, Daniel. That's your country. I'm saying, I told you, fight. Kill them all. Keep doing it. Go right ahead. What difference does it matter if Ludwig is saying if it's true or not? When in war did the truth matter? You want to fight? Fight. Kill them all. But the fact is, in this room, in this conversation, Ludwig gave you concrete examples, and instead of addressing it, you fell back on, oh, this isn't a serious conversation, he's talking too long, and you attack him. You never addressed it, ignoring the fact that you went on for 5 or 10 minutes yourself.
Ludwig
Please,
is a classic.
spare us.
Okay, I want to jump in here because I got stuff to say too, Alan. I've heard you at least 5 times today talking about how you don't want your American money to go to war or go to Israel, and you make that decision. You do make that decision. You know how? By voting. And in the last 46 years, hey, you need to mute. In the last 46 years, 50 years, whatever many years is, the president in office, whoever's been, has decided to send the money that you don't like to go exactly where you don't like to go. So you can sit home and write letters to, your local or federal, representatives and complain about it, but stop harassing people online, and telling them that you're going to send it or you're not, because you're not the one making decisions.
Well, there's another way
I
to
am
do this.
I am absolutely not happy about Trump getting himself involved in this last night. I'm talking, Pikachu. I am not happy with what I saw him posting. Okay? I am not happy with that. But you know what? Commander-in-Chief, he is the commander-in-chief. He makes that decision, and I'm not going to drop that frustration on other people. And only because, I feel like this should be more of a, more of a friendlier environment. Like when Ludwig was going hard with evidence, saying stuff that both sides might do it. And knowing that region, I already know that's something that Hamas would do more. And how do I know it? Because they're trained by IRGC, who literally kills our children and rape our women and young kids. Okay, so I already know their style. I live that shit. So you want to go right after him, and I don't know what you guys doing, and I don't understand why. What is this? It should stay friendly, the conversation. I don't know why you guys go like that. But Alan, please provide a link or evidence for what you claim.
I just put it in the chat.
but Sarah, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
What if he provides you the link and you verified it? And it's 100%.
I probably believe that. I probably believe it happened, right? You know what? Listen, do you think we don't have American militaries that rape people in war? I'm 100% sure there are. Do you think this is not something do you think there's a military in the world that none of its members have ever raped anyone? I don't believe that.
Yes.
I don't know of any rape, any Palestinian was
I would like to have another.
Stop with the Daniela. Stop with the Daniela. My name is Daniel. If you want to address me, I have a name.
Speaking to ladies.
Please be respectful. Please be respectful. That's all. Is it too, am I asking too much? Seriously, Ludwig, am I asking too much?
Guys.
To have a normal conversation? It's a guy sick.
Don't forget my muscle is what right now you guys are doing personal back and forth. So Olympic was asking.
It's not personal. I'm asking you to be respectful and call me by my name. That is not personal by me. Stop with this. Both sides.
Daniel, you're gonna get this back. Look, Daniel. People call me coon. People call me cigarette. People call me piece of shit.
That is fine. I'm asking him
It is what it is.
politely. I asked him politely. Can you please be respectful and call me by my name?
Right.
That's it.
That he won't.
Right,
Just
but-
let it go.
Right, just let it go. Because
I let it go. Guys, my God, I let it go.
Danielle respectfully asked him to not do it, and he can respectfully tell you to go fuck yourself. It's the internet, bro. It is what it is. Let's not focus on that tiny shit. Let's stay on topic here. Come on, did you want to finish asking your question to Sarah?
Yeah.
Then we can move on. We got Rabbi and Gibby on stage. I want to get to them.
The two examples and there are so, like, in a countless amount of examples more, right? There are so many more examples, right, where you can see completely and totally defenseless Palestinians getting killed.
Oh,
right?
blame Hamas for that.
And Daniela's fiance perhaps make me sound
Just unmute this question.
So are any of these PDFs, the Israeli Diaper Forces, are any of them being kept accountable, being prosecuted? Because I don't see any of that. If you look at all those men that are destroying properties, as in like furniture, putting on women's underwear, all that.
Ludwig, I thought you're asking me a question because you no, you cannot speak. No. I was talking.
What is this? What are you doing right now? I'm speaking.
Ludwig,
I'm responding.
Ludwig, no.
Like,
You told me you want to ask me a question in the middle of me talking.
Almost done. You're just cutting me off.
But now you're ranting. No, we're not doing that.
I'm not ranting.
Talking.
You're screaming.
You asked
I'm
me.
ranting. You're screaming. What are you doing? I'm almost done.
Hey, Ludwig, you told me you
I'm
interrupted me
almost done,
talking.
Sarah.
Saying, can I ask you a question?
Keep it
I'm still
moderated.
waiting. No.
Yeah.
You can ask me the question.
Get to your point.
I'm not
You
done speaking.
said I am telling.
I'm not done speaking.
I am being. You interrupted me and you told me you have a question. So ask your question.
Yeah, if you interrupt me,
What's your
right?
question? I haven't heard your question.
Right.
A question doesn't come with 2 paragraphs of talking.
Well, you can determine that.
Okay, so Ludwig, just go ahead and ask your questions. Be concise with your questions so we can move on. Get to other people.
If you're saying, if you're
We can ask a question.
Pamela, must start on my turn. So,
Pikachu. Bro, just chill, man. Let me get your question out and then we can move on.
I'm trying, man. Like these diapers, I'm not holding up all their weight. So is there any problem? Because when you said like there is no military in the world that is like doing everything according to like all the laws and whatnot more, sure, I totally agree with you. But can you show me any of these PDF soldiers getting prosecuted for shooting, killing, blowing up, sending missiles to this home where, for instance, the newborn twins were living at in that apartment? Is anybody getting prosecuted? Because I haven't seen one. I'll be waiting for that receipt, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna answer. Are you waiting for my answer?
Am I?
Are you answering? No, I have an answer. I do have an answer. I actually have a very, very good answer for you. Iran is under attack. Do you agree or not? Is Israel bombing Iran right now or not?
That has nothing to do with my question that I just asked you.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Anybody who wants to answer this. It's yes or no. Is Israel bombing Iran right now? Ludwig, whether you like the way I'm answering your question or not, you're gonna mute and you're gonna listen. I know you don't like women to talk, but that's not happening, okay?
Yes.
I don't care if you hear me or not. I want to.
No, you're not answering my direct question. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
So yes. No. I am answering. Yes, they are bombing right now, right?
What does that have to do with my questions about IDF soldiers like violating rules
Picasso, I need you to stop. Oh my God.
Who, me?
What is wrong with men?
I know, you're a feminist.
Picasso, like let me.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
All right, so, JP's
Look, I'm gonna answer this question.
Hold on. JP's, let me get JP Mocker up here. Get that back here. What's going on, JP? Welcome, bro.
Why was JB not on?
Because I swiped out. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I'm on now. I see we have some esteemed people from the app. No anti-Semites, but I'll let you guys handle it.
Okay, so we got new people.
Anti-Semites to the roof, JB.
Yeah, so we got Rabbi and Gibby. Rabbi, you there? Actually, no, Gibby was there first. Gibby, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry. Okay, hey man, welcome to the stage, brother. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill, man? What's your take?
So first of all, if you let me do a little bit of a side talk for 15 seconds, is that we shouldn't put all of Israel's conflicts in the same basket. Like Iran is a separate thing, the whole Lebanon thing is a separate thing. When you're trying to say, oh, this is the same thing, Israel acting crazy, it's not. That's a whole different conversation. With Palestine, like I support Israel pretty directly, and it's right to defend itself. But I think at times there is some overkill going on. But answering the question that was raised by Ludwig and Alan, I believe, with the prosecution does not happen when the war is hot. Like you could see there's a Russia-Ukraine war going on right now. Russians are not prosecuting their war criminals, neither are Ukrainians. So that is a thing that happens way after the dust has settled. And this conflict doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. So I don't think that the question about war criminals and all that is valid at this point. What happens later is what happens later. And a little bit side note on Iran, I think the attack on Iran is totally justified because Iran out of the blue decided that Israel is the biggest threat and supported Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization, and Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, which ironically enough, Palestinians hate Iranians because they hate Shia Muslims, but just because we want to piss off Israel, we'll support Hamas, and they got what they deserve. And I think that destroying Hamas is a valid point. Sometimes you can get some overkill on the spot over there, but in general, Israel has its right to defend itself. That's how I see it.
Okay, copy that. All right, Rabbi.
Okay, so I actually, before Rabbi goes on, Ludwig asked me the question. I was driving. I think people couldn't hear me. So to answer Ludwig's question, why children die in, Israel and Palestine conflict, I gave example of Iran. Right now, people they're saying, oh, they're killing civilians in Iran, all of that stuff, right? My family, my friends, everybody's in Iran. Israel has not attacked a single place without trying to have the least casualty and without telling people to evacuate. Yeah, you can put a laugh emoji, that's fine, but the fact that you just come on stage and just lie and just spread all this, stuff that you want to do, that's fine. If Hamas is using people as human shield, that is not Israel's.
It's a propaganda princess.
That's not Israel's fault. Israel has a right to defend itself, and you know what? This is all part of it, Iran's fault, and that's why, Ludwig, you hate me. You tell me to get out of rooms when I say IRGC needs to leave. You're such an anti-Semite.
I'm a Semite myself, bubblehead. What are you talking about?
You are such an anti-Semite
I'm a
hating.
Semite myself. What are you talking
You
about?
are such a hating person.
You're a
that
Semitic
you-
as my scrotum. You're a
that you
Wait, Sarah, listen, Teddy, shut up. Listen, Ludwig, I don't know if he's an Semite, but he's definitely an anti-Jew.
No, I'm not.
I already know that.
Mine is half and is a pork chop.
I already know that, JB. I know
Oh,
him.
it's okay,
He's always
JP.
been
Can I
talking to him.
respond to that, JP?
I know that.
Sarah, hold on, take a breath, because you get nervous when you get to that decibel level where dogs are howling. Let Ludwig say what he has to say. Go ahead, Ludwig.
First of all, I do not hate any ethnical group of people. I grew up in the city that is called Mokum. And if you know what that means in Hebrew, it means the place, right? It's a place where a shitload of Jews live, where everybody can get along. Matter of fact, I have Jewish friends, as in direct friends, Not like somebody I walk into every now and then, and pretty much everybody in Amsterdam has. So when you say I'm hating Jews, that's a completely fabricated story that somehow I'm against killing people.
Ludwig, I apologize. You don't hate all Jews, you just hate certain Jews. My bad.
Just like I hate certain Armenians. It's not that different.
I'd like to be placed.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna hand it back to Sig, Sarah, and guys, do me a solid, man. I know there's a lot of hate in this room, but just be easy on the girls, maybe easy on the ladies. I know Ludwig wants to say something snide right now, but let's just be easy with the ladies, man. They got lower voices than us. Sarah has her daughter's fucked up now from screaming at you knuckleheads. Back to you, Sig.
All right, Ravi, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the stage, man. You there?
Yeah, I'm there, but I'll go ahead and pass. I'm just going to go ahead and pass it on. I'll interject in a second. I'm just in a little bit of like a dead area for traffic, so I don't want to hog the stage.
Okay, cool. Can I jump in, brother?
Wait, let me just say this thing. If Rabbi's saying he's in traffic, that means his driver's in traffic. Don't let this guy fool you, but...
Oh, Rabbi's got that big money, huh?
Well, he got that long money, that's...
Got that long money. Roger that. All right, this is, who's this, no name? Ariel, you there? Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know why this is hiring.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, man, Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill, man?
That's your cue to talk, bro.
Ariel, talk.
Alright, who's next on The Price is Right? Roddy?
Hello?
Yeah, we're getting it.
You first day on Clubhouse, bro?
What's going on with my service?
It's not.
Hey, JB, you want to take it, man? I gotta do something real quick.
I got it. I don't know who's spoken, who hasn't, so I'll try Paul. Paul, how you doing? Paul, you there? No? Alright. Let's go to, Ariel, go ahead, man. The mic is yours. You gotta push the bottom right.
Israel.
Did they bomb the...
They've already said they're suppressing his communications at the moment, so they have some.
Okay, thanks for that, Teddy. Joe B, what's up?
I have a question. Am I allowed to ask questions in here?
You can do whatever you like. You may not like the answers.
Okay, so is this an American only room?
Are you American?
No, I'm saying is this an American only room because the mods in here keep throwing the word around anti-Semitic. So guess what? People outside of America and Israel.
Teddy, give me solid, bro, before you start.
They're not anti-Semitic.
Go, okay, great. Go get a tissue before you start crying, and then the mic is yours. I wasn't here for
Just laying a point, just stating the obvious, because I'm American, so obviously real.
America's the greatest country in history is planet. What's your point?
You sound drunk, bro. I'm not talking to you.
Okay, then don't talk to me. I don't drink alcohol, by the way, so that's ridiculous.
Are you guys
there? Yeah, Ariel.
Okay, thank you so much.
Teddy, are you Iranian?
No, but I support Iran.
No, you don't support Iran. You support IRGC, which...
So hold on. So the people within Iran right now...
You support IRGC.
The Iranian people within Iran, they support IRGC. They're not Iranians?
No, they're not. People inside Iran are not supporting.
Well, I'll tell you what, Teddy, you can't...
There's literally cheering at the moment.
Bro, listen. You cannot talk to this woman. Trust me, she's gonna talk to you.
Yeah, you don't hear me now? No, she's saying something which is obviously not true. People who live within Iran...
Is supporters of IRGC?
Alright, Sarah, I moved him. You could bring him back up. But I want to see what Ariel has to say. Teddy, take a breath, bro. It's not that serious. Ariel, you want to try now?
That's all we can mark at.
Bro, you might have to leave that and come back.
Teddy wanted to be labelled an anti-Semite just for the sake of it, I think.
It's impossible to label an anti-Semite. I'm not in America. Okay, how about that?
Yes, go ahead, Ariel, before it shuts off again.
Okay, wonderful. So someone.
Dude, you gotta leave the app and come back. It's glitching bad. So, where's Ludwig? Did he leave? Too many Jews got on stage. I guess he got triggered.
No, I think you can just face the fact that Armenians are Indo-European and he thinks he's Semitic.
Simon, how you doing, Simon?
JB, you came the anti-Semites, they all like ran off the stage.
I don't know why, because I've had a lot of smoke from my Jewish friends today. My
You
Jewish
did,
family.
but NG knows, like, am I right or not, NG? Like, when, right before I came in, like, got involved in the conversation, I'm listening when I was in a store and I couldn't say anything. For 20 minutes, they were ranting about all these terrible genocides. You know, like, I'm like, why is nobody interrupting them? What is going on? Like,
JB, I didn't smoke you out.
Say that one more time, Pikachu.
I didn't smoke you out.
Smoke me out? I don't even know what that means.
You said you got a little smoke from your Jewish friends.
But here's the truth, you know, I really thought about it when I got off. I don't give a fuck. Because if you're my friend, you respect my thoughts and my feelings and what I see.
Yeah,
So,
100%. You got your own views, you got your own thoughts. That's up to you. Thanks for sharing that.
I've been the biggest supporter of Israel, Zionists, and Jews on this app, bar none. And if I have an opinion that doesn't align with the other sheep that walk in line, then I don't care. Because if that's a community that don't want me because I have my own views, then I don't want to be part of that community.
Well, because you've got a bit of beef with some Jews yourself, it doesn't mean that you can't be shouting for what's important. You're on the right side of history, JP. You got to remember that. Whatever beef you got with other Jews, that's your problem.
Let's keep it.
Share your secret.
Let's keep it real, bro. The Jews on this app have an elitist arrogance about them that just doesn't resonate. Now, I'm not saying you, if it don't apply, let it fly. But the truth is they do. And I'll say that they were in this room, whether it was El Normo or some of the other Jews on this app, they think that what they say is right. And sometimes, you know what? They're not right, bro. They're just not. And I think as Jews, it's our job to call them out. Because when you spew that shit, when you come off as arrogant and entitled, guess what? That just stokes the flames of anti-Semitism. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, but you could say that about any community.
But you know what? I do every day. I talk about the black community, Latino community, Asian community. Today I spun the wheel and landed. Hold on, I wasn't finished, bro. I wasn't finished though. Today I spun the wheel and landed on Jews. Because Jews should get as much smoke as anybody else. We're not the only persecuted, oppressed people in this world, man.
Man, you sound like a guy who needs some therapy. I got a good therapist for you.
Why do I need that be on the 5 minutes? 5 minutes ago you were saying I have a right to feel how I feel, now I need therapy.
You do, but anybody who feels like that needs a bit of therapy. We all need therapy, JB. Everybody on this fucking app needs therapy, you know.
I guess I'm a self-hating Jew today. Because that's what I've been labeled. Therapy. I go to therapy twice a week. It's no shame in therapy.
I didn't say there was.
Okay.
Says that he supports the IRGC.
It's not enough for me to say I agree with Israel's what they're doing to Iran. That's not enough. It's not enough for the thousands of pro-Israeli groups, the thousands of dollars I generated for his family. It's not enough. You see how he fled? He fled.
They fled because they have no accountability. That's why, JP. They have none. They have no accountability with their arguments whatsoever.
I mean, the same people who support the IRGC or Hamas, like, these are the same people crying about women and children dying. I mean, you're sanctioning these primitive barbarians is the reason why women and children are dying. Like, why? Like, if you don't feel bad for why should I? You know, like,
let me say something here, son. Hold on a second. Since I got on this app today, there's already been, that I know of, 3 rooms with my name in the title. Not 1, not 2, but 3. And then some of my Hebrew brothers came in, and I said, hey, we have a conversation. I said, yo, tell me, has Israel ever done anything wrong in the world? Like, yeah, of course. I'm like, what was that? Give me a couple of examples. And they deflected They went to Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah. See how it works? But then this ass clown will say, well, you shouldn't talk about your community. Why can't but it's okay if Joe Schmo from Idaho says something about the Jews. You'll have that conversation. But when another Jew calls out my community, nah, not good. That's a bunch of bullshit, man.
Well, they're bullshit people. What do you expect? Anyone who cares about peace in the Middle East, we're looking prior to October 7th, we're very much looking forward to the finishing of the Abraham Accords. We wanted a peace and a business relationship with Israel and the GCC countries, and the block of bullshit, Neanderthalic bullshit that's been blocking this greatness from happening is Iran playing puppet on a string in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. So we're living a time of globalization. The GCC is changing, including Saudi. They want to have international tourism. They want to bring the world there for entertainment and vacationing. I mean, it's just the world is changing. We don't all want to hate each other. But the Ayatollah wants to play his little puppeteer games. This is the cost of it. Unfortunately, people are going to die.
Well, I mean, my whole thought was this, man. Why is, as a Jew, and I'm going to say it, why is the Jewish community, why are we not allowed to speak on them? Right? All day. Listen, bro, I spoke, every day I open up rooms, we talk about the black community, what's going on there, Latino community, what's going on there. But God forbid, another Jew holds the mirror up to the Jewish community. Oh no, he's not really a Jew. He's a self-hating Jew, all these fucking labels. You know what, fuck that. Because the point I said was this, man. This shit going on in Gaza is 2 years plus now. And we're still at the same point. What's the definition of insanity, Robbie? Doing the same thing over and over, hoping for different results. It's not working. Can we come up with a different plan that works?
There is a plan though. I think Bibi is doing it though. I've said this, JB, earlier, you weren't in the room. Whether there's a revolution or not, I'm not moving to Iran. I'm American. I have no benefit from who's gonna be in power in Iran, But if you get rid of the mullahs, if you get rid of these people spreading all this ideology of hating Jews, if you get rid of them, this whole thing will stop. The reason it can't stop is because they keep fueling. They'll be quiet for a little bit. They keep stirring this war, and it will not stop until they are in power. And they're doing this with all these countries over there. Don't you see, like Teddy? I asked him. I'm like, are you Iranian? He's no, but I support Iran. Lubik, I see Iranian. No, all these people, none of them. Like there's like for every 50 people you see on this app supporting IRGC, one is Iranian. The rest of them are the Muslim brotherhoods from other countries surrounding them, and their goal is to just like cause problem. And who's teaching all of this to them? IRGC. You get rid of them, this is gonna die. It's gonna be so weak, and that's why they're like so sad. They don't want IRGC gone.
Well, here's the thing, right? We have Teddy, hold on, respectful, hold on. Like Daniel's on stage, right? Daniel and I have shared 1,000 spaces. And here's the truth, no bullshit. I have so much love, respect, and admiration for this man. He's a proud Zionist. Good. But in my opinion, right? A real man, a real Zionist, will stand up and say, wait a second, I support Israel, but there might be a problem in this area over here. Listen, Sarah, I support Israel going into Iran. A year ago, I said there has to be regime change. Nothing's going to stop over there unless there's a regime change. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, because they're the ones that stirred the pot, the shit stirs Iran. But let's not forget about what's the plan in Gaza. What's the plan over there? Nobody has a plan. Daniel?
I don't think there is anyone that criticizes Israel more than Israelis. You can see that most of the articles that are exposing stuff or are even against Israel would come from Israel, from Haaretz. This whole great story about this Palestinian with the video, it all came from us. It came to a doctor in the IDF
it was the prosecution in Israel, it was the Israeli TV that broadcast it. We are doing it, and we are and we're doing it not for the world. It's for us to know. Like if someone is, for example, raping in the IDF, the IDF is the people's army. We don't want to have rapists there. So this is why we prosecute it, not for the world. So believe me, if there's any other, like you say, like maybe there's another solution. If you have it, bring it. Like seriously, bring it.
I said it earlier and I'll say it again, and people may not agree with it, Daniel, but I think move the Palestinians out into Egypt, to Sinai, whatever you gotta do, clean up Hamas and then move them back in. And I'm not talking about 5-10 years down the road, because we've decimated Hamas so much, there can't be that many of them left. But this ground and pound situation, and the truth is, Daniel, I don't blame Israel for the starvation that goes on over there, by the way. I blame Hamas. They still ate.
You remember what they told us, all the pro-Palestinians at the beginning of the war? You cannot kill Hamas. Hamas is an ideology. And that is true. Hamas is the name of an organization. If tomorrow it will break apart and they will call it, I don't know, the peaceful core of Palestine, you know, and same people, same ideology. The problem is not the name or the branding. The problem is the ideology. And you know, if it seems like that we need to fight not only alone, but while the world is also holding both our hands behind our backs and looks at criticizes and completely ignores the other side. So we're in a not easy, normal situation. Still trying to do our best.
Daniel, how many times have I said you can't kill the ideology? A million times on this app? But people are like, no, we gotta kill Hamas. Yes, you kill Hamas today, they're all gone. Tonight there's Hamas 2.0 because of the ideology.
Yeah, that's why the objective is to demilitarize Hamas. Basically, if they are like with an ideology but no weapons, and then, you know, hopefully after the war, it would be like some kind of a rehabilitation, both for the street and for the people, then yes, there's a chance without weapons.
You can't kill Hamas without weapons. I tell you how. How you
What? Daniel, I have a question. Other than IRGC, who else has been funding and training and helping Hamas the way they've been doing?
Qatar.
JP.
So I'm trying to see if IRGC is gone, like, what is the next threat? You know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because honestly,
maybe Qatar will have to kind of recalculate their allies, and I think some allies of Iran are now watching from the side, do we want to kind of align with the loser basically, or like kind of pull out? And maybe Qatar will have to kind of make some changes. They put a lot of money into this operation of destroying Israel with the IRGC, so they were like doing the funding of Hamas and doing the propaganda arm and Al Jazeera, and the IRGC did all those terror organizations, like basically building this ring of fire around Israel with all those terror organizations on our border because Iran is too far. That was the plan. And now it's kind of disseminating. And Qatar, propaganda alone, I'm not sure it will work.
Daniel, JP, you guys can't kill Hamas without firing a bullet. Are you ready to do it?
Oh, we can't kill Hamas without what?
Without firing a bullet.
We don't need to kill anyone. They need to release the hostages, put their guns down, and it will be over with not a drop of...
No. Wait. All what you need to do is give them equal rights, and then they will be dissolved in the society, just like South Africa. What South Africa did.
Equal what?
Equal rights.
Yeah, I'm coming to
Everybody mute up. MG, you were going to say something?
No, I was just, don't compare South Africa to Israel. That was real racism. That was real apartheid. I hate when people do that.
Just not even close. Just give them equal rights. That's it.
So wait, let's all, we're going to say Hamas is equal to everybody and just forget about the 1,200 people.
No, not Hamas, not Hamas.
Let me finish, man. Okay, Hamas is the government of the Palestinians right now, unfortunately. So we have to recognize them as equals, even though they slaughtered our people on our land. That's okay.
No. They give the Palestinians, all the Palestinians equal right. Then they will run away from Hamas and Hamas will be powerful.
Well, let me ask you a question, Sean. Who was providing all the water for the Palestinians and electricity? Was that Hamas or was that Israel? When Israel didn't have to.
Israel is selling them. Is not providing. Is selling them. Okay, but that doesn't mean they are giving them equal rights. Well,
They are not Israeli, Sean. I mean, why would we give them equal rights? The Palestinians that chose peace and stayed in Israel in 1948 became part of Israel. And if you look at the Declaration of Israel, the Declaration of Independence, we call to anyone that wishes to stay, stay. Hold on. And now they're equal right citizens as you want.
Okay.
But we are not the government of
Give
Gaza.
the same
We don't need to have equal rights.
Okay,
Their governments need to give them. But sweetie, their governments need to do it, not us.
Hold on.
We are not the government of Gaza.
Sean, hold on. Did you call him Sweet Pea, Daniel? Oh, my hearing things. All right, let's go to Dave. Dave's your
No, Sweet Pea, not Sweet Pea. That's not you. That's not you.
Sean?
Hold on. Let's go to Dave. Dave, you gotta talk louder.
Yeah, okay. Sean, how do you give the equal right to a population, Gaza, who have been brainwashed the moment they learn how to speak to kill Jews? How do you give equal right to such people, right? On October 7, 12,000 civilians from this brainwashed Gaza that you want to fight for equal rights so that they can continue to act like a civilian, continue to keep killing Jews, and continue to, after getting equal right, go to wherever the Western nation and hunt down every single Jew. Is that the equal right you want to fight for, Sean?
If you can create Gaza in every single place in the world by besieging people and
Sean, where are you from, Sean?
You can
Sean, where are you from, Sean?
I'm from Syria.
Okay.
You can do the same. You can do that in New Jersey. You can do that in California and everywhere. If you put the Hispanic people in an area and strip them of their rights, you will have problems. The same thing. It's not magic. It is reality. When people have equal rights, then they have no real motive to fight.
What is a people? What is a people?
You can create the same problem of Israel and Palestinians in every place in the world. Okay.
But Sean, those are two different nations. They can have like, how about, for example, taking the Sinai?
States with hundreds
hold on,
with
please.
thousands of people nations.
Sean, if you want to have your own nation, Sean, Israel is our nation. It's our country. Okay, we're not letting anyone equal rights. It's just like. You are trying to cover something up. Hold on, please, let me answer. You cannot ask for people that are not citizens of Israel to have equal rights because they are not citizens. Any citizens of Israel, whether they're Christian, Muslim, Jew, whether Arab, whatever, they have equal rights. So in Israel we have equal rights. The Palestinians want to have their own state. So in the only solution, not giving them rights in Israel, giving them rights in their own country, which is what actually was done in Gaza, but maybe give them territory. The Arab world has like good spaces. They can give them the Sinai. I don't know.
You're not telling the truth. You know that you're not telling the truth.
Which part was not true?
You know, Palestinians belong to Palestine and Palestine.
Hold on a second, Sean, listen, I have very few rules in here. One of the rules is when a lady mod is speaking, we let her speak. Go ahead, Ninja.
Oh, I'll make this fast. Daniel, this is a very disingenuous conversation because they know that if they become the majority in Israel, it's no longer a Jewish country. And they just don't want Jews in the region. They just don't. They're so fake. You guys,
I'm not sure they know, MJ.
No, they know.
I think it's always, this entire cause is wrapped with free Palestine and equal rights, and it's all kind of sugar-coated to sound like they don't. Yeah.
Free Israel.
Exactly. So many people just go along with it. They don't necessarily know the greater plan.
Free Israel.
Hold on. Sean, mute up, please, because I'm tired of hearing your voice, to be honest. Let me say hello to Diablo. Diablo, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, JB? I got a quick thing I wanted to share with everybody in the room and on the stage. I've been trying to figure out for my life, what sense does it make if you don't have missiles coming in trying to kill your citizens to go and attack Iran? Like, it sense, and I'm gonna tell you why it don't make sense. I get the whole thing with we can't let them have nuclear weapons. I understand it. But you got other countries that support Iran in the shadows, like Russia, China. These countries, even North Korea just shocked the world by supporting Russia and sending their troops over there. You have these countries like North Korea that will happily sell Iran a dirty bomb, a nuclear bomb, for the right price. So even if they do destroy the refineries and they can enrich uranium, they still have all this money. It's a country. If they purchase that stuff on the black market, they could get it over there to Israel, and then you have a catastrophe on your hands. It just doesn't make sense. You guys were at peace. I'm talking about Israel. They had a quick little scrimmage. It was over with. Then all of a sudden, Israel is like, what it appears to me is this. We have a kid on the block. He's smaller than everybody, but he has two older brothers that everybody's scared of. And I believe that Netanyahu, however you say his name, he's running with that. He knows America's going to be pulled into this conflict, and he could care less. I really believe he could care less about his own people. And I just land my plane up.
Thank you. Before anybody responds, thank you. Diablo, El Normo, you want to respond?
Yeah. What was the last thing that you wanted me to respond to, Jay?
Diablo, give it your quick, concise question again.
Diablo, give the question, please.
Okay, the question is this. How can the Israeli people put their trust in Netanyahu and feel he's out to protect them when everyone knows you can purchase this stuff on the black market? A country like North Korea for the right price, it's an old saying, an enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So American soldiers are going to come over there and our military is about to get involved. How would North Korea not give Iran a nuclear weapon?
Let me ask you, there's a few different levels here. Let's start with the last one. If North Korea gives somebody else a nuclear weapon, they're in serious violation and they're going to get in huge trouble. This is why nuclear weapons don't pass among countries so easily. Number two, the International Atomic Energy Commission on June 9th said that Iran is racing towards a nuclear bomb. They're escalating their enrichment of uranium. It's a serious concern, and they brought it to the UN Security Council, which is a special council that deals with threats to the world. Number three, why do the Israeli people trust Netanyahu? I would say they trust Netanyahu more or less as much as people trust Trump, which is a little bit yes and a little bit no, and it depends on the day. So Netanyahu's done an incredible job in winning a war on 7 fronts. Hezbollah to the north, Yemen to the south, Syria to the east, Hamas to the southwest, Iraq they took out of the equation, if you'll notice already, and now they've had the greatest victory perhaps in military history over Iran. In 2 days they own Iran's skies. They're taking out their weapon systems at will. The air defenses are completely gone. So although we knew that we would take some incoming, and we did, I think we're up to about 30 dead in Israel. It was a calculation that he made in order to remove the head of the octopus who's been attacking both the United States and Israel. That is to say, the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide regime. How's that for an answer?
Can I add to it? Like, why I trust Netanyahu as an Israeli?
The gentleman who asked me the question, I forget your name already. I'm not looking at my phone. Oh, you satisfied? Are you satisfied with it, Diablo?
Yeah.
All right, you have any questions based on what I say?
Can I add to it for a second?
I wonder if he has any questions so far before we get to Diablo. Do you have any questions, criticisms, comments?
No, I'm good. You can let Daniel go ahead.
All right.
So, a few points. First of all, there are 3 objectives to the war. The nuclear program is one of them. ballistic missiles program. There's another one, and I don't know if you saw, they can cause a damage, and they were sending like barrages of like 50 or 100. But if they throw 1,000, they will overwhelm our defense system, and that will create like havoc. And they actually said that they want to do it and kind of wipe Israel off the map. And the third one is that the Quds force is basically the force that is creating all those Houthis and Hezbollah and all those proxies that we have around us to attack us. Now, Netanyahu doesn't make those decisions alone. He is making it with the Mossad and the IDF. Both of them are like the people's organization. They are by the people, for the people. None of them is like, would do something against Israel because of Netanyahu. It's not an autocracy, it's not a big dictatorship. It doesn't work like this. It's people that are very professional, and we trust them. We have full trust in them, in the entire professional army that we have, the professional Mossad and the amazing intelligence that we have, and we trust them. Not just Netanyahu. Netanyahu is at the end the one that needs to make the decision. That he cannot just say, I say there's like a atomic bomb ready and let's go. No, it doesn't work like this. It goes the other way around. They give him the information. He just needs to say, I'm doing it on my watch.
Daniel, I just JB, I just want to add, what is really Gaza Palestinian? Are they people? Who are these people from the point of Sunni Islamic nation, from the Shia Islamic nation, right? So actually for them, these people are just weapon, nothing more, weapon. The question is today, Jordan King is in European Union fighting again for two-state solution. The question is why? Because first, the Hamas is one of the tentacle of IRGC, right? And Iran is pretty much close to be potentially replaced, right? So the Sunni Arabic nation, they are celebrating inside now. Finally, we are getting a Shia nation out. The moment the Shia nation came to Iran in 1979, immediately the Sunni Arab nation get nervous. Oh my God, finally a Shia nation coming again, right? They fought them back in 1500 to 1700, but now 1979 they are back again. So because of that, the Sunni nation through Iraq in 1980 to 1988 started Iran-Iraq war. It's all about Sunni Shia. The question people here have to ask, what is next to use Palestine as a weapon from the Sunni perspective, because Shia is gone? What would Sunni want out of Palestine? One thing, to make sure Jewish nation never take over the complete the mountain, what is it, the temple, the Jewish people want to build the third temple. And the question is, if in Shia Iran is gone, what is the bargaining power to control Israel so that Islam mosque is remain in that place and to prevent the Jewish build the third temple? Because it's all about religion. Okay, I will go further later and let people think of. Nobody care about those people in Gaza. They are just weapons. Period.
Well, MG, Sarah, Marshall, other mods, you guys want to keep it open? Because I gotta go.
It's up to everybody else. MG, Marshall.
So you insist on keeping Israel as a Jewish state? You don't
Maybe
want
you
it
wanna
to be.
I don't know, Marshall, do you want to keep it open?
I can't, yeah, I'm not gonna be paying too close attention.
Well, I might have normal. He could run it. But no, please, for the love of God, let people talk.
Okay, sir.
Thank. All right, guys, I'll catch you.
Who is next? Here's just the thing. I want to set the tone of the room. When we make a point, let's make one point at a time. That's all, and discuss the point, not 12 points. And then if somebody says one thing, then the other person says something else, and we're never really shedding any light on the matter. We can't get to resolution. That said, who would like to go next?
I go next. So the question question is, where is Syria in this big picture? Iran will be soon gone, right? And Jordan, the Sunni nation, trying to lobby for one part of European Western nation, which is Europe, to go against US, and in order to confuse the situation using Palestine, Gaza as a weapon to confusion. The question where is next? Syria is equally important in the big picture. Sean, do you have anything you want to add to it?
Well, Syria was given to Al Qaeda by United States and Israel. Now it's controlled by Al Qaeda. Israel, thanks to Israel and United States, Al Qaeda now controls Syria.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, Alpha.
Good evening, folks. This is interesting. The Middle East is an interesting place. It's funny, if the United States intervenes for the good of the people to remove these bloody regimes, then all of a sudden you are jingoistic, you're trying to destroy our way of life and governance, and if they don't, then all of a sudden you guys have no moral authority, you have no moral compass, you just want to see us perish under these regimes. Then there are the conspiracy theories to ad-lib in the background that there's a big cabal, some Jewish rabbi underground near the Earth's core doing some Kabbalistic magic to control the world. This is the problem with your simplistic and moronic explanations, Sean. Really, this is the problem. This is the problem.
You could have given it to some good people, not to Al Qaeda.
Well, hey, tell me these good people, please, in the Middle East.
No, they're all good Syrians. They're good Syrians. They're good Syrians. They're good Syrians.
Give me the good Syrians.
You couldn't find better than Al Qaeda?
Okay, give me the good Syrians. Give me the good Syrian that does not want to destroy the Jewish nation, that does not want to spread pan-Arabism, that does not want to Arabize everybody, and that does not want to control the Middle East. Give me those good Syrians, please.
So you think Al Qaeda is good people, right? It's good people.
No, don't answer a question with a question.
Well,
give me those good Syrians or those good Iraqis, please.
Any non-Islamic terrorists are good.
Like who?
Okay.
Like who? Like who? The Orthodox anti-Semites?
Syria, people, okay.
The Orthodox anti-Semites?
No. Syria has 30 million people, okay. Those Al Qaeda and what about, they are probably constitute about
What about the Kurds? Sean, what about the Kurds? Could they have given to the Kurds?
The Kurds are good, yeah. They're good, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're good, yeah. You could have given it to the Kurds, but you chose not to.
And you think the Arabs
would have given it to Al Qaeda?
And the Arabs would have been fine with that?
We're not fine with Al Qaeda.
No, the Kurds, they would have been fine with the Kurds in authority.
Well, if they see them acting justifully and honestly, they wouldn't have a problem with that.
You mean the way the Kurds are prospering in North Iraq or South Kurdistan, and how Baghdad is doing everything in its power to block their progress? And the Arab League in support of it? See, this is the problem, Sean. This is the problem. No minority has ever been able to thrive in an Arab majority country. You know why? Because Arabs have this syndrome that Ibn Khaldun mentioned 800 years ago. You destroy the buildings so that you can take the contents and build your tents with it. That's the problem.
Well, you give Syria to Al Qaeda, okay? That is a shame.
Wait a second. You said somebody gave Syria to Al Qaeda?
Of course.
How can anybody give a country to somebody?
Okay, by supplying them with weapons.
Okay.
By supplying them with intelligence, by empower them, by having the European Union accept them.
One point at a time.
By having Trump shake hands with them.
Sir, 1 point at a time. Okay. So, what happened in Syria? You had a butcher in charge who killed 650,000 Sunni Arabs, a butcher named Bashar al-Assad, who was basically a part of Iran. That happened, yes?
He was not a butcher, okay?
Okay, we're gonna have. He was a what?
He was a leader.
How many people did he kill?
There was fight with the Islamic terrorists and
Okay, that's not a number. That's not a number. Okay,
Listen,
you're not gonna
I don't have a number, but there
Since you're
was
not
also
gonna
fight.
answer, Sean, hang on. Since you're not gonna answer, I will answer. 650,000. He didn't just butcher them, he cut them into pieces with carpentry tools and tortured them. This is a matter of fact, and he's been doing it for decades. He committed genocide. That's Bashar al-Assad, a tool of Iran. Iran committed genocide in Syria. This is a fact. Now, what is your next point? So Israel eliminated a terrorist army of Iran in Lebanon. And that same terrorist army of Iran, called Hezbollah, was propping up this butcher. This is a question of fact in Syria. And when the terrorist army of Iran fell, so did Bashar al-Assad. Right? Anything you disagree with?
Well, I disagree with you describing bad words for President Assad.
Okay. So shall we look up now how many people did Bashar Assad kill? We look it up together? Let's Google it together. All right? How? Okay. Well, we're gonna Google it. How?
There was battles.
No. How many people did? Let's look it up. No, I don't want to excuse this. No, let's look it up. How many people did Assad kill? Okay, I just put that into Google. All right, hang on. You do the same thing. Don't believe me. Let's see what Google says. All right. Okay. Summary of Assad regime's crimes against the Syrian people. All right. Extrajudicial killings. Right. At least 200,000 civilians, including 23,000 children and 12,000 women. Are you with me so far?
Well, who put this information? This disinformation? Who put this disinformation?
I just Googled it. Why don't you do the same thing?
Well, Google, the internet full of disinformation.
Okay. Yeah, but you do the same thing. Now let's go on. Enforced disappearances. 96,321 enforced disappearances, including 2,329 children and 5,742 women. Deaths due to torture. Are you keeping count here?
Why would he do that?
15,102 deaths due to torture. This is a lot of people, including 190 children.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that to his own people?
Okay, answer the question. Because he's a butcher. Okay, let me keep
going. No, he's not a butcher. He's a doctor. He's a
going. Okay, Bashar Assad regime, 81,916,000 barrel bombs, resulting in the deaths of 11,087 civilians.
That's disinformation. You're just spreading
1,000.
disinformation.
No,
Okay?
no, sir. What do you mean it's disinformation? I asked you to look it up. Look at it yourself.
Being on the internet doesn't mean it's true. Okay?
Sir, look it up yourself.
And Norman, let me say,
If it is on the internet, doesn't mean it's true.
You keep saying, and Norman, information is misinformation. So you claim a lot of things. How can we say you are not based on misinformation? Sean? Second thing. The whole thing is all about Sunni and Shia, right? So who is backing Bashar? Shia. And who is Bashar killing, like what Norman said, all these 250,000 or whatever, Sunni. And then what happened?
His wife is a Sunni. His wife is a Sunni.
His wife is a Sunni and he killed 650,000 Sunnis and torturing many of them.
And what happened when you start killing Sunni? You create a lot of refugees. What did they go? All in Europe. Okay? So everything is all about
7 million refugees.
And for that, Israel has to empower Al-Qaeda to take over Syria.
Well, no, I don't want to get to Al-Qaeda. I want to get rid of the butcher first, and then we can talk about the next.
Look, we are approaching long-term like
Assad.
Yeah, we We are approaching long-term
Assad is a
Middle East.
physician and he's not a butcher. He's a physician.
He butchered those people. He butchered those people.
John, let me
Netanyahu is a butcher. Netanyahu is.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Netanyahu didn't kill those Syrian people.
Your
Bashar al-Assad killed those people, sir. Let's not lose track of the conversation.
But Israel has the same problems as other Middle Eastern countries now.
No, I don't want to switch over to Israel. We're talking about one person now, Bashar al-Assad, not but Israel. This is not but Israel.
No.
We're talking about the elimination of a butcher who butchered over 650
I thought Assad fell.
Arabs.
Why is he relevant?
Yeah.
I thought he's gone.
Because we were explaining how we got to the situation in Syria now. That's how.
Yeah. And it's always
felt
Sunni
like what, a few
Shia.
months ago.
It's always Sunni and Shia. Okay? So right now Israel finally getting rid of this root of the problem. There is not going to be Shia Islamic nation anymore. There will be only Sunni. Okay? And because of that, no more killing. No more killing.
You think the problem is only Shia and not Sunnis? You're saying Sunnis don't kill anyone?
The problem is Sunni and Shia since 1,400 years.
It's just a question.
Yes. I want to
It was a disingenuous question. You know he wasn't saying that. You're trying to troll.
Okay, I apologize. But I just want to ask in a good faith. Okay, do you think that the only problem in the Middle
Nobody
East
said that. Nobody said that. So please don't be disingenuous.
Nobody says that. What I'm saying is the conflict between Shia and Sunni since 1,400 years. It's not just Sunni, it's not just Shia. The fact that you have this true faction keep fighting each other since 1,400 years. We have always problem in Middle East, and what they do in modern time is they bring this problem to the West, right? So first they have to train people, brainwash them, and send them to U.S. university to study, and also put money donation to U.S. university, so they start training all the anti-Semitic people. The whole idea is they fight each other. Sunni and Shia fight each other, but they don't like to keep this fun among themselves. They spread it to US, they spread it to Europe, right? And then keep making sure people like Sean going around keep saying whatever you say are misinformation. I'm the only one speaking the truth. Now we have to learn. There are a lot of people like Sean. They are trained to go around and say your information is misinformation. Whatever you get from Google, ChatGPT are misinformation. We do not trust ChatGPT. We do not try Google. They are twisting the truth and then keeps crying and crying. Baby are dying, children are dying, until you gave up completely what is really truth. No truth. As long as you deal with them, no truth.
Who's them? Can you point to a nation? This is a genuine question.
I know.
Iran is the first one. Syria was the second one. Iran and Syria were responsible for hundreds of thousands.
That's a question. Oh my goodness. You said they. Okay, when you use the term, excuse me, Dave, when you use the word they for me to follow the conversation, okay, I just asked the clarification. Who's them?
Exactly, but then you put word into my mouth. Say nation. You should ask the
I asked which nation. It's a question. Oh my god.
Iran and Syria.
Well, no, answer. Okay, he said Iran.
Potentially, these are Muslim Brotherhood. These are not nation. This could be a certain fraction population of Muslim, and this could be 15 to 30%. These are political Muslim and jihadist Muslims.
So
these are not
right.
nation.
So Dave, you're saying that this is something that is like that doesn't belong to specific borders. That it's like a trans global movement, basically. Is that okay?
Trans global movement,
Yeah,
which is part of the fraction of the Muslim population. Somewhere between 15 maybe to 30%. They are political Islam, radical Islam.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I just think that people are very scared of the concept of nuclear weapons, and Netanyahu's arguing that Iran has nuclear weapons.
Well, they should be afraid of Iran getting a nuclear.
Of course. No, but I don't want any place nuked, not Iran.
That's Iran.
I know Russia has also has made the claims.
Russia say they were going to nuke somebody.
Yeah, they have.
India has
When did Russia say they were going to nuke somebody?
They haven't said they'll nuke. Obviously, Putin's not smart enough
Okay,
to like
so then
take
only
serious.
Iran that said they're going to nuke somebody, as I said.
And who did they say they'll nuke? Is that Israel?
America and Israel.
Okay. So they are chanting death to America. Now here's the problem.
I'm saying that they said they're going to nuke America. What's the background going on?
Is it me? Oh, it's my air conditioner. I'm sorry.
Okay. Very intrusive.
Okay, fair enough. But here's the thing, normal, right? Like a lot of Americans, there's a fraction of Americans, that's what I want to try to ask you. There are isolationists who believe we're not involved in the Middle East, so on, and they're rebelling against Trump. And they're arguing that is this a real weapons of mass destruction, or is this fake like Iraq, where they didn't find weapons? What is your answer to that?
the situation is this. North Korea.
Why are you even asking? Wait, Dave, give me a second.
Yeah.
Samia, what is your question?
My question is, are the American public...
said that they're getting involved.
No, they're not. But
I still can't hear you. You're not near the phone. Would you mind talking into the phone rather than being on the desk and talking from across the room?
Can you hear me better now?
Well, now that you're speaking into the phone, yes.
Okay, thank you. So here's the question.
On the desk.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? A lot of Americans that are with Trump believe this isolationist first America argument, which is that we don't want to get involved.
About these Americans.
I wasn't done though, but okay, never mind. Because you're sexist and you don't like to answer questions. Never mind.
I love to answer questions. I just said, what is your question?
Okay, my question is.
Now, why would you call me sensitive?
Because.
Probably the least I can bring you
Oh my God, Sarah. Okay, she's coming to clean me out. Okay.
Sarah, let me talk.
Okay.
Sarah.
Okay, Sarah. I didn't say you. I said him.
It doesn't matter.
I want to hear the questions.
No, I can't, Normal, because you have your bodyguard here. Okay, thank you.
I want to hear your questions to me. Please say.
Okay. The question is that, okay, so the American first people are rebelling against Trump. The question is, does Iran has fucking weapons of mass destruction, yes or no? That's what everyone's scared about. Netanyahu doesn't say that?
Never said that, no.
No, never. Okay, you're bluffing. No, that's my only question.
Not being honest. What's your question?
I never said you're dishonest. I'm saying that you were arguing that this is not a... Okay, Netanyahu, who's the leader of Israel, said that Iran is 2 weeks, 3 weeks away from weapons of mass destruction. Yes or no?
He said a nuclear bomb. He said he's using uranium, not weapons of mass destruction.
Okay, so a nuclear bomb is not a weapons of mass destruction? No.
Well, it's very... What you're saying is vague, and I'm being exact. Because weapons of mass destruction with Iraq, I don't know what 20 years ago.
Normal, you're manipulative. You're manipulative. I'm done.
I'm not manipulative. I'm being precise. I'll tell you what Netanyahu said, then you can ask the question if you have. Netanyahu said that Iran is racing towards creating a nuclear bomb, and that the most dangerous country in the world did not have the most dangerous weapon in the world. That's a quote. And the International Atomic Energy Commission agrees. So American intelligence
is gone.
Israeli intelligence and the International Atomic Energy Commission agree. So what's your next question?
And Norman, she's gone.
Every time you answer the question, they run away. Why is that?
No, because her intention is just to create confusion. It's the way they are being brainwashed. They only know how to contribute to confusion.
Hey, this is a really disturbing time.
I know, it's the way how they're being teach. How they're being teach. Brainwashed. They only know how to contribute confusion. They're not interested in truth. They use this to create TikTok and all this thing to increase their influence, status and all this thing. Truth is...
But what status?
What? Yeah. I mean, they could... doing like TikTok. They could be recording whatever we say to promote themselves. They're not interested about truth. They just want entertainment. All
You
this
know, I've spoken to her many times. She was never like this before.
Sorry?
I said I've spoken to her many times. She was never like this before.
I see. So you know her. Okay.
Very dishonest. I asked the same question of the Palestinians that you've been in the room with me, right? Now these are people, oh, Palestine, occupation, babies, all of this stuff. So I asked the question, which part is occupied? You know what they usually say? All of it. In other words, they wanted to destroy the state of Israel.
This pro-Palestine movement is now a lifestyle, right? So it's an interesting lifestyle. If you're Hollywood, you say pro-Palestine, you get business, you get to play in a movie and all this thing. And anyone who stand up and say, I'm not pro-Palestine, they are kicked out of Hollywood. It's just a lifestyle.
I say, which part is occupied? They call it, maybe you were there. I said, really, what else is occupied? Is New York occupied? Yes. How about the Vatican? Is the Vatican occupied? Yes. Then I say the other question. When did this land become yours? Since when was it ever your land? And you know what they never, ever have an answer. You want to know why? Because they know very well it was never their land. They're just lying. They know, and if you ask them a direct question,
the most interesting part is like recently, right? Somebody create a movement, right? So people from Europe, people from Canada, US, they all come to Egypt with the aim to try to get to Gaza, right? And try to with their president, just like Reagan. Yeah, so if you hear how they talk to a group of Egyptian soldier standing as a line blocking them, this guy was just keep saying everything that a typical pro-Palestine was talking. People are crying, children are dying, people are starving. You know, they were talking and shouting, right? The Egyptian soldier not moving stop. They cannot imagine that they are here now as a Westerner and they are talking something that are going to make the Arab people, you know, very proud, but they end up facing all kind of fight back, you know, by the Badoon and all these people. You see, they are completely living in a total different world. They believe the fact that by having Westerner fighting for equal right, like what this guy was saying, Sean, if you give equal right to Palestine, everything will be okay. These people, Westerner coming to Egypt, we are fighting for equal right, and they never even imagine once that there will be a fight back from the Egyptian people. They never imagine this is possible, because in their world, this is never going to be possible. They are living in a whole different world completely. That's why they can keep saying all kind of nonsense. They're not living in reality.
You're right, Dave. You're not living in reality. So that's how to do with these guys. Say to them, when did that land become yours? I know the Ottoman Empire had it, and I know that the British mandate offered to give you a country, and you said no, and Israel said yes. So when does it become your land?
The big problem is, how is it possible that this non-reality information mobilize so many Westerner? Jordanian king now is preaching the same thing today to European Union Parliament. He's doing right now. So the question is, they are saying.
What is he saying?
They say we need to look into Gaza, that he's hoping to pitch for the two-state solution, right? So the last time he came to Europe was in Germany. Today he went into European Parliament. The question is, they believe Westerners are stupid. There are certain percentage of Westerners are stupid. You can tell them all kind of shit. Just keep singing the song Equal Right, just like Sion doing. Equal Right is very popular. You say Equal Right.
Who is Sion?
The guy just now, Sean just now.
Sean.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you tell him that Assad killed 650,000
no,
people.
the thing is not. Is the problem is Westerner. Sean, try again here. Equal right. You give equal right to Gaza. There will be no more fighting. They will be okay. And then Sarah said, yeah, it will be okay until they keep reproduce until Israel become an Arab nation, right? So they believe you can misinform the Western. They're better than you. People like everywhere, and you coming with this of Westerner gather through social media from different parts of Europe and Canada and US, gather Asian, they all can be easily fooled. And that's why the IRGC call them the very good, useful idiot from the Western nation. And they still don't realize. It's amazing.
I thought Samir was a good faith, a good faith arguer, a good faith talker until just now. She obviously just talking nonsense. If I say one thing, she says something else. If I say Bashar al-Assad, she goes, no. If I say, when did it become their land? She goes, well, the settlements, the West Bank. It's a bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of lies and nonsense.
It's also the way she posed the question. She keep putting words into your mouth. She keep coming up with misinformation as her opening statement and question. So this is the way. And
she's a bodyguard. Then she's also right. She's the whole conversation off track.
It's always like that, right? Yeah, they try to change the topic every 1-2 sentence. How many misinformation they said squeeze in within 1, 2, 3 sentences. This is their technique.
You heard them. You got it. That's exactly it.
Yeah, and what the Jewish people have to do, which we have to, get better and better.
Chicago cheeseburger.
They're taking the carrot. Look, within one sentence, I have 3 carrots. Next sentence, I have 3 different carrots. And then the Jewish people were busy tracking each carrot and debate. And then they keep spinning off.
It's a picture of my cell phone's recording phone.
Absolutely right. And I just said that's why I said let's go talk about it. You say genocide?
Right, are we all just cell phones now? I mean, nobody really lives in real lives anymore. Everybody just looks at their fucking cell phone all day, right?
Is this how you get all the views on your videos? They just get your phone still.
That's right. I'm the only one looking at my own work.
That's right. You can be like me. I'm going to fight.
I am psyoping the psyop.
Eventually, they run away from me. You want to talk genocide?
Currently, I'm recording El Normo and Dave talking about genocide.
Well, then they want to talk about it. You think it's apartheid? What's the definition of apartheid? Then they change the subject again. Now they're going to say Balfour Declaration.
Don't you know this is all just one psychological observational study to detect neuroticism?
That's the how they were
this
trained.
room, that room, does it matter?
Start listening to
You're off the charts.
Once you start following them, and
It's all linear. Algebra.
Where the senior members start training the junior member. This is how you do it. This is now we brainstorm.
Where's this guy from? South
the next
Korea?
round of deception. This is how they're doing it. They keep coming back and they throw you all
Listening to Dave talk to El Normo. Don't you know Dave?
Brainstorm for the
He thinks
next
the
round.
Jews want to build a temple.
And if whatever work, they use it in real life.
I said Andrew Meyer's gonna be the lead digger.
US, they use it in Canada.
Don't you know McZed's gonna be the high priest? They all want a jobs program at the temple in Jerusalem.
Others. You understand? No. That's how they work.
They're giving you a migraine or something? Aren't you supposed to be Neo from the Matrix?
I don't think they have any answer to the way that I hear.
No,
Daniel or me, we don't
You have the N-word Tourette syndrome. Have you told your therapist about your N-word Tourette syndrome?
defense against you, but you are
I'm
just
asking you a question. How many times a day do you say the N-word?
defenseless with their misinformation.
What you need to do is recognize that you want.
Yeah. So the question now is are we now making progress? Yes.
Let's say
Once we finally get rid
Donald
of
Trump is the
Shia
only true president. Barack Obama is the only true president.
IRGC, we return
George W.
democracy
Bush,
back to 85% of Iranian people
Interesting.
who
Yeah, when she hired
their
back for the
country
adoption
back,
thing I was
right?
telling you.
Then this removes
Just
the
now, like this, my brother.
fundamental
You look at it,
roots of
It's the same
problem
with
That's not what
always
it's for. Person, one
impact
president.
Middle East since 1,400 years. The fight between Shiite and Sunni. Yeah, and this fight prevent peace in Middle East. Without peace in Middle East, Europe cannot solve its migration politics. Without Europe solving the migration politics, each of European nation, the 2026, actually maybe half of it, because the Eastern European, they're willing to pay money than to take in any Muslim, right? And so it's the other half. Many of the nations are divided to one part, let's say no more immigration, the other part totally still living in La La Land, right? So that's all. We are making progress, and we just have to understand their strategy, what is their end game, and the end game is very close now. So we are making good progress. And also today,
Can you believe the military? If there's not a single country in this world, it just stopped making nuclear reaction from everything. They were a paper tiger.
Well, Norman.
These people can't fight. They can't fight, Dave. This is what's unbelievable.
Norman, the other thing is, how could 200 missile first day, second day 100, right? And then the third day went down to 35. First, they shoot a lot of missile, and who protected the people in Israel from having like 300 over missile and still less than 30 people die, right? So that is another miracle. That is actually worth talking about. That is a miracle.
What, that we took out the missile battery so that there's fewer and fewer missiles to fire?
No, that is one point, but the point is 300 over missile came over 2-3 days. Very few people died. That is a miracle.
Right.
That should be celebrated.
Yeah.
That should be celebrated.
Is it 300 missiles?
I think first day was 200, and then the IDF keep taking down all the launchers. By second day, they can only at one time launch 100. I think by the third day, they can only launch one time 35 or something like that. So the IDF keep taking down the launcher, and Iranian IRGC claim some people think they have up to 2,000. So launcher is the limiting factor. You take down the launcher, even though they have a lot of missiles, they can't shoot many at one time, and that is exactly how you save life in Israel.
Thank you for being on our side. I really thank God for you.
El Normo, what's it like being, such a unique individual? Because you do have a lot of history inside of your memory. And when you talk to people on this app, I mean, they demand things of you, but they don't give the things that they demand of you. So it's like, has your life always been like this, or is it a new thing?
I mean, what are you saying? How do I answer the bullshit with honest truth? What are you saying exactly?
I guess, yeah, what I'm saying is like,
I hate lies. I hate it. I hate people lying. And I hate it. I hate the fact that people are so brainwashed. And I hate the fact that people, they want to kill Jews. It's just really upsetting to me. And the whole liberal idea is I'm going to let you live, you're going to let me live, let's live together and make a nice life. And America did that. And now they want to tear it down. And I want them to see that this is what
Why are you saying that? My Jewish friends say I'm not honest. That's not true. Their Jewish friends are in this room.
Well, I don't know. I think you just have like a great gift for this type of, I guess, combat. You could call it linguistic combat on here. You truly are like a gem, because when your light really activates, when you see all the attack, you're basically Tel Aviv. Everyone on here is a rocket launching at you, and so it is like candle to the moth, the moth to the candles. I mean, you're the light. So what I don't understand is like it has to be psychological, meaning people are so polarized with politics, talking about it, reading about it, having their biased opinions, but also they're not dealing with their personal problems. So like that's a reason why a lot of this is happening, on this app, meaning the communication exchange on here is a deficiency in their personal lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here in the first place. I mean, some people, maybe are in a position to be here, but how can this type of communication be fruitful for most of the incoming rockets towards you? It's not. So it's like, I don't know. I'm just observing and trying to come up with some at least communication theories, sociological theories, psychological theories, therapeutic theories.
El Norman? Are you still there, El Norman?
Oh, I was talking. Thank you for the nice thing. I forgot to unmute. I'm like multitasking times 10. Thank you for the nice things he said, John. And, I appreciate the way you're trying to understand what's going on in the world with communication theory and with Jewish theology. And I even pressed that I went ahead and bought that book that you recommended, the Tanya book.
Yeah, it's a good book. It's a very, yeah, it's, I just see so many overlays really between all world religions. And if, religion is politics though, because once you become a gift of the gab, or even with, the word or this type of spiritual intelligence, I don't know. To me, it kind of depoliticizes me, and then sometimes I become hyper politicized. Like, it is a polarization thing. I mean, but I want to always be in the middle. I want to be balanced and have equilibrium, because you can't really win any kind of games if you're in a state of disequilibrium.
And Norman and John, I just want to share that U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, sent a long text messages to Trump, and Trump shared that messages publicly. I urge you all to take a look. It's very well written.
Who is this? Huckabee said what?
The ambassador of U.S. to Israel sent a long message to Trump, right? Because he understands Trump now has to make a decision, and the message was written very nicely, very well, and urging Trump to listen to him with a capital H-I-M, him.
Oh, that's beautiful. Now I get it.
Yeah, please read that. It's very nice. And anybody who wants long-term Middle East peace plan to come through, pray that him would give the right guidance to Trump, so he would be more decisive what to do next. Because the G7 and the G7, right? Macron is pushing for a ceasefire. And then I think Gary also said that today in his critical thinking forum, that Trump in
the Air Force One telling people, no, he did not agree with the ceasefire. So there's a lot of misinformation going on among the political leader who attended the G7, right? So, and that add additional layer to Trump to think. First, there are people in US, what they think. First, then there are political leaders from Europe, what they think. And then the actual need, what is going on in Israel and Iran, and the big picture of Middle East. So there's a lot of burden here. And that message from Mike Huckabee summarized honestly. He said, see, Truman, no president has to face this kind of burden. Okay, and Norman, please go and check out the text.
And the question is whether the U.S. should jump in.
I think there's a lot of confusion. A lot of Americans who are here keep saying that, they're worried U.S. will be involved. There are many rooms here in Clubhouse. They're worried U.S. be involved. The question is, nobody knows what involved means. Actually, from the Israeli side, please give us, the bomb, Moab, right? The one that can penetrate through. And the rest we take care. There's no army needed from U.S. on foot in Iran. And also, I think the IDF do not plan to have foot soldier in Iran. They might have some operative, but not the foot soldier. Most of the foot soldier are in Gaza, right? So people are confused. Everything is confused. People don't care about what is the truth, or maybe there are very few people is able to, clear the fog of deception. So basically, U.S. involvement is just defense, helping all the missile coming in, shoot them down. The U.S. involved in refueling of the aircraft of IDF. That's it. And the last request is, please give us the bomb, yeah, to just destroy completely the nuclear facility, and that's it. The IDF can do the rest. If IDF were to do it alone, they have to keep hitting the place over 2-3 weeks, and it will take forever because it's too deep, the place, some of the bunker. Yeah, that's all, nothing more. And that for Trump to make that decision is in alignment with the G7 member. No nuclear weapon allowed in Iran, so Trump just have to approve, sending of this weapon to destroy all nuclear facility, and then that's it, nothing more. And the rest IDF can handle. Yeah, and people just have to understand. People are confused. Oh, they're going to be foot soldier in Iran. America is going to involve, blah blah. No, everything can be doing in a very discreet way.
I don't know, they're Paul or John here.
Because I modded him in case I wanted to look at the other.
Hey, there's a John Paul joke there. I'm not crafty enough to make it.
Well, it's good to decide. I'm gonna look around, then I'll come back.
Alright, man.
Okay, Marshall.
So, Marshall, do you think the United States should continue sending weapons and money and military support to Israel? Marshall. Okay, great.
Zero.
Yeah, exactly. He lives in fucking Australia. Like, I doubt it. But, whatever. I'm not gonna take that away from him. So that's what he says. That's what he says.
What's up, John?
What up? Don't you think it's a little ridiculous that people will die on a hill on this app, but yet they don't even live in these areas? They're not impacted by it whatsoever, but they believe that their opinions are 100% correct and that they're infallible. To me, it's so hypocritical and so mentally insane to come on here and project so much all the time when you're not even living there, you're not even impacted, you have no skin in the game, but yet they believe they're 100% correct. It's cringe, and it's Clown House. Like, yeah, I'm here too, so are you, but let's admit it. Like, this is Clown House, and it's for schmucks.
What happened? You're in a room? In the room?
No, I've been recording Jay Bresca all day long, the super Jew of
That
Clown
room is
House.
going all day?
Yeah, you didn't know he's king of the Jews now.
Bro, that guy's so fucking annoying, bro.
He's a felon and a pimp, and now he's Jewish all of a sudden. Everything is my people, my people, my people.
Who is it? JB.
He's the Sicilian mafioso pimp from Brooklyn who claims that, the Jews are my people. He's the Sicilian mafioso pimp from Brooklyn who claims that, the Jews are...
Yeah.
Basically, everybody wants to be Joe Rogan or Oprah or Candace Owens. Candace Owens is the new Oprah, and But anyways, that's the thing, is people are chasing clout or some type of content business or something, but it's pathetic. I mean, it's so stupid. This is trash TV gossip essentially on this app.
It's all for clout, bro. That's what it is at the end of the day. Like that con man mentality for clout. And bro, what he does is he uses this shit like, I should have never did this shit back when Shomi was still a hostage. But we were raising money for him, and he's like, I'll do a room for him, and I'll get people to donate to the GoFundMe for him, and everything like that. So he did a room, he raised like $1,000 in one room, pretty much. And he uses that like as leverage now, like, I raised money for the hostages when in Israel, I did so much, blah, 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 blah. Like, he said that shit today, bro, in that room. I'm like, dude, this shit makes me cringe when I hear that. It's like, you don't do that to make it like clout on yourself, bro. You do that because out of your heart, like, as a good person. The fuck is that shit, bro?
Well, there's not a speck of dust out of place. I mean, again, I think this is like a psychiatric holding facility for people. So, again, you don't even know who you're talking to on this app. You don't know anything about these people, but because of language, you develop these relationships. But again, this is all such a huge waste of time that people come here and keep feeding all this data into this app, getting nothing in return. And he likes to say, that's the definition of insanity, if you keep repeating yourself. Well, what do you think everybody's doing here? Everybody's repeating themselves.
Those rooms are just shit shows, bro. Just people bashing at each other the whole fucking time. That's all it is.
It's a pot of shit, and you just stir it, and you stir it, and you keep turning and spinning that shit in that pot. You just keep rotating, and every day it's the same fucking pot of shit that they just keep rotating every day.
It literally is every fucking day almost. Oh, Johnny boy!
Why are you going so hard on the Muslims now? Jeez, like, why are you going so hard on all the Muslims?
Who said that?
I think Princessia said that to me because Sam had a room where he was going through all these hadiths, and there's this one guy on this app who's a lot like Sunan Abi here, who also knows all the racy hadiths.
How dare you compare anybody to me? Go ahead.
So what's so funny is even in Islam, there's like gossip. you know, in these hadiths, it's essentially like the scandal mag for Muslims back in the day, where they're like, "Did you read about this hadith? Oh, you'll never believe how scandalous this one is." Like, they have their own inside jokes, I believe, but they happen to all be like pedophile and faggot jokes. So that's the funny secret thing about Islam, is that they also have their own like internal shame and jokes, and whether it's real or not, I don't know. But once you hear it, you're like, how could that be? Like, that's real. Like, and it's considered part of their scripture, it's their program. So it's like,
I'm just saying, if I were to become a Muslim, I would not be a Sunni Muslim because the Shias are right. Because the Shias are like, look how bad all the fucking Sahabas and fucking Aisha talked about Muhammad. Like, she literally calls him a pedophile and a rapist and a piece of shit, and that he died by poison. I mean, like, if I was gonna be a Muslim, I'd be like, wait a minute, like, why are we Sunni? Why are we following all these people that talk shit about Muhammad? Oh, that's because Muhammad was a piece of shit. That's why.
so wait, you're saying the Shias donk and shit test the Sunnis by actually exposing their own scripture to them, and the Shias are separate because of the familiar divide, whatever it is, you know, cousin or uncle, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah. They made up their own hadiths. They don't have Muhammad sucking off his grandson or dying of poison or Aisha getting fucked by some dude, obviously, you know, and showing back up in the man camp, and everybody, the whole entire city's like, oh, Aisha just showed up with some random guy. Because they were going across country or shit, and she like stayed behind, and some young dude, strapping like 25-year-old dude, like rode her on a fucking horse all the way back to the city, and everybody's like, she's not allowed to be alone with that guy. Obviously, they were doing something, and had to be two witnesses, and there was two witnesses, and then Muhammad wakes up the next morning, and he's like, oh, Allah said there has to be four witnesses. Also, you can't say anything bad about Aisha. So they're like, yeah, we can't kill her. Sorry.
Have you seen that YouTube channel where it's like the 3D graphics, and it like takes all the stories from the glorious Quran and the history of Muhammad and puts it into like a very slow, crappy video, but nonetheless, you're just like, I can't believe this is what people actually read and believe and memorize and think about all the time. It's like, this is insane, like, and stupid, and I can't believe it, but that's how people, you know, run their lives, I guess, in this part of the world.
In Sunni Islam, they have a hadith in the story about Muhammad where he goes out in the desert, takes his companion, writes a circle around him, and then he says, stay here and do not leave the circle or you shall surely die. And then he goes off like a stone's throw away, and these 8 Al-Zut guys from like the South Persian, whatever, you know, region down by the sea, and they're all like 6'4" fucking black Indian dudes with these giant fucking hog dicks that can just like fuck for hours, and they just ride Muhammad all fucking night. And then they come over to the circle, and for some reason they can't go inside the circle, but they're trying to like grab his companion, and he's like sitting down and hiding his ass. And then after they get done riding Muhammad all night, then Muhammad crawls over to his companion and lays his head down in his fucking lap.
Do you think it's metaphor though?
Yeah. No, so what they do is they say, oh, these Al-Zut men were not really men, they were really jinn, they were really demons. And the demons, they were torturing him, they were being mean to him and messing with him all night. So that's why he comes over all weak and like his butt's hurting and he's crying about his ass hurting and, you know, complaining about how they rode him all night and shit. Like, no, it's clearly 8 fucking black dudes ran a train on Muhammad, and then he comes over and the other dude's like getting cupped in the circle.
Well, I ask if it's metaphor because you can never actually have a conversation with a Muslim and say, isn't it a metaphor? You know, or is it like a symbol for something? Or, you know, these big donkey dick jinns. I mean, like, is there a mystical interpretation? Or is it literal? And they'll say, no, it is literal. And you're just like, you know, like, the thing is, it doesn't make me question other faiths or religions. It says to me that this is like the lowest quality religion of the 4 world religions. It's a little bit like going to Malcolm X Technical College on the South Side versus going to like Princeton. You know, there's a quality of education there which is lacking.
Apparently there was a 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Iran. People are saying it could be a nuclear bomb test. I don't believe it though. I don't believe it because like it shows on the USGS website 51 kilometers southeast of Borajan. Why would they do it 51 kilometers outside of a major city? Like that would make no fucking sense. So that room finally done?
No, Marshall is holding it down. Marshall Stankin right now. He kicked me out of the room. I asked him if he believes that the U.S. should continue sending weapons and money to Israel, and he kicked me immediately. But you know, the thing about fake news is it really is so real that, you know, there's a lot of fake news created on both sides. But to me, like, to even watch the news now is like coming to Clown House, because you realize it's all a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're going on the app for, right? I mean, if you're going into those rooms, then yeah, us, our group, we're friends. We come in there, we talk, catch up, you know, and then we talk about, you know, what's going on and update each other, which I think is a lot more informative. But you know, to go into those fucking rooms where it's just like the JB show or whoever else is leading the show, it's really pointless.
Well, it's a little bit like a psychological observational study where when you listen to them and you record, especially the terrorist supporters like Edward and Amir, I mean, I think there's real world consequences for a lot of the things they're saying, because they are making a lot of extremist racist comments about Jews, about Indians, and then spreading propaganda. So it's like, if you wanted to call the FBI or Department of Homeland Security at 188, 555 FBI or whatever, and like report them, and get their location and provide them videos and say, is this legal? Because they did pass legislation, I think, restricting some of this type of online hate speech. So it's just a question of, are people willing to actually,
Where do you think he's been? Where's Cynic been? I haven't seen him in a while. Have you seen him?
Well, I reported him like 2 weeks ago, and he came back with a new party hat, and I asked him if he liked his new party hat. And I said, I'm sure you'll have another one. And, also Resistance. I haven't seen him, either.
I
And
saw him today.
You did? Oh, no.
He came into our room, yeah.
Did he have a party hat or no?
No, I'm talking about to the FBI, bro. I think Cynic has already been reported by some people on this app, bro. So I'm just wondering, like, has he actually been on the app again after getting that new account? Because I remember seeing it was a Hamas. His name was Hamas, but I haven't seen him in a while. Usually he's been on. He's pretty active,
The funniest thing is, if you could like get him on the phone or something, he'd be like, man, I'm done going on Clown House and debating with those clowns. It's a waste of my time and my effort and my intellect. It's below me, man. I'm done with it, man. Hello, man. What's wrong with your laptop? How can I help you today? My name is Cynic Mikhail.
Oh, shit, man.
Can I put a Free Palestine sticker on your laptop?
Help the cause.
Where was the Jiu-Jitsu championship? Oh, wow, Italy? Wow, so you have to get the medal in secret. That's cool. But yeah, to think that Iran isn't going to have earthquakes, I mean, it's like Los Angeles. They have an earthquake every fucking day.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's very common there.
Did you?
Also, I think that after those bombings that Israel do, it just rush it up.
Yeah, it's like scratching a zit. Now it's all infected. Do you remember when Turkey had those earthquakes and those like 13-story, concrete buildings just pancaked on each other? Do you remember that devastation? That was wild. I mean, that's fucked up. Like, you realize it's not safe to build, you know, concrete skyscrapers in earthquake zones. They just crumble.
Yeah, they should have learned from the Japanese.
Well, that would require intelligence and additional, engineering feats and capabilities that the average, concrete pourer does not have.
Oh, man.
I don't know. This everybody on this app. It's like this war will go down as like another huge turnover on this app. Meaning like the Trump election, leading like this is like the another major world event where everybody on this app has the wrong take, and they always end up being dead wrong completely, and they have to eat it. And then they just keep going on like it never happened, and there's some new topic. This truly is like a pot of shit, and it doesn't like every single day. There's just a new news event to drop in the turds with everybody here.
But I'm sorry, what's new about that? Like,
Exactly.
that's the, all the time. All the liberal, all the Democrats, all the lefties. It's the same exact show.
I know. I wonder like, but the thing is, they create a new show every single week, every single month, and so they determine the programming of the show in a way. But they just always get refuted because the truth is strength and power is what rules our reality, not these effeminate men on this app that run around screaming about the Jews. And have you been in Edward's room? Have you heard that one guy, the trans guy, who says, "I'm in a bunker. I'm in a bunker in Tel Aviv." Have you heard that guy?
No.
It's not me. It's not me, but it is a very funny voice. It's some man who pretends to be pro-Palestine, and he does a trans voice. But Edward and Amir, they don't care. They just let him go, and they call everybody else, a faggot. But, anyways, they are big organizers of hate speech on this app.
Oh yeah, they are. Also that guy Jack, bro, he's a fucking big piece of shit.
Yeah, he lives here in Chicago. He's like, "You want to meet up and go to the protest?" I was like,
Really? He said that to you?
thinking like, man, he'll shoot me, dump me in the river, let alone, why do I want to go hang out with you? I can come on here and talk to you 7 days a week. What the fuck?
Wanna go grab a deep dish, bro?
I don't know. This is all political, and it's unfortunate that everything is political, including war, but this is politics and it's war at the same time. So, it's going to have a political solution and a de-escalation. And I think Iran has been proven, to be. The point is they eliminated so much of the leadership that it's like without a functioning brain, to issue all the commands, all the plebe soldiers are just in utter shock and dismay. So it's like putting a nail in the snake of a head, in the head of a snake, and the snake is still alive, but it's like it's got brain damage now.
It's like wiggling, yeah.
But the point is, the snake has been rendered. It's not coming back. It's not coming back from the injury. You know what I'm saying? It's like only a matter of time now before the snake dies.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing now, for sure. Like, first it was 200 rockets at one time, and now they're sending like 10, 15. Obviously, they can't do what they were doing before, or, like you said, they're running around not knowing what the fuck to do.
They caught him off guard so badly. This is like, you wake up the next day and you're like, what? what, Israel attacked Iran in a full-on scale, full assault, you know, and you're like, you just can't even believe it. So like they were probably taken off guard so badly and put into such a state of panic. I mean, I could only imagine what like videos, you know, from inside Iran look like. Just people filming shit in the streets, you know, how they responded. Um, I haven't seen any type of internal videos, but you know, I don't know. I mean, did you see all those people on the highway? They looked like they got released from a prison. Did you see that video?
Yeah, yeah, they did, bro. There was prisons across the country that people were being they escaped, or like there was damage caused to it, and then they were able to escape. But those are like people who are pretty much like what North Korea does with people who go against the regime. They put them into these into these prisons. That's what some Persian person said. I don't like on the app. I don't know how true that is or not, but yeah. So
Isn't it wild? I mean, Syria fell, you know, like that when Bashar Assad had to go to Russia, that to me was like, I can't believe this. Like, oh, in the blink of an eye, this shit happened, and the same shit could happen in Iran, and it really does look that way. Like, have you seen the Shah's son's videos on Instagram?
yeah, he's talking all about that shit.
Well, what I'm saying.
In Syria, it was the same thing. Like they started releasing all the people from the prison and shit, bro. It was pretty much the same thing. So you know.
Well, what I'm saying is the narrative or the back, all the pieces are coming together for a successful regime change and downfall of, you know, this dark period in Iranian history.
Yeah, just like how Golani was, you know, stepping up to say, I'm going to pretty much take over the country. This is what the Shah son is doing.
So I heard Amir yesterday saying that the Ayatollah can issue a fatwa, and then that will activate the hundreds of Shia sleeper cells embedded throughout the West. And it's shit like that I feel like should be reported to the FBI.
FBI should be knocking on that motherfucker's door, bro.
Good idea.
Like shit like that's scary that he says that. Like he like has some insider shit.
Well, the fact that he relishes in the thought of innocent people dying, it's a psychopathology. Like, it is an index. He's very high on the psychoterrorist level, you know, and the shit he says about things like that, you're like, why isn't the FBI listening in on this app? Or are they? You know, and are they doing observations of these people? Because do they run nonprofits? Are they funneling money? Who else are they talking to? You know, like, who are they connected with in their community politically? I mean, there's a lot of network, you know, about these people and why they're here. You know, like right now, I could probably go into anonymous mode and start recording Amir's, you know, daily propaganda distribution room about terrorism and supporting terrorism. He will.
The thing is, do you think that the FBI have enough resources to really maintain and monitor, you know, stuff like that throughout the whole internet? You know?
Well, that's easy. The AI can do it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they have something like that.
See, the thing is, it's about predicting activities prior to them actually happening. So it's like a little bit like Time Cop, where all this data goes and gets sent to that data center in Salt Lake City or the CIA HQ, and after you do something, then they pull your fucking data. But in terms of like predicting what people are going to do, I mean, see, the thing is, it all becomes hyper political. So it's like, are they actually going to go knock on Amir's door, or are they going to kick his door in? You know, like, how much is enough? Like, how long do you let people come on here and spread hate speech and terrorism speech all day long before the FBI starts kicking in people's doors and saying, okay, you got to come in for 30-day supervision. We're 5150ing you. And we're also holding you, you know, you're going to have to get a habeas corpus kind of thing. Like, you know, the government should take action against these online terrorists on this app and on X Spaces and elsewhere.
I agree with you, bro. Fucking
The question, how far those liberal pieces of shit will take it to the freedom of speech.
Exactly. Colombia, yeah. Yeah, that shit's crazy, bro, honestly.
And they didn't let him out. Kind of amazing.
Yeah, but they stopped and weren't being deported, bro. That's fucking crazy. Fucking stupid judges that we have here. It's really retarded.
If anyone talks about us using the bunker busters,
They've been talking about it all day.
I think we're at a point right now. You got the air defenses down. I think you go in, you hit those sites. Right now is the time the window's open.
I agree with you, man. I just think Trump, I don't want to say he's scared, man, but I think he doesn't want to, like, he's trying to get ready for the backlash that he's going to get. But he gets backlash for whatever the fuck he does, so he should be used to that shit right now.
I mean, Trump's greatest strength is his strength. And this is the thing that's so shocking about the Israelis doing this, punch in the nose knockout blow rapidly. I mean, they blitzkrieged fucking Iran. They blitzkrieged them. I hate to use that term, but the fact that they are so off balance now, if you smash them again, this is where the government will fail. And to try to negotiate or to allow the government to remain in power, it's the same thing with Hamas. It's like, no, your time's over. Like, you're going to have to bite, you lost the war. You're going to have to deal with the political fallout of that situation. So, I just think Trump is going to fucking unleash hell on Iran and blow the shit out of them.
I hope so, bro. It would only really take literally one fucking airstrike or air raid, whatever you want to call it, and that's it. That's all they would need to do. They would need to come in there multiple times. We have over 14,000 planes in our arsenal, bro. Like,
yeah, that's exactly what they need to do is do a very targeted bombing run, maybe once, twice, even 3 times, and completely eliminate as much of their hardware as humanly possible.
Once again, the only help Israel needs is the bunker busters. I think everything else have got covered. They got the rest of it covered. You could have put a couple of B-2s in there and put the bunker busters in and say clean it up.
Y'all did see in the last 2.5 hours that Iran attacked U.S. in Iraq. They went after our consulate and they went after Arifjan. We had to shoot down 2 different drones. So Iran's actively attacking U.S. straight, no proxy, no nothing, straight from them. So
where did you get that report at?
That just happened in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, but where did you see the report of it?
Yeah, I saw the same thing.
Yeah.
They said they intercepted him.
But they're literally coming after America. They want to pull us into this.
They're so stupid, bro, if they do that shit.
Well, if they done that, I think the decision's probably being made right in D.C. right now to kick it into gear. He warned that guy.
Why do you think we got a second aircraft fleet coming into the Middle East?
Did you read the Huckabee letter? How he says, how you were spared on September whatever when they tried to assassinate Trump? Like, in the very first sentence, I was like, whoa, here we go. What did Mike Huckabee write? Did you see what Trump posted? He posted the whole text message.
So there's one aircraft carrier station at Diego Garcia. Then there's a second one that was coming up through the strait there in Malaysia. And then a third one just left out of Virginia. The George H. Herbert Walker Bush, whatever. George Herbert Walker Bush.
Yeah, the Nemesis class one. Yeah.
Well, the Nemesis class one's coming through Malaysia. I don't know what the George is there, and it's also the George Herbert Walker.
I thought it was. I might be wrong, but I mean, you can double check.
Yeah,
it's a moot point, but the point is how many? You got 2 submarines? How many frigates? How many destroyers?
Did you
how many battleships? Per fleet?
There was 30 strata tankers that left out of the United States and headed to Europe yesterday. They got there yesterday, and they had the WC-135, the nuke sniffer, out running like training exercises over like Nebraska and all
Listen,
that.
we represent the people.
Yeah, it's gonna get down like Charlie Brown. The fact that they fucking fired at Arab John, that like I kind of get the Arab John. It's a base in western Iraq. It's a U.S.
So they fired at a base and a consulate. Is what you're saying?
You know that we keep like 2,500 U.S. soldiers in Iraq as like an anti-ISIS
deterrent.
Yeah. So yeah, they're firing on U.S. installations, and we already had like 3 soldiers die last year. We don't want no more of this shit. Don't fuck with our folks and don't fuck with our people.
I just want to know where the fuck did you get the report, bro? Because I need to see that shit, bro. That's important, bro.
Just Google it.
Do you know who Keegan Duncan is?
No.
Look him up on YouTube. He's a U.S. military. He's in the military. He's got access to all the like intel. He's been doing like reports of like what's been going on militarily around the world for like probably like 2 years on Clubhouse, on YouTube. But like you could look up his latest one. It was probably maybe like 45 minutes ago, and he's showing you video from like maybe 2 hours ago of actual footage of the drones being knocked down.
The thing is, I heard that they attacked like a base in Erbil. It was either yesterday or 2 days ago or something like that, but I don't know. I didn't hear about anything today, so that's the first time I'm hearing something.
Well, I just found out about it 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, you can Google it. Have you Googled things recently? It's called Google.
Who, me?
I know people just like to use their lips and tongues here and not actually use their thumbs anymore, but
Like Googling is whatever, bro.
Man,
I'm
Matt.
looking at
Matt put together a killer room the other day, dude. That Dr. Adams is fucking hilarious.
What's up, Matt? Yeah, he is fucking funny.
What's up, Harry? What's going on?
Damn, bro. I hope they did attack. I hope that is true, because, the United States will literally fucking put an end to this in probably like 24 hours, if not less than that.
Yeah, we don't want to, but we will.
Fuck it, what does it take? A couple of fucking bombers? What's gonna, their whole air defenses are down. Nothing's gonna happen.
Right. When we invaded Iraq in 2003, we hit every water station, every power station, every infrastructure. Like, we had their whole fucking country shut down in less than 24 hours. They were just stuck like Chuck Stone Age style.
Like, that was how many years ago? 22 years ago, Matt?
You can't look at the flaws in our community, and as men,
couple fucking buster bombs and that's it, bro. They're gonna be with the white flags.
You need to understand, Harry. Those buster bomb need to be tested. They did not got tested yet.
In war, you're saying?
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. You're telling me we've never dropped a 30,000-pound buster bomb?
Trump dropped a Moab his first day in office on Afghanistan. Do you remember that?
Well, Moab's different than the MLP.
Well, massive ordinance.
They've never been. Wow.
Those never been tested. And that's why Trump said all the time that America has the back of Israel. Because that was the best opportunity to test that bomb on live.
Well, I mean, the bomb has been tested. It just hasn't been used in theater. I think that's what you mean.
That's what it means, yeah. Battle proven, I guess.
universally tested.
Right,
That's what I'm
for
saying.
sure. Let me understand. Which nuclear America ever bombed?
Nagasaki, Hiroshima.
And then they have the
Bikini Islands.
No, he means like a nuclear facility. He means that's what he
Yeah.
means. Not like nuclear bomb.
Where did they have to test it? Which country America attacked lately? You know that bombs also has expiration date.
Yeah, that's why we keep giving our old equipment to Ukraine.
And then what Ukraine has to do with a bomb like that?
They wouldn't be able to carry it. They don't have the planes to carry it.
Exactly.
I think it only could be on the B-2.
You need to think before you talk.
Actually, they've retrofitted the B-1 to be able to handle one of them. The B-2 can handle two of them.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I mean, but the idea that you could have 60,000 pounds worth of bombs underneath your plane and take off, crazy.
70,000, not 60.
It's fucking really crazy.
They're 30,000 pound bombs. What are they, 35,000 pound bombs now?
Yeah, but the B-2 can carry 70,000 bombs.
I was just talking about the two. I didn't need to add on the extra payload. I'd rather have fuel.
Well, in cases like that, every extra bomb, it's more than welcome.
More than welcome to do what?
Getting more.
Listen, I'm already talking to investors that are looking to start a chain of med spas in Iran as soon as the government falls, because we are going to introduce electric hair removal or laser hair removal for the first time in one of the hairiest countries on the planet. And we think the market cap could go from like 100 million to $1 billion overnight.
Holy shit, dude. That was out of fucking nowhere, but that was hilarious.
He's like, we're gonna make a killing on aesthetics over here. That's a hairy fucking country, you know what I'm saying?
Has anybody looked at what the currency in Iran has been doing over the past 7 days?
No.
Let me get you a forex quick.
It's not looking good.
I was looking at the Syrian dinar before the government fell, and now their dinars are worthless. But there was a point, where it was like 10 cents on the dollar, and then it fell to literally like 1/100th of a dollar. But people trade the forex on this shit. This is why currency exchange is actually currency trading is actually the biggest market.
Wouldn't that be a penny?
Let's look at Iranian currency calculator.
0.01.
Oh my god! 1 Iranian rial equals point, then 4 zeros at 10, 100,000, 10,000. You get, for $1, you get 1/240,000th of a dollar. So it has dropped from basically point quadruple 02 to point quadruple like 1 or 2. Yeah. Anyways, it can't go any lower. Holy shit! It has plummeted.
In a minute, but I need to pay you to hold it.
Yeah, when I was in Iraq, I'd give this kid, I'd give him $5 and he'd hand me a stack like I was a fucking big baller worth of like Iraqi dinari. And like I couldn't find toilet paper, so I'd use Iraqi dinari to wipe my ass in the mortar sugar.
Yeah, you get 93,000 rial for every US dollar.
That's fucking crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy.
Bro, John, imagine if you took like $20,000 and invested it into the Iranian currency, and then if there's a overthrow of the government and then it goes back to normal, 20 years from now, what would it be worth?
100 US dollars is 420,000 rial.
Yeah.
Do you think?
So there's people doing this shit right now that are buying, trading their fucking $10,000 or $100,000 for this Iranian money.
Just gonna sit on this shit for
Oh
20
my
years.
god, there's an Iran Craigslist. Let me check to see what the real estate is going for.
You're gonna buy something there?
Well, I was checking Ukraine when the war kicked off and to see like if people were listing their houses on Craigslist, and sure enough, you could buy like a 4-bedroom, 4-bath condo in Ukraine for like $8,000. You know, nothing.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be there. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it's gone when you finally get back to it.
As long as they don't change their currency after a regime change, then your money would be like fucking, oh my god, tens of millions of dollars for like 10 grand.
You'd have to compensate from the old currency to the new currency. There would have to be some exchange.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You take 10,000 US dollars, you convert it into the Iranian currency, and then 10 years from now, if they have a huge regime change, and now it's worth, just 50 cents on the dollar, and then you convert it back to US dollars. It's like fucking stock market shit. I mean, it's gonna be a long haul if you're gonna do it. I mean, I wouldn't do more than $100 or $1,000 if you can't afford it. You do it, and then they get a regime change, and they're like, we're discontinuing this currency. Fuck!
Well, like when I tell you that I used to wipe my ass with the Iraqi dinari, like when we went in, we took over their treasury. We started printing the new Iraqi dinari under the new government. So I was using the old one that had Saddam Hussein's face on it, and the new dinari didn't have Saddam's face on it. So I was just saying, when I wipe my ass, that has Saddam's face on it.
Yeah, that would be the problem, is it probably has some fucking mullah on the fucking Iranian fucking currency, that they would change it. Then you wouldn't have anything.
Of course they will. They're gonna change everything if that happens, bro. If it's a regime change. I posted something as a huge ass explosion in Tehran. I don't know. That looks bigger than anything I've seen so far.
Harry, what is that?
I don't know, man. They were saying some big explosion. That was just recently, bro. This was posted like 30, 45 minutes ago. Tehran.
Someone's like, oh, it looks like Trump. Like a big horse ball.
I saw that, yeah. The second image I went, it looks like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Could be an oil refinery. I don't know. Is gas going up where you guys live in the United States? Or do you guys see like nothing really changing?
I'm good on this, and then again,
There's still something going up.
I saw gas going down here in Florida, man. It went down significantly too. It's really weird. I haven't checked today, but let me see. Let me look on the app and see what it's showing. Was it Gas Buddy? That's what it is, yeah.
Dude, that's like right by the fucking, I wonder if that's actually at the mountain where that facility is, if they already hit it and we're just not getting the intel on or information on it yet. That's a big fucking explosion.
That's big, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's fucking huge.
I see the video of it. I don't know. You probably
Did you see the picture of Shuki or no?
Yeah.
You can probably find the video, because when you see the video, it makes it even look more aggressive, more violent, more, Oh, here, I found one with the video. Yeah, that shit's crazy. Let's see if I can,
I mean, I guess there's a lot of experts that are saying that the MLP can't actually penetrate that deep. Because the facility's really fucking deep, and I guess it's got like hardened concrete and all kinds of shit in there, so depends like how much hardened concrete and all that's there.
You're gonna do more than one run.
What I don't understand is how the fuck did India?
One more than one run. There is 6 aircraft that need to be in there, and they will be there.
That's a case aircraft that hold 2 each. That's 12. That's good for a couple of runs.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to go down on Thursday.
Why is everybody saying Thursday?
Hey, anybody got the video of that picture or no?
Let me find it. But you said Thursday. A couple other people said Thursday. What?
Oh, some YouTuber guy saying something's gonna pop off Thursday.
Actually, no, it was one of the leaders for Israel that went on a newscast.
Yeah.
Talked about it. He brought up like Project Grim Beaver when the beavers were blowing up on the Hezbollah members. But he says like if you think that was something, wait till Thursday, and that's why everybody's waiting till Thursday.
I see it. I gotta check Twitter. Find this fucking video.
It's all over Twitter, bro. But like, there's a better one than I saw.
I put it in the chat. The last link I added was the YouTube video from.
No, we're talking about the explosion. Did you see it, Doc?
No.
Oh, dude, check out the fucking explosion that Harry put in there. It's a fucking monster explosion.
Oh, okay, I got you. Holy shit! All right.
Yeah, but I don't know if the MOP makes a fireball like that because it's underground.
No, it looks like a chemical fire in addition to the explosion.
Yeah, maybe like some fuel tankers or something, or fuel.
Well, it's so bright. It looks like what's that one chemical that burns white phosphorus?
White phosphorus, yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, I don't see a video. I only see.
It could be the photo
I
too.
can get video to send to you guys. That's just the pictures there. But I mean, it's pretty much
There's obviously some secondaries in that for sure.
Oh, so okay,
That's not a primary detonation. That's a secondary detonation.
There's something I'm seeing. It says reports coming in from Iranian media that thousands of people from Tabriz, Iran, are demanding the Iran's government to launch an attack at Baku, Azerbaijan. Sorry. This comes after Azerbaijan allowed Israel to hit Iran from the territory of Azerbaijan. I don't know if it's accurate or not. That's where that mountain is.
I wouldn't be there. I would never look at it.
It's a giant fucking fire that's burning.
Yeah,
There's a mountain right now.
That's a big plume, but.
And this was 9 hours ago.
Yeah, but that picture shows like a wafting cloud, not a plume. It was just one thing. Like I think all that fire that you see in that lift is secondary because there's no mushroom to that cloud. I mean, because if it's from the primary impact, you always end up with a mushroom, because of the shock wave.
it almost looks like a mushroom, but some of the videos it really does.
Oh my god, dude, the funniest fucking shit was watching that stupid fucking bitch in Tehran. Like, Yahoudis, boom!
Oh, the Iranian broadcast system or whatever it was like. Dude, that was the funniest shit. That bitch got off her chair and started running to the left like, where do I go? Where do I go?
She's like, Yahoudis!
But that's all from the freaking bullshit.
Well, and even when the Quran can be contested, I remember I was watching some bits, some co-branders had sent me about how the Quran doesn't speak about any such thing as hijab or whatever. They were saying, it's just saying put whatever you're wearing around your neck, put it around your bosom, which means
cover your titties.
Cover your titties, which you were asking, what's her name, that girl?
Kitty.
No, not Kitty, that other girl, Nora. Princessia.
Oh yeah.
Palestinian girl.
That's only because she called me up. She said that.
She told me, I was like, bro, come on, that's basically wrong.
Well, she said atheist Jews are the worst people. But I started calling her a fucking whore for 30 minutes. But obviously,
They were saying that. Yeah, I mean, I told her nothing wrong with what he's saying. She said, nah, yes, come on, you're not that close like that. I said, no, but I mean, he's also saying what he's saying, right? So. I don't preach Islam and, so. I hate this about religious people. The fucking preaching and none of that, which they truly practice. So can I tell you something? conflicts. I think the back of the Caleb. I think the back of
Hello, everybody.
Caleb. Hello. They said you're on. He was comparing you. He was comparing. No, I was comparing me to guys, bro. Like, bro. How can you do
I mean,
that?
it's okay. Positions like
It's reacting to bloodshed, that's all.
I understand.
I think the back of my nose, yeah, it's understandable. I think both sides are a little bit higher than what maybe to shoot the hell down.
Doesn't seem like that's happening, unfortunately.
It's gonna stop. They can't continue like this.
I mean, it will stop eventually. The question
I
is
was
when.
just about to ask why the title was the way it was when you changed it.
Well, I had it made without Jews, and then Al was like, "You're afraid to say without black people," and I wanted to show him that I wasn't afraid to do that. But then I changed it back just because that was the original purpose of the room, was to have a little love bomb for the Jews, you know, because they got a lot of hate on this app. So I wanted to be a little oasis in the desert.
That's funny, crazy how it's just naturally black and then Jews always get like married to each other. Like, it's just like people should study that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I understand why. It's because it's two different oppressed peoples, very different trajectories, and like, you know, it's just kind of, people don't understand oppression. You gotta understand what happened to the Jews and what happened to the blacks. You know, you're not gonna understand it if you don't understand both.
You know, some blacks be thinking that the Jews, right?
Yeah, they're silly gooses though.
So a lot of people are Jewish.
That's true.
I'm just saying, sometimes I wonder, like, just about what happened a long time ago. Like, why it's really like that? Are the Jews really Jews? And black is just a color, so like, why?
Isn't it just the same game though, Mark?
Yeah, I believe it is. I'm just saying, like, black's just a color. You know what I'm saying? So it just, when we keep saying I love Jews and blacks, it's like, oh, we're really black people. What are they really called? You know what I'm saying?
When I refer to black people, I refer to just people whose ancestors 5,000 years ago lived in sub-Saharan Africa. That's what I mean with black people.
Wait, really, Sam? You're not good, because I think when I say black, I mostly mean American black people.
So you don't think that anyone from Nigeria is a black person?
I do, but I'd probably call them African or Nigerian.
Yeah, because they don't call them black in Africa. They don't call them black even in Europe.
Yeah. It's just America's so racialized in a particular way.
And there's someone's in America that think they're the Jews. The black Israelites in America think they're the Jews. So it's just, we're not pointing on it. I just think it's.
There's a lot of black people that are trying to, they feel ashamed of being from West Africa for no reason at all. Because they mix up Asian or something. So they try to claim that they're the Moors or the Jews or the Egyptians or what else do they try to claim?
They still say that they're Jews, but they say that they came from Africa. That's what they say.
Yeah, but have you ever been on the internet and gotten a spam email? Like, you know what spam is?
Yes, we.
I never came from Africa originally. We're all from there originally. It's the birthplace of humanity. It's our home.
I think I personally like studying in the North better though, to be honest. Just because of the harsh conditions. So like, I feel like the surviving, like the way they had to survive in the North is pretty intense.
Do you mean like north as in like in Scandinavia or north as in like northern Africa?
Scandinavia, like all the way up there, for sure. Like, that's what I'm saying, harsh conditions. I'm not saying Africa's not harsh conditions, but
Yeah.
scientists are looking into this, that dolphins might get high off of pufferfish, like intentionally. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've never looked
That's
into it.
wild. I hope that's true.
There's other animals that get high. So some animals really eat apples because they like multi-chambered stomachs that take a while to digest stuff, and the apple will ferment in their stomachs. I think maybe cows, maybe elephants, I'm not sure which, get drunk off apples. Many of them are they eat a number of them, which is kind of funny. Who else gets high?
But what do you think about mixing books with chemicals, and that's what takes humans to the next level? I mean, books are, pre-computer is all programming, and then the mass distribution with Gutenberg. Now we have like an exponential explosion in large language models and IQ globally.
What's that to get high?
I'm saying that, when you, like on Shabbos, if you drink red wine and you study Torah, it enhances the learning. So there's a chemical component to education and maybe evolution of the human brain.
Yeah, I think that. There's definitely a chemical component because we know that the human brain, for example, we know that the human brain grew at stages when food was beginning to be cooked because you can access out more of the compounds and nutrients.
I just looked up how many animals get high off stuff, and it's so many. Okay, so.
But like on purpose?
Yeah, check it out. So moose, elk, and deer, and black bears gorge on wood, fall, and apple from over kilometers. The fruit keeps fermenting in their stomachs, producing enough alcohol to make them stagger or pass out. And then bohemian cedar, waxwings, robins, small birds can handle alcohol, and the lake binge on fermented berries regularly to smash faster than it does. Cat-tailed free tree shrews, they drink nightly from palm nectar that naturally runs, certain amount of alcohol, and
The brain likes drugs. The brain likes drugs. It wants to get stimulated.
the hermit monkeys on St. Kitts have learned to steal pina coladas and from tourists, and they get drunk off it. Chimpanzees make leaf sponges to soak up naturally fermented raffia palm sap. Fruit bats fly straight with blood alcohol that would floor us. They exploit fermented fruit year round. But then there's also psychoactive fungi. Reindeer actively seek out Amanita muscaria mushrooms, and they get their head tossing and walking unsteadily. Wallabies break into opium poppy farms. They eat capsules, and then they go run in circles. Bighorn sheep will scrape mountainsides to reach lichen. It acts as a mild narcotic. Some risk falls for it. Domestic, what's it called? Cats seek catnip. It's entirely voluntary. And then cattle and horses and elk will, certain plants contain squalene, and they mimic tremors and poor coordination. And the dolphins do the pufferfish. Dogs have learned to lick cane toads to get high. Amazonian jaguars occasionally chew a certain kind of vine that has a part of ayahuasca. The locals insist on
So check this out. So this is like a truth of the universe then, of the natural world, that like we seek altered experience, right? A brain of certain size and consciousness seeks its own alteration.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, they just did a materials test on an altar in Israel, and they found there was cannabis residue on a multi-thousand-year-old incense burning altar.
It's getting high like a motherfucker. Getting high as fuck.
I mean, if you think about it, for animals, obviously, black men are not fucking be high.
I mean, think about an animal's life. They're in the food chain. I don't want to be in the food chain. I don't want to wake up in the morning and go, is something that I eat today? So, and that's what most animals' lives are, is just thinking about what they're going to eat. So that's pretty dope. They're going to deal with that. But while you're dealing with not getting eaten, you might as well get high. Have some psychedelic berries or whatever.
Well, what I'm saying is there has to be either a correlation of gluttony, and intelligence, or I mean, if you look at it on the long chain, of human experiences going back, like say 2,000 years. Um, I mean, if you've read enough history, like as far back as I can go is like 300 BC, and those are like that's like Roman information. I don't know too much about all the other ancient civilizations, but to get to where we're at now globally, it's like it's still a very small percentage of the total human population that is actually consuming massive amounts of information with drugs, or I don't know. It's just a huge fucking giant consumption on the planet, you know, from like Afghanistan heroin is still a multi-billion-dollar business, you know. They're shipping it to Europe, they're shipping it to the US. Like drugs, yeah. Drugs is a huge business.
Nobody peanut butter. Should only eat cashew butter and walnut butter.
Where do you think in like the past 2,000 years the biggest jumps in IQ have occurred in human populations, or is it still essentially the same?
When Europe forced Jews to have white collar jobs for 1,000 years, that was a big jump. There's probably a huge jump that happened when culture started. There's like a feedback loop, I suspect, between language, culture, intelligence. Like, it makes sense to have, if you have culture, then and language and intelligence, like those, like, I can say, hey, those berries over there are dangerous, and then you won't eat those, and you'll get different berries, and then you can bring back to the tribe, hey tribe, I have the healthy berries, and then the tribe remembers, oh, those are the healthy berries. Like, it's just like, you know, intelligence matters less if you don't remember it. And culture is just the way of like having like a sort of species memory, or like a tribe memory, and it makes intelligence is less valuable if you can't share it with your homies. So language gives you so much of evolution has been towards the direction of like being able to share information. Like the biggest jump was like when we figured out sexual reproduction, because it used to be that if you needed to survive some disease, you need to have a literal mutation to be immune to it. But when we had sexual reproduction, you could have kids with someone who is immune to the disease, and then your kids will be immune to the disease. So you're like sharing genetic information with each other. And now we've just spread that to culture. Now we can share ideas with each other. And like the more we're able to sort of like connect, share information, problem solve, the more powerful we could.
Yeah, but I think a man and a woman having a baby today in 2025 is still like the ultimate biological technology in comparison to all the fucking communication span we have to live with. Because we just live in information overload. You can't even, most people can't even actually process it, comprehend it, take it all in. And even if you can take it all in, you have to question, what is the point of taking in all this information that I can now access on my cell phone?
Yeah. I mean, having babies is trippy. You're making a wholly new consciousness, a whole new being that gets to experience existence. Like, oh, hey, baby, I know you didn't ask for this, but you're going to experience consciousness. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, you could also drive over to Planned Parenthood and have a Da Vinci machine do a biological, separation.
What do you mean by biological separation?
When they tear a baby apart in a womb with a Da Vinci machine.
Are you against abortion?
I think it's 100,000 babies a month at a cost of a 10 billion a month or $1 billion a month. Supposedly, that's what AI says and what Google search says. I just think that like women should be given a check for $10,000 to have the baby, because depopulation is real. So at this point, the government should just pay for you to have the baby instead of pay you to kill the baby.
There's 8 billion humans on Earth. How many humans do we need?
I'm talking about American babies.
If you think about it, Sam, you are right, but that's why it's like how many people die in danger for the same question that you just said. So everything gets handled naturally.
I think women would be much happier getting a check for $10,000 and having their baby on average. I'm talking about a happiness index here, as opposed to going to a Planned Parenthood doctor and having an abortion procedure. It's like giving the money to the voters or the taxpayers. Go ahead. What?
I was just saying, most of the time that is the reason on why they have abortion. It's always a financial situation for a lot of women.
Yeah, so that's like saying to the taxpayers, like, okay, I prefer you not to spend my money on regime change and 100 other items. I'd rather just have the money back. Thank you.
I feel like sometimes they're just so afraid to put the money directly in citizens' hands. I don't know why America is like that, but we are.
I think that fetuses don't have moral status because they're not minds yet. So like from the first trimester, they don't think they have a mind. So I don't think that gives the moral status of like lumber or like rocks, minds. They give you moral status.
Without your body, you know what I'm saying? Would you be anything if you just was a walking head with a brain though?
Yeah, if my consciousness was uploaded into a sheet.
That's that extra stuff that you wouldn't have been able to do without everything in the first place. So that type of normal person that had everything, like the brain is just one part of our whole makeup that matters. So like the other stuff had to be built first, but that doesn't mean that it's not a human being just because the brain wasn't there yet to think for itself.
It's just not a mind. It's not a person. It's a human, not a person.
Sam, can you? Sam, can you use your imagination though and pretend you're a woman with a fetus in your uterus right now, and like you have a connection to this baby that you can feel that has grown inside of you, and like you're no longer one, you're actually like two, or two in one. I mean, I'm just saying that a woman has to have this like relationship with that baby or organism in its body. So how can you as a man like actually answer that question with certainty, because you're not a woman, obviously, and you can't have that special situation. So, I mean, isn't this just all just a waste of time, this man?
No, it's not. It's amazing that, language allows us to take the perspectives of the people and imagination lets us imagine what it's like to be other things. I don't think we have this.
That's a whole different thing to imagine that. That's just more than imagine it. That comes with pain, time, and a lot of things that you really just can't just imagine and then feel it all.
Yeah, that's true, because there's a lot of time
If I
involved.
took your mind and I put it into the body of an octopus, you would still be alive. You'd have a different body, but it's still be you. But if I took your mind and destroyed it, but kept your body, you would be dead. Yeah. No. It's
So
not eternal
I
purpose.
heard someone on this app, Marv, just move past his comedy. But I heard somebody say, if you have a government, that's the government you deserve. It's like, oh wow, what genius thought of that? I mean, the point is, it's like if you come on this app, you should at least try to do some kind of creative, imaginative work on what could be, or do personal work. But I mean, I don't think I would survive in an octopus body. That's just me.
Because we're humans, you know what I'm saying? So we gotta be humane. So the whole point of doing that is by respecting the process that makes it human. You have no choice but to respect the process that makes it human, because you wouldn't be you right now without that process doing it in the exact way that it did. So if it wanted the brain to be first because that mattered so much, I'm sure that the brain would be the first thing that would get created in the process of creation, but it's not. So that means everything has to be respected.
But Mark, do you think that everything is political? Because I really do believe that now, that everything is political.
I don't think it should be. I mean, I feel like people just like debate, again, because we all have a voice. So I feel like it's just always.
But when I say everything is political, do you know what that means? That means money, your dollars, that's political. Abortions, that's political. The vaccine, that's political. Real estate is like every single fucking thing in our entire field of existence is somehow tied into what we call politics or polity.
Because we let our government, run a lot of things in our lives. I think that's why.
But is it like this in other countries? I mean, I know I live in a bubble. I've traveled the world, but like I've never really lived abroad to where I'm just like, oh, okay, their government doesn't control every aspect of their field of existence.
Because they outraged. Like, other countries have revolts in their country, and they make it known a lot of things, and it gets respected because they're all the same people. I feel like America is just so much fun. It's just a lot of crazy. It's just a lot of diversity, different opinions, and I don't know, just a different country than other countries for sure.
Yeah, I just think the way you are is your mind. And your body is like a vehicle that allows you to have a mind. But if your mind goes away, your body remains, you're dead. Like the brain dead people in hospitals, they're just dead. They don't exist anymore.
So like, if I come on here and I can't talk anymore, does that mean I'm still alive?
I can sleep right now too. And then, like, what does that mean? I'm just like my brain's in the sleep state. Like at the end of the day, you're not just your brain, bro. So I understand that's where you think and use your intelligence, but you're not really being intelligent by thinking that you're just your brain. You're not. This whole entire makeup is who you are.
So say, I mean,
First,
have you seen Lawnmower Man though? Do you think men and women are just uploading their brains then onto the internet, and like that's the future of humanity?
How we do that?
But isn't that technically what's happening even with films from the 1920s? People are just recording themselves knowing that those visuals will be ingested by people in the future.
Yeah, because those recordings are not conscious. And I'm saying what you are is a mind. Fundamentally, you're just a watcher of experience. And that thing, you could take your brain, put it in some other person's body or some other animal's body, and as long as you have the consciousness, you still are alive.
That hasn't always been a thing. That's a new type of technology.
I know, but
type of thing.
you just said we are our words then.
You're not creating a human when you do that. That's not a human. When you sit here and put your brain into a body of an octopus, it's no longer a human. So what right now somebody shot you in your heart. Like you're gonna feel some type of way about that, right? It's gonna feel like disrespect. Why? Because the body matters. It's not like you'll die and then your brain shuts off. But they shot your body. That doesn't matter. So you still be alive and then you're not. You're dead.
But then Sam, what are your goals then? Like personally, I don't know if you want to answer it because it's too personal. But like, what are your desires or goals in life? And then like, what do you think your desires or goals here are on this app? Like, is it just fun and comedy, or do you have any kind of desires?
Me personally, I just want to make friends, have community, have joy, have love, have ideas, have to basically learn and be entertained and see beauty and stuff. But when it comes to my species, well, I want us to spread to the stars. I want us to spread consciousness and bliss throughout the universe. I want the universe to be awake and full of life and full of bliss, and that's what we should be aiming for. But we're too short-sightedly focused on stupid petty stuff to realize that what really matters is to spread consciousness and bliss through the universe. And we could do it. We could genetically engineer ourselves to live much longer, be much happier, be much smarter, and we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't change ourselves because we're a broken, fallen species that isn't perfect.
So then what?
The reason why we're broken and broken is because of our own actions, or do you think it's because the earth can't provide us for what we need to live longer? Don't you think maybe we're just poisoning ourselves and that's why we don't live longer? It's not like we have to be geeks all the fucking time and go and change our bodies because you don't know how to follow the manual on how to take care of your own body. It's a responsibility thing to take care of your body. People like to grow and they like to connect. We like to always talk about ideas, but there's another side of life which is called responsibility, which is a part of your body. You know what I'm saying? Like everything, which is a part of nature too. So if you relate with your body, you would understand how your body's connected with Mother Nature. How we have copper in our veins, and so does
live, you're gonna only live 120 years, and that's like if you're super the luckiest person in the world. And yeah, we can be happy, but there's a limit. We can't just be permanently blissed out as if we're on MDMA all the time. And we can be smart, like we can be like, I don't know, 150 IQ, but we can't be like 700 IQ because there's just limits to this biological form. Because at the end of the day, we're just like a slightly improved chimpanzee. We're not like an angel. And what we can do is see our flaws and change ourselves to become better. We need to get control of our biology, control of our minds. The Buddhists say everything is unsatisfactory. Life is dukkha. That's only because our brains are broken. If our brains weren't broken, things wouldn't be unsatisfactory. We would just be in bliss all the time. So,
Well, I mean, so isn't it?
have a wrong idea about how to fix the problem. They want to just be complacent with our brains, because I think our brains are broken and we can fix them.
So do you think you fixed your brain then?
Why would you think your brain is broken, bro? That's kind of scary.
I mean, because, obviously it would be better if I had you right now and your IQ was 700 and you lived 1,000 years and you were always in bliss, and I said, let's take those away. Let's make you only 100 IQ. Let's make you live to be 70, and let's make you only mildly happy. You would not say, thank you, Sam. You would be like, you're a monster, Sam. What is wrong with you? And so because you just have the status quo bias and think that what we have now is good, you don't think about what could be, what could be better. And what we have right now is just a slightly improved ape. But we could become angels, so we need to sort of change ourselves to become angels.
We can't become angels when we keep wanting to destruct and become robots, bro. Like, it's not happening. Not that direction. Like, you're just turning yourself into a materialistic thing that can end up getting destroyed by nature. So that's not the way to become an angel. It's what I really believe. I don't believe becoming a robot and transferring your conscience, which is nothing but thoughts, which can be transformed into a bot like these AIs right now. It's not really, that's not really everything to being who you are right now in this realm that we're in. You want to be an angel. Well, angels aren't even in this realm. Nobody has seen an angel scientifically. So it's like, at the end of the day, they're not even in this realm. They're not in this space of a human form that we're in now. So it's like, maybe you could be right when you say something about the brain, but like, if you die, do you think you go somewhere else, like where the angels are? Like, or do you think you just die and then you're never remembered again?
You die, you never remember it. You enter oblivion. You just cease to exist forever.
So what makes you think that you're still going to live just because somebody transferred your thoughts, which is not but electrical currents, to a robot? What makes you think you're still going to be alive?
Because I think that my mind is a mixture of the pattern of firings that I have and the causal relatedness of these house to itself. And if I'm able to change my, be causally related to this other pattern, and if the pattern is similar enough, then it's just going to be me. In the same way that I'm still the same me as me 1 week ago, even though lots of my atoms in my body have changed. What's the same? Well, I'm causally related to that other self, and the pattern's similar. And so that's what will keep me me, keep me alive.
So Sam, how do you respond to the Buddhistic sentiment that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe? Does that help enlighten people whose brains need to be fixed?
No, that's just evil.
Well, I mean, isn't it a reframe? Isn't it a reframe then?
Like the way you make it seem like you're depressed and mental. Morally, people who are that are natural are telling you like this is bliss, and you're like, oh, I have a headache, and I feel like we're sleeping, and it's like, how that doesn't make any sense, bro.
Just think about what the Buddhist. It sounds good to say there's no speck out of place in the universe, and then you imagine like a 12-year-old girl being mutilated and like dismembered, and imagine the Buddhist looking at that
I can use my natural body to stop that from happening. I don't need to be a robot for that.
But you'd have more ability to help more people if you were a cyborg.
That's why, but I'm really not even trying to troll. I'm really like kind of curious because like I feel like if you transfer your conscience to a robot which isn't even alive, like doesn't have a body at all, it just has materialistic things that we've made to be able to send signals to certain areas to work properly, and it's just mimicking what you are, but that doesn't mean you're still alive from it mimicking you. And that's what I feel like a lot of people are going to get tricked on here soon. Is they're going to realize that once that process happens and they take this chance, because it sounds all fruitful, they're going to realize that, and nobody's going to know because, yeah, we don't even know where dead people go either. So it's just going to be spooky when I see a lot of people sign up to do this shit and they really think that they're still going to be alive just because their thoughts got copied. Like right now we got 5G. Now we got 5G out here, right? They can like damn near already tap into brainwaves in fucking waves. And it's just like, they can literally mimic you right now and put you in a robot. But that doesn't mean you're alive, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you have to ask the philosophical question of why are you still alive? Why is it still you from 1 year ago? So many atoms in your body have changed. So many different particles in your body have changed. You got to think, what is it? What am I really? Are you just the atoms that make you up? Because that's changing. So for me, I think it's plausibly the pattern of your thoughts and the causal connectionness to them, each other. That's what makes you you, not the atoms.
I think without that body, you wouldn't even have the certain thoughts that you have because of certain signals that are going off at certain times passively that we don't even know about in the subconscious. There's a lot of things that are tied into each other. And like you have a brain in your gut damn near too that controls half of your personality. Like, so it's all intertwined, is what I'm really just trying to get you to know. Like it's all intertwined. And that's why your heart is in your body, it's not in your brain. And if somebody hits that, you're done for too. So it's just like I'm trying to like make it seem like everything's all damsy and perfect in life. But I do feel like the reason why it's not is because as humans we always want more and more, and that's literally the reason why it's kind of not. And that's why Buddha gets a lot of heat for a lot of peace and nature. But if the one that was doing the savage shit was fucking listening to the Buddha instead of listening to somebody else that told him to go chase a bag or go chase, probably wouldn't even be doing that to that girl because he would have known how to be like the Buddha in the fucking first place. So it's like being in tune with peace and nature. Believe it or not, look at a fucking tree and how long a tree lasts for a long ass fucking time because it's peaceful when it's still. Now we as humans, that's our downfall, and I think that's why we die because we have so many spurts of just fucking ideas that we just want it forever. Like think it's good. Not everything is fucking good that comes across your brain, like at all.
Hey Sam, I'm curious, what in the Dhammapada do you not agree with?
Well, I was looking at this recently. 1 second. First off, one is something I push up on tomorrow. Like, people have pacemakers, but they don't have hearts anymore. They just have robots' hearts. And that's fine because that heart is just a blood pump. It's not your soul. But
Alright. People are mental too, man. And I feel like at the end of the day, people have brain problems too. It's like you can go, it would be a bunch of tit for tat back and forth. Like we can just keep bringing in these examples doing that, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, there's people with brain problems too. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, that stops them from having a complete personality. That makes you want to even upload it into a robot in the first place. So, yeah.
Alright, so here are the major tenets of Buddhism, and here's which ones I think are wrong. Life involves dukkha, aka unsatisfactoriness. That's true, but the way to fix that is to change our brains rather than to just accept it. Nirvana is a thing that exists, but it's not one thing. There's lots of different mental states that people call nirvana and enlightenment, and people think that it's just one state and they're wrong. Yes, things are impermanent, but matter is how impermanent. I think lasting for 1,000 years is better than lasting for a second. I don't believe in non-self. I think that you have a self, and it's what makes you have the consciousness you have. That's why you don't have my consciousness, because we're different selves. Karma
How long's the list?
Karma and rebirth are just superstitions. They don't exist. I can just stop there, I guess, if you want.
I mean, the point is, I asked you, what in the Dhammapada do you not agree with? The Dhammapada are the sayings of the Buddha, not, the Buddhistic religion. I mean, you gave me, the generalities, but nothing from Dhammapada. So in the scripture, or the sayings of the Buddha, what in those sayings do you disagree with? I'm basically pointing out that, this ain't book club. I mean, but I wish it was.
Alright, so I asked what are the main points of the Dhammapada. It says, mind proceeds on states, our experience is shaped by thoughts, also thinking, ties to happiness, so that's true. Heedfulness is life. Constant vigilance, conduct, imitation is good. Actions have inescapable results, that's true. Taming the mind is good, conquering others, that's true. Conditioned things are impermanent and unsatisfactory. I mean, yeah, I guess, but I still think that the unsatisfactoriness and permanence come in degrees. So I disagree with that. Anger versus angry, yeah, but also anger helps deter bad behavior. Speech matters, yeah, that's true. Craving is a root of all grief. No, I mean it's one of the roots of grief, but it's not the only one. I mean, the mere fact that you can have cluster headaches is a source of grief. That doesn't have to do with craving. It's just your brain's broken.
Cluster headaches.
Simple living to desires. That's generally reasonable. Wisdom is not book learning, but knowing what leads to peace. That's true. Self-reliance is good. Meditation is okay. Compassion is good. Nirvana is the highest good. Nirvana's alright. I think that, again, there's different mental states that are called enlightenment. There's different clusters of enlightenment. And people are confused when they think there's just one thing that's enlightenment.
What I think is interesting, a lot of what you just read, you agreed with, but yet it contradicts your original assessment of Buddhism and your disagreements there, which I find kind of interesting. I mean, don't you think books are just programs? And if you don't actually put a program into your brain, you're just basically a cell phone without any apps, and therefore you're boring?
Yeah, that's true. Alright, well, I'm gonna go. You know any games?
Where it can be questioned, so I will leave the could there. You can have, that's the same space that let it roam. Provides room for you to be wrong. It's the same space that allows for whatever you were thinking to be refined and to be, what I was thinking was correct. But this, and this didn't need. This part of my thinking isn't correct. So
That's because you're the only moderator and you're a hypnotist wasting everybody's time with your bullshit. Just got him. Who's my favorite Daily Bible like you?
Yeah, man, said the
Alright, we're gonna go into anonymous mode and see what we can find.
It has been
Hungry for bloodshed. You gotta just slow down. You just thirsty.
Please, can I handle the shit?
We got the man!
Fatima, can you please mute Fatima? You want to put on some fucking shoes or something? Take your sandals off. You fucking dirty. What the fuck is wrong?
Mother truck.
It says on the mask. Oh, look, it's fucking 2020.
Landon, I'm a Landon twin. I'm Landon's older brother. John Landon the second.
Let him exhaust his frustration. Go ahead, page one. No, I'm done. I never fight with anybody. It's not. Can I have a few moments for myself? Please go ahead. I can't wait to hear. No. I want to hear you. No, page one. I want to hear you. Let me have fun too. Can I, guys? Am I not allowed to have fun?
No.
So, okay, page one, go ahead. Call me Fucky. What else? No, I'm done. No. That's not enough for me. No, I only do it one time an hour. Is that all that you get paid for to do by the Zionist lobby? By the Hospital Department? I wish I was getting paid by APAC. I don't, unfortunately. No, you get paid. Not enough for free beach. You do get paid. Free beach. I wish. Are you getting paid by the Qataris or are you getting paid by love? No, thank God nobody needs to pay me. I have enough money to speak for the Palestinians, speak for the Iranians who are being right now bombed. And I will do it every day. You don't need you to expose me, bro. That's what I do for sure. I really don't want you to speak for us with your nasty... I don't need your... That's why you please pay when two adults are speaking, what do you kids shouldn't intervene. Your papa didn't teach you that. So Benjamin gets the point. No, I was going to kick you down, but mistakenly he got kicked out. So shall I bring him back and kick you down? No, I think him right down there, he just, Benjamin's a little... So here's the point, Benjamin. Anyway, engaging with you doesn't make any difference to the conversation. It doesn't make any positive difference. So I would rather not engage with you. So here's the point, Amir. I was reading a few news. You just shared a few news things. So I believe Iran announced that all its citizens should delete the WhatsApp app because Iran believes that WhatsApp Meta is supplying information about the WhatsApp users with Israel. It's sharing it with Israel. So this is one news that I got. The other thing that we got was...
I saw that. I read that article.
The other thing I got was that all the airports throughout the Middle East are, in a state of kind of turmoil because many of the aircrafts cannot fly because they have to take the route where the missiles are flying. So most of the flights in the entirety of Middle East is being grounded. People from all over the world, they're all grounded here and there. They cannot move around and so on. So this is another domino effect of the war, affecting everybody in this world because of what this Zionist regime started. So the other one that I saw was, in all these things, the G7 issues a statement saying Israel has the right to defend itself. The same old BS. Israel has the right to defend itself. From what? From a war that it started against Iran?
We on that same shit. We on that same shit. We're calling the FBI and reporting Amir for saying that Shia sleeper cells are gonna strike us. You can't come on here and make death threats, motherfucker. I'm gonna call the FBI, have your door punched in.
It has found an opportunity
Gaza. Yesterday, more than 50
Alright, man.
Palestinians,
Well,
you know,
I've had enough
basically
of this for
seeking
one
aid.
day.
It's
Going down.
They were
All right,
literally
sounds good.
slaughtered by one of their tanks.
Later, talk.
Literally
All right,
slaughtered on the spot when they were trying to seek aid.
Yes. I think
Martel, you're back, huh?
Unnecessarily. You see what happened with Hamas. You saw what happened with Hezbollah. You saw what happened with Assad. The same thing is happening with the Islamic Republic of Iran. In about a month and a half, the Islamic Republic of Iran is gonna be gone. Everything, the Houthis are fucked.
We don't care, Bruce. Sorry, I muted you for the first time. Bruce, we don't care. Okay? Hold on, Bruce, that's your problem, okay? You should worry about that. I'm here, don't you hold on. We're worried about the civilian population inside Iraq.
The civilian population is fully for Israel. The Iranians, Muslim Iranians,
Bruce, you're going on a whole fucking, hold on. You're going on a fucking,
make a building, they want to name a city after Bibi Netanyahu. They're begging for it.
Can you stop coming off the mic? Please don't come off the mic. Why don't you let him talk, baby? Rajman, mute up. Okay, this is not your rule. I'm not gonna allow you to speak. Okay, last warning before I move you down. This is not, do you see Iran on the title?
Yeah, Iran.
Do you see Iran? Do you see Iranian flag do you see Iranian flag in the title today? No, you don't. So shut. No. Bruce. No, it's a bro. Oh my God, this guy does not want to shut up. Last warning before I move you down. Okay, last warning. Just stay muted. I'll give you the mic. Okay.
It's not our
That was a
business.
safe flight. Get lost, man. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking bitch.
If you guys want to overthrow your government, that's your business.
Yeah, that's your business. Go do whatever you want to do, man.
I'm really very curious, like, Benjamin, if you can answer this. Why don't you go fight with the Israelis, kill your own people, and overthrow your own government? Why don't you do that?
He's a pussy.
But hold on, right now you had me, Ryan, and Bruce are all Iranians, and we're all telling you something, but you don't want to listen. So
Okay,
who is the problem?
but Benjamin, so what we're trying to discuss here, the fact that Israel attacked Iran, okay? Now your issue is something with your own regime. We're not Iranians, you know?
Right.
But since you have a big issue with the regime and you're okay with the Israelis attacking your own country and your own people, why don't you go fight with them, kill your own people, and then overthrow your government, your regime?
Talk too. You just keep talking. You don't let the Iranian
We need a chance to.
It's not good.
So answer, Benjamin, answer.
Well, airplane, we have tried in 1999. There was a student uprising. There was a student uprising in 2003. There was a uprising in 2009. There was an uprising in 2017, 18, and then the Women Life Freedom in 2022. All of them got really crushed by the IRGC and the mullahs in Iran. This is not news. Every single time is anywhere between 100 to 1,500 got slaughtered by the Iranian regime. This is not a kumbaya. Oh, let's make peace. Oh, let's hold hands. This is not Gandhi. This is not a Martin Luther King government. This government needs my dick, your dick inside of the asses of this regime. End of story. Now.
Again, we're here to discuss the fact that Israel. One second, we're here to discuss the fact that
Listen, can you stay quiet for a while, please? Airplane, go ahead.
So again, we're here to discuss the fact that Israel attacked Iran and killed your own people, your civilians. So can you contribute to this? If you have something with the regime, we're not Iranians. We can't help you with that. We don't know.
Last Thursday, when they killed all of the regime's commanders, everybody was happy. Everybody was happy. Popping bottle, champagne. You guys don't drink, but
Who was happy?
the Iranian people were by and large extremely happy.
Again, Benjamin, this is not what we're discussing.
No, you're saying why don't you do it
yourself, and I agree with you. The Iranian people should do it themselves, ultimately.
No,
Yes.
but you're forcing us to talk about something that we're not talking about.
No, you're talking about Iran.
Okay, but we're not talking about overthrowing the regime. That's something that you want to do. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, we share the
We're not Iranians.
Listen, baby, whatever you do, and whatever you say will put you off.
Can we share
We will destroy you. We will destroy you. Basically, this.
Okay,
One by one.
Can we give the mic to Mike and then to Mason?
It's so emotional. Anyway, for those of you that read Trump's tweet.
I'm talking about the reality, you baby killer. You little baby killer.
You stay muted. You don't have to get involved.
Alright, so, for those of you, thank you very much. So, those of you that read the tweet, as you know, I trade on the market, that we rely on the tweets a lot to show us where the market will trend. So we have to break down the tweet and understand what's hidden in it. What's hidden in Trump's latest tweet is one, a death threat to the leader of Iran. But more importantly, Trump is like a child. He can't keep his mouth closed, so he revealed that it's all Palantir. If you really read what he said, we know where you are. Shut up. We know where you are. Right? Remember that facial recognition thing I told you guys about, Project Lavender? So that's what he's bragging about. And it's unfortunate that Peter Thiel is running amok with this is what the Zionists do. So what the plan is for Iran, that's why Trump said something much bigger. That's what he said after he left the G7. What I believe they're planning is the total elimination of the officers of the entire regime in one hit, regardless of where they're stationed or hiding. And the only people that have that software to do that, as we know, Amir, is Palantir. Thank you.
Mason.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Mason, go ahead. Mason.
Oh, you talking to me? Can I talk, guys?
No, Darvish.
Why not?
Mason, Mason, no, you didn't ask to be allowed to talk. Mason requested. So after Mason, you will speak. If Mason is not there, then I will give you the mic.
Okay.
That's how it goes. Mason, go ahead.
Brother, just wanted to say, these Zionist kids here have crossed all the red lines, yeah? And I promise you, we'll destroy them. And that's God will. I'm not saying that we as Iranian will destroy them. That is God will. And we will tap and soon, I promise you. And the Palestine is going to be free.
Oh, Peter, I'm sorry. One other thing here.
Point.
Let her finish. If you want to save your life, maybe you just listen, maybe you just. If you want to save your life, there's only one way. You have to say, you have to leave that to fight in Palestine. There is the only way. We don't leave you alone. We don't leave you to be living in a peace. That said, we destroy you. Enough is enough. All the world is sick of you. All the world is against you. Because you're wild. Because I can't even call you animal. Can't even call you. You're absolutely Satan. You're absolutely Satan. Evil. Yeah. You do not deserve to have a country which you don't have. You have to fight in Palestine. You will free Palestine, and you will have it. You will see that.
Okay, Amir, the part I left out, I'm sorry. And the crowning glory to my theory was, guess who was presented on Bloomberg for a long interview this morning? The Shah of Iran's son. Yeah.
Oh, now you're getting fucked though, Tajman.
Okay. Stay muted. Darvish.
Okay, guys.
Iranian people, they don't call Israel enemy. The enemy of the Iran is Islamic regime and killing us about 46 years. So don't try to listen. Don't try to
Listen, let him speak, listen. Please, listen, let him speak. No, listen, let him speak, please.
You know, you said Mr. Airplane said, Israel attacked Iran. No. Israel, they didn't attack Iran. Israel defend themselves. The October 11th, Iran, huh?
Can you stay muted, say, brother?
I don't know. Iranian money injection to Hamas, and Hamas attack Israel. Was all plan of Iran. So don't blame Israel or Israel attack. 46 years Islamic regime killing innocent people in the Israel with Iranian money. So please don't tell us Israel is enemy of the Iranian people. Another thing I want, Israel, they try not killing Iranian people so far. And all the time they hit all the oil facility, electricity, IRGC, and that stuff. So please shut up.
Listen, let him land. Listen, please.
Iranian and Israel, they have a great relationship about over 3,000 years. We have a history together. So we are not going to change this history and fuck this history.
Okay, Darvish, please land in 15 seconds.
I want to ask him a question after this.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Airplane.
So why don't you go fight with the Israelis and attack Iran? One second, Nathan. Why don't you go fight with the Israelis and attack Iran?
Say again, sir. I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear.
Why don't you go fight with the Israelis and attack Iran?
We don't fight with Israel. This is problem of Islamic regime.
No, I don't think you understand.
It's not Iranian problem. We don't have any problem with Israel.
This bill wasn't even existing. What are you talking about?
For they have a problem with Israel, they hijack my country.
No, my question. This is not my question.
Islamic regime, they hijack my
You have a problem with the regime, is that right?
Exactly.
Okay, and right now Israel is attacking that regime, is that correct?
Okay.
Why don't you go fight with Israel?
I don't have a problem. Hey, there's something wrong with your brain.
I tell you what you are. You're probably somebody that lives overseas, and you got paid by the Zionists to cause this, you know?
Okay, Airplane, we'll give the mic to Nation. Okay.
We got your point. No problem with Israel. These people, they hit the rocket to Israel and kill kids of the Israelian in the land of the Israel.
Okay, Darvish, we got your point. Thank you. We give the mic to Mason. Mason, you wanted to respond to Darvish.
Yes, brother. You know, whatever he's saying is absolutely bullshit. Yeah. He's a liar. Israel is not a country. There's no country called Israel. That's the fucking Pakistan. You're saying you're friend with Iranians for the past 3,000 years?
See, this is the problem with we're
complicated
relationship. Don't go to
3,000. Okay, Israel was created in 1948, so I do not know, and I know Iran has a long culture, very old culture. I don't deny that. That's probably going beyond 3,000. But Israel was created in 1948. That means it's just 77 years old. So I don't understand how a very old culture like the Iranian or the Persian culture can be similar to the culture of a country that was created just about 77 years ago. That is point number one. Point number two, you also said that Iran has been supplying or helping Hamas, and Hamas carried out an attack on Israel,
Not
Israeli land.
Islamic regime. Iran is
No, Darvish, please don't push words into my mouth.
Brian, Kayla Gia, please. Kayla Gia, please.
Where is he?
He's in, he should be in audience.
Okay.
He's in the man right now.
Okay. So you said Hamas carried out butchering in Israel and on Israel's land. First of all, the entirety of Israel does not belong to Israel. Okay? Israel did, like I said, Israel did not exist before 1948, and Israel is an illegitimate creation by the United Nations. Okay, it's a reality today. We accept the reality. It doesn't mean we will call it legitimate. Then the second point, if America and many other Western nations can help Israel kill 60 to 70,000 Palestinians in Gaza and continue to starve 2 million of them, why shouldn't Iran or any other country in the world help the Palestinians? The Hamas is not, it may be a terrorist movement for you, but for many of us, for me in particular, Hamas is not a terrorist movement. It is a resistance movement that is fighting to free its land. I do not agree with many of the methods that it employs, but it doesn't mean that I will call it as a terrorist movement. It is not. Whom I will call as a terrorist movement is somebody who kills children, babies, simply because they belong to a particular race. In this case, Israel IDF, which kills children. If you really, if you have empathy for humanity, I suggest you go and look up the articles written by Jewish people, Israeli historians, Israeli academicians, who clearly write what Israel is doing to the Palestinians in Gaza. So this is the second point. And the final point I want to make is, Israel did not have the right to attack Iran. It was unprovoked. Israel went to war on Iran on the 30th of this month. On the 16th of the same month, Trump had announced that we are going to have a final discussion with Iran. That was on Sunday, We are going to have, and we will see, we are going to push Iran to sign a deal, zero enrichment deal with US. And he in fact requested, at least on paper, we all saw, he said that I have asked Netanyahu not to go to war with Iran. Israel could have waited for 72 hours to see the result of that negotiation that US and Iran were going to have in Oman on the 16th. But no, Israel did not want a negotiation. Israel did not want a peace deal. Israel wants to continue the wars. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with. And if you're thinking, Darvish, if you're thinking, no, listen. I'm not done, Darvish. If you're thinking that it's all because Israel loves Iranian people, you are mistaken. Israel doesn't love anybody in the world. It loves itself.
And one more thing, how can you say that Iran attacked Israel, that Israel came out and said that they attacked Iran? Like, are you fucking out of your mind? Like, where do you come up with that shit?
There's before I let you go, there's a couple of articles that said American intelligence has said that Iran does not have nuclear weapons.
No, Tulsi Gabbard, Tulsi Gabbard confirmed. Darvish, 1 minute. Just give me a.
Iran tried to get bomb, guys.
No, Darvish, I'll tell you what happened.
that is this year, in 2025, March of this year, Tulsi Gabbard, the National Intelligence Director of the United States, in a Senate hearing, confirmed that U.S. intelligence has verified that Israel has not assumed its nuclear weapons program, and Israel is years away from developing a nuclear program, and it is not pursuing any nuclear program as on date. This was in March of 2025 by Tulsi Gabbard. Okay? Now, you people keep saying that Iran has weapons. Israel has weapons. If Iran, I will call the mullahs stupid because they should have gone ahead, developed the nuclear weapon. If they had had the nuclear weapon today, Israel would not have dared to attack them. They made a mistake of, believing these Zionists in the U.S. and the Western world and thinking that we are having we have to honor the deal that we made with them, and they did not develop a weapon. They should have developed a nuclear weapon. This is what it is. Anyway, there are some new people in the room, so I want to give them the chance. So G is here. He wanted to speak. Then Sethupathi wanted to speak.
I also want to speak to
yeah. So we'll give the mic to some new people. G, you want to go ahead? Yeah. Okay. 30 seconds, Dharmesh. Then G, then Sethupathi.
President Trump, he gave the chance to Iranian regime about 60 days, and they try everything to come to table and talk to us. You are not allowed to make a bomb. But I'm so sorry, they make a bomb. They try to make a bomb.
They did not make a bomb. No, guys, Darvish.
Mentally unstable.
Okay, guys, let's mute up for a minute, for a second. Let's mute up. Let's have some peace in the room. Okay, Darvish, the point is that he's left. Okay. Yeah. So Darvish, the point is that when the National Intelligence Director of the United States says that there is no weapons program and Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, why is it so difficult to accept what she says? Because, if you don't accept that, what else should we accept from what comes out of America? Anyway, will you give the mic? G, you wanted to speak?
Yes, but I couldn't understand what exactly that Dariush's point was. But
he didn't have one.
Saying that Iran has a bomb or something like that.
Yes, he said Iran has a bomb. We kept telling him he doesn't have a bomb. Tulsi Gabbard confirmed that he doesn't have a bomb. And
No.
Anyway.
Iran, the leader of the Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, has signed and it's known as it's haram. For those that know that haram means it's a machine or bomb or anything that creates a mass murder, like Islam is a haram. There might be certain area that this can be, that I'm not sure, but so far has been signed by the leader of Iran. It's called haram. It's prohibited. However, this can be changed. Most likely, I'm not sure, if Iran gets attacked by any bomb or a small or big one, this can be immediately gets different and get signed up in order, because now the threat is it's emergency and Iran has to defend the people from against the enemy. So that situation, it might get changed. However, my belief is Iran has prohibited and has not going that direction because of that Ayatollah's signature. But Iran is on the readiest stage. Meaning Iran has everything that needs to put together, just in case if they want to do something stupid that will cause Iran have no choice to
assemble it, they put it together, everybody have it. So it's in that level, it's not been together and it's not been signed. So until the leader and the Khamenei is in charge of all the army of the Iran. So he's the head of the army. So his signature is important as a leader, and all the IRGC, the National Guard, it runs under the direct order of the Ayatollah Khamenei, and from the top to the bottom generals, and they get the order, they do the follow up the order. So that's on that. These people, they come in the room or spread any news like that. They should know that Iran is country has been part of the NPT and is been under heavy inspection, and the most camera out of all the countries that are part of the NPT, Iran is the most heavily been inspected by the inspector of the NPT organization. So the Mr. Garisi, he's in charge, the head of in that organization, and he's on his every signature for every report that is heavily has been reported many times, that has been reported that Iran, is been complying with every step of the process. So for I don't know how he know that, we don't know if he has seen the bomb. Let us, so people haven't seen it. I have no idea where they're doing it.
So, brother, Iran also sent out an invitation 2 days ago for the West to go to inspection in Iran, by the way, like, if you missed on that one.
Yeah, Iran is clean. Iran doesn't have it. Iran is clean.
Iran has nothing to hide. There's somebody new in the room. Edward, can we give him the chance first? Say to. Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for giving me a chance. My question is, the world is so much biased in regarding the nuclear policy, because certain powers are having nuclear weapons. For example, in the Middle East, Israel is having nuclear weapons. Okay? So why not other countries like Iran and other Arab countries should not have a nuclear weapon? They should have a nuclear weapon. So, if the world is not considering that there should not be a nuclear weapon, every country should destroy it. US should destroy it, Britain should destroy it, France should destroy it. Then they should teach other countries not to develop nuclear weapons. So this itself is not a proper thing. If IAEA is very much concerned about people, they should order every country who is having a nuclear weapon to destroy it. Then humanity will prosper. Then why they are telling other? For example, I'm telling is India is having a nuclear weapon. Same Pakistan is also having a nuclear weapon. This brings some balance in the region, which is the conflict itself is not going ahead. Because of the nuclear weapon, the balance, the conflict is not proceeding further. The same thing should be there in the Middle East. Some countries should have a nuclear weapon, like Saudi or Iran, because Israel is having. They should. So the other countries. I think today IAEA, I am not proper. They also raised the concern, like this thing, this free hand for Israel will make other countries to develop nuclear weapons, because they will be frightened. Today Iran, tomorrow why not other countries? So every country will try to develop nuclear weapons now. So this will happen. So
excellent point, Setu. Excellent point. That's what we all ask, and that's what everybody is asking in the world. Israel has nuclear weapons. It is confirmed. They are believed to have anywhere between 90 and 40 nuclear bombs. Okay, 90 and 400. And they do not allow IAEA inspectors to inspect their sites, their bombs. They also do not. They are also not a signatory to the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. That's the only country in the world that has not signed the NPT. Okay, and there are among the 9 other countries, there are 9 or 10 countries that have nuclear bombs. Israel is the only country that has not signed, and every other country like Iran which do not have nuclear bombs, but they use nuclear facilities for peaceful purposes like development of energy and so on. They are all signatory to the NPT. They allow IAEA inspectors to go and inspect to make sure that nuclear bomb is being produced. So thank you for that share.
Yeah.
Edward, I just want to give you the mic.
I just want to add a single point. Because the same rhetoric that the Netanyahu is telling for 25 years, that the Iran is 5 days, 7 days to develop nuclear weapon. He's telling the same lie for 25 years, and the Western media is believing that. And I don't know how they are believing this nonsense.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Anyway, the other point that I wanted to make was you said something. Okay. Anyway, Edward. No, I wanted to respond to G, but after Edward.
No, I have a single question.
Can I add?
Yeah, let Edward speak.
I've been waiting. So, what has not been mentioned, and with Netanyahu's rhetoric of the Zionists, when they say that they have a 3,000-year-old history and relationship with the Persians, Iranians. This is misleading because when Cyrus, and they're referring to Cyrus, the king of Persia at the time, defeated the Babylonians, which were they had like Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Iraq. I think Iraq was their home territory, or so the main part of the Babylonian Empire. So when they were defeated, Cyrus took over that whole area and allowed Jews to go to Palestine, to Jerusalem. However, there were Jews already there over 1,000 years before that. And the Jews that went over there, which is fine. But here's the fallacy here. When Netanyahu talks about the 3,000-year-old relationship with the Persians, Israel and the European Jews were not a part of this relationship. The relationship were those that were indigenous to the area, which were Israelites, the kingdom of Judah, the indigenous people, basically anybody that came from the Canaanites, which are the Palestinians. So the relationship with the Persians, with Cyrus, this 3,000-year-old relationship, is not with the Israelis. It is actually with the indigenous people, the Palestinians, who were Jewish, then Christian, then Muslim, and some, of course, stayed Christian and Jewish. But it was with the Palestinians, not with Israel. And no one is called Zionists out on this app, or I haven't seen anything on social media saying this, and this is history. I'm not making this up. You can look it up. There was no European Jewish nation 2,500 years ago when Cyrus allowed the Jews that were expelled to go to Jerusalem, and then those Jews mixed with the indigenous people, and the descendants are the Palestinian people, and that's the relationship. Just wanted to say that.
Okay. I just wanted to share. G, are you there? Are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you mentioned that the Ayatollah Khamenei, he, because of Islamic principles, declared that development of a nuclear weapon is haram. I agree with you. He had declared it, and he adhered to that promise. He adheres to that promise till date. Okay, but this is my perspective on that. He is wrong. Respectfully, he is wrong because development development of a nuclear bomb is not haram, in my opinion. Use of the nuclear bomb without justification would be haram. I am not a scholar. I think Mr. Khomeini is a scholar. I am not a religious scholar. So, but my perspective is it would not be haram to develop a nuclear bomb, but it would be wrong to use it, without justification. Having said that, let me tell you this. We, that is, I'm referring to the Muslims of the world, are living in a place now which is literally infiltrated by the Zionists. And so the only thing that Zionists do is create friction between people, amongst people, between Muslims and Christians, and so on. Okay, so if I was in Khamenei's place, I would have developed the nuclear bomb immediately when he was told not to develop it, and kept it ready for use. If they had kept it ready for use, Israel would not have dared to attack now. For example, take North Korea. Why? North Korea is supposedly, everybody in the world agrees North Korea is the most repressive regime in the world. Okay? Most repressive. There's no, even Russia believes it is so. But nobody touches North Korea because North Korea has nuclear weapons. So that is a deterrence that everybody needs. Like this previous speaker, this gentleman Setu said, everybody has a right to a nuclear weapon. Why? If Israel can have it, why shouldn't Iran? Why shouldn't Iran? Why shouldn't Saudi Arabia or Turkey for that matter? Everybody has a right to nuclear weapons. Either everybody has it or nobody should have it. That's it. Al-Kagame. Hello, sir.
Can I respond to you?
Yeah, GST. After that, Al-Kagame.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to you anytime.
Okay, Mr. Kagame, Al-Kagame.
Yeah, no, I actually like what you were saying. I agree with everything you just said. I was reading the title, and my perspective is actually quite simple, man. I think the issue is we're literally allowing genocidal maniacs to lead us into war. Like, it's interesting how the West, its leadership is ran by genocidal maniacs, and we're allowing it to happen. It's really insane. I'm actually kind of surprised people aren't revolted. I don't really know what else it's going to take for people to revolt. Like, this is much, it's interesting because in America, we had the whole January 6th protest, and in my opinion, it's just far worse than anything that may have happened in terms of the election. This is insane to me. So, yeah, man, right now I'm kind of listen, I'm kind of flabbergasted at what's happening. It sounds like Israel is going to lead us into World War III, and, we're going to lockstep and follow Israel into it.
Alright, thank you. Can I respond to that?
Yes, yeah, please.
See, you have a point, but also Iran has its own point. I'm not that level also, but I look at it different way, and I look at my own precise from military aspect and capabilities. Could be the reason why Iran doesn't need. Iran has the capability of. One, just tonight, Iran used the Fatah hypersonic for the first time. I believe until it's confirmed, there was a few around the nuclear facility in Israel. It's called the Mona, not direct. Most likely around. Just give them a little warning, last warning. This can go up in the sky, and what you have created is gonna be very devastating for your own citizenship. For those that think that you can have nuclear occurrence. So it could get very ugly for those countries they do have. What if get hit by missile from another country, in this case Israel? What if just a few of those missiles that Iran demonstrated tonight show how vulnerable is Israel? By the way, go take a look at the news. What a devastating night was for Israelis. And I'm so sorry for those people that didn't take my advice to learn how to swim, because inside the government closed the border, airport, and now people, they have money, they're renting a boat, they run. But how many boats are over there? There's not much boats or tourist boat to rent or steal. So those people will stay over there and they will suffer, like I have said many times in this room. America and the rest of the gang Bibi will use every single of the Israeli people as a victim of this war, just like the NATO and America used the Ukrainian as a victim of their own agenda against Russia. Same thing is happening, and who's paying the price? Bibi is hiding. Bibi most likely is not inside Israel, even inside. He took off most likely.
I want y'all to stop blaming. Can y'all please stop blaming the United States? Because Donald Trump already has demanded Iran's unconditional surrender. So at this point, you can't keep putting it on the United States.
The United States is absolutely involved. Wait until the F-35s will reveal and some of the spaceship will reveal also. Don't start saying that the United States has nothing to do. Every shit that's happening around the globe, United States given a green light. So don't think they're very innocent.
Gee, don't waste your breath. She's a small brain.
You ain't calling small brain because I'm a patriot and I'm proud to be American citizen.
It's because your parents are related.
Because my parents are what?
Listen.
That's not funny. I'm just saying right now, there's a lot going on. You need to stop blaming everybody except the people that are involved.
Sound like their first brother and sister siblings.
Yeah, because you can't attack the argument, you attack the person. So who really has the small brain? Who really has the small brain?
You're just MAGA. You're not a way. You just not the waste of
Sister, who gives you the right to tell Iran to unconditionally surrender? Who that
I didn't say that. Donald J. Trump said that.
Who is he?
Because he's looking out for Iran's best interest.
So he's making them surrender.
Was the United States looking at Iraq's best interest? Was the United States looking after Iraq's best interest?
When they killed a million people.
Oh, because it wasn't ever any weapons of mass destruction. We have our intelligence that has said.
I'm not gonna do this conspiracy theory with you.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Oh my God, she's dumb. I told you she's dumb. Well, their parents are related.
Yeah, parents are definitely related. Directly related.
Some didn't say she's average American.
Talking about people having related parents is very offensive when there's some cultures that practice that as part of their culture. And some of those cultures are in this room, so that's very offensive.
Oh, wait, you think Muslims? She is so fucking backwards, bro.
First. So again, that's very offensive to people. That's very offensive to
I'm sorry.
offending others in the room.
Gee, is your parents related or they brother and sister?
I make my last 30 second.
Okay, how about you from West Virginia?
I land in the 30 second. Brother Fayed, my last point to you. Every country, including Iran, every nation, every country around the globe that has enriching uranium facility, atomic bomb enriching uranium facility is vulnerable to get hit and gets out of there, and it becomes devastating for their own citizen. So as much as you can have a bomb or any technology, and at the same time, it's
Next it's gonna be Egypt. Next it's gonna be Saudi Arabia.
No,
You love these conspiracies.
Israel will not rest. You see, I mentioned this earlier. Just a week ago, they had a conference in Israel. The cabinet ministers participated in it just before the Israel started the attack at Iraq. I think 2 days before that, probably on the 11th or 12th of this month. They had a conference in Israel. It was allowed, media was allowed, so it was reported widely, in which all the ministers from Netanyahu's cabinet participated, and some of the American senators and other AIPAC poodles participated in that. And they moved a resolution in that meeting, in that conference, saying that West Bank and Gaza should be annexed immediately. So that was the first point. And the second point was made by the Heritage Minister Eliyahu. He said that at the same time, we should, as soon as we annex Gaza and West Bank, our next target should be to annex the entirety of Lebanon and Syria, because Lebanon and Syria, parts of Lebanon and parts of Syria, are part of the Holy Land and Israel. Therefore, we will have to immediately move a resolution to annex Lebanon and Syria. And if you study the report, there's a guy called Avi Lapkin, Evilapkin. Avi Lapkin is an American Israeli citizen. He also has a small extremist party. He runs a political party in Israel. Okay, he has never won an election, but he's very influential with the Zionist Christians who support the expansion of Israel in the United States. Okay, he has a report. He has published a report in which he says that as per Genesis 15, I have to admit here that I don't know what Genesis 15 says. I'm just saying what he said. As per Genesis 15, in the present day geography, a part of Medina in Saudi Arabia should also be part of the Eretz Israel. Therefore, we should not rest until all the 7 places which are in 7 countries right now, besides Palestine, should have to be taken over in order for the Messiah to come to the world, the Messiah to return. Okay, and he says Medina is part of that, and he quotes Genesis 15. And like I said, I don't know that much about Genesis, what Genesis 15 says. So they are not going to stop until the so-called Eretz Israel is created. So that means we are looking at instability in the Middle East for the next 50 years or maybe even 100 years. Our children and their children and probably even their children, our great-grandchildren will also be facing the same kind of turmoil that we are facing today. So that is why I say that Israel as a state as it exists today, the Zionist state, needs to be dismantled immediately by whatever means, however it is to be done. That's the only way for the rest of the world to live in peace. Or else Israel has to change its, declare openly, clearly state that we are not going to expand, return all the lands that they have already stolen from Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and so on, and stick to the lands and free Palestine and stick to the lands that were given to it in UN Resolution 1948, that is 181, UN Resolution 181. That's it. These are the only 2 options, and they have to happen because our children and their children are not safe as long as Israel exists in the current form.
Wednesday, where do you get all these conspiracies? Do you watch YouTube or something?
Oh my God, another woman obsessed with me.
What's the conspiracy theory that you mentioned?
No, she's mentioned a couple of them now.
Yeah, which one are you referring to?
I said Iraq, that there was never any weapons of mass destruction.
Better answer. Give her a chance to answer. What conspiracy theories? What?
She's saying that Israel is going to go after Egypt and all these other places.
Why is that a conspiracy?
They say it themselves.
What is a conspiracy theory?
It's unfounded.
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you a video of the former finance minister talking about it publicly?
The literature.
Sorry?
Can you read?
I would rather read the literature.
You can see the guy actually saying it, but yeah, there is literature about
But
it.
you know, AI nowadays, I don't know what to trust. I
That's not AI.
prefer something that's pen and paper.
Okay, pen and paper. You can read about something saying I'm coming after Damascus now.
When you say AI comes to the rest of them computers.
Exactly.
But I appreciate that.
Yeah, Israel has never denied this, by the way. This is why Israel does not define its borders. Because it's an expansionist power.
So is this like an Israel hate space or something?
No, it's a realistic space.
Okay.
Yeah. Does Israel define its borders?
I would think it does. Yeah, it's on the map.
Find it for me. Find me where the Israeli state has defined its borders.
Okay.
We're going to get some.
It absolutely is a Israeli hate space. And Wednesday.
I mean, if Israel did expand, do you really think that would be a bad idea?
Yes, I think it would be a very bad idea.
Something to say if you allow
Why would that be a bad idea? Haven't they been pretty successful as a nation in a very short period of time?
So I think it's true. No, wait, hold on. She's trolling. Yeah. Brother, she's trolling. That's fine. Like new people, we got Lonzo, we got just one thing to her. She's a troll. Just one thing. So I take it you have Googled whether or not Israel defines its borders. You came up with no, Israel does not define its borders, and then you came back for another comment. So I think you learned something new today. Israel does not define its borders because it's an expansionist power. And now you've come back saying, oh, would it be so bad if Israel expand? So what if it does? Okay, James, Alonso, go ahead, Alonso.
In a fucking colonized country, bro.
Alright, you wanna come on up? Let's talk to Sarah about it. Let's see what she has to say. Come on up, Sarah. Anyways, anybody else want to chime in?
Speak, please.
The terroristic flag.
Jim, just get up. Thank you. Go on, Lonzo. Lonzo, we can't hear you, brother. We can't hear you.
Lonzo, we can't hear you, Lonzo. Okay. Can you try again, Lonzo?
Sarah, earlier today somebody told me we're making a comment about Hamas and ISIS and anti-Semite. I think the anti-Semite, the only people that can call you anti-Semite is you gotta be Jewish. You can't just go around and pass this word around anti-Semite. Second, Netanyahu did fund Hamas. Third, recently Netanyahu just gave weapons to freaking ISIS. So you should look into it. If you want the data, I can provide you data on this. This is on the time to get back.
Yeah, weapons.
Lonzo, do you want to speak? Hold up, James, just stop me. Did you want to speak, Lonzo? Are you back? Or is it?
I never really understood. Why do you have two accounts up there?
It doesn't matter, man. Don't worry about it, James. Don't worry about it. Time to be busy.
What advantage does it give you?
Let's talk to Michael. What's up, Michael?
What's up, man?
You support Israel?
Yes, sir.
What do you think about Netanyahu? Was he in the right shooting a rocket into Iran?
No, he's not. He's a radical.
Which one is a good candidate to run Israel? Can you give us a name?
man. Thank you. We're talking to other people, man. Come on, it's not just me. Can you please mute up, James? James, can you mute up? James, last warning for moving out. Okay, go on, Michael. What's the best candidate out there? Can you... Michael, no response.
Yeah, here, just one sec, sorry.
Are you looking it up? You're asking for the Baba?
Why are they so
As it, if you think as a, you just came up with this. Anyways, Ezra, do you want to chime in?
No one wants to chime in, bro.
James, calm down.
So
He's attention seeker, man.
Get up there.
James, are you okay, bro? You want the attention.
Host this room 24/7. What the fuck?
Yeah, because there's ongoing genocide. Genocide hasn't ended yet. This is the room.
Even your tiny little room is not gonna fucking do shit.
Can we donate for you here?
Donate, like,
Well, how did we send the money to that file?
yeah, how much money are you gonna send it? Can you how much can you get for?
No, I'm just asking because like you're here 24/7. So like, do you have a job or?
No, I don't have a job. That's all I do.
No, he took.
That's pretty sick, man. That's a cool gig.
Someone's mommy's basement.
Oh, you guys are really making personal attacks. Can we stick to the topic?
James Ali. James actually is an Iranian. He supports the RGC. James, you know he supports the RGC. He told me about it a couple days.
Come on, the Muslim community doesn't support
No, you're not Muslim. You're Catholic.
What if I'm not Muslim? You are.
Wait, you think sister is a transgender woman?
No, I think Amir is a transgender woman named Sarah.
Oh, you're so stupid.
Hey, I'm sick of the personal attacks. Honey, you gotta come stronger this time.
I was asking the question because
Israel does define its border where it has peace treaties. I want to say that.
no, girl, you just, you know.
Yeah, well, I did look it up. I researched instead of talking on the side of my neck like Wednesday.
And
You know, conspiracy theories I saw on the internet doesn't define its borders.
Neck, okay?
And
my
doesn't define its
parents are
borders?
related, click.
Yeah, so it doesn't define its borders. It has armistice lines, which it breaks every now and then, like it broke with Syria as soon as the Syrian government changed, right? So those aren't borders, so it does not define its borders. Thank you.
How many times did America break its borders with Mexico?
I don't give a shit.
What the fuck? You're living in America. But
I'm not living in America. James, America, this goes in there. I'm not living in this America. But wait, hold on. Just because America does something, does that mean it's justified? America nuked Japan. Does that mean Iran can nuke Israel? I'm Canadian, not American. But regardless, two wrongs don't make a right.
Same shit. Or you're benefiting from the colonization. Go back to your home country, bitch.
I would like to, but these Europeans colonized my own country. They bombed the shit out of my country, so I have to come here.
Syria?
Yeah, Syria.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's in your country. I hear things are conversation.
I hear things are getting better in Iran. Why don't you go back?
Yeah, I have a serious guys, I have a serious question. Nobody can answer it for me.
So like you gotta troll.
No, I'm not.
What's your question?
Okay, just go ahead. Listen, I just joined. I'll wait, but like, let me know when I can ask my question. I'll wait for you guys to know. Because I just.
What's your dissertation? This ass.
Okay. So I'll ask after the first guy.
So Iran has fired 25 missiles, right? Do you guys think that they will take over Israel?
Take over? No, take over.
They fired 12? Is it now?
Yeah, I mean, it was latest news that said they shot about 25 rockets earlier today.
So that's the objective? You think
settlements, just keep blowing up those West Bank settlements. They're illegal anyway, so just keep blowing them up. Fucking get rid of all the Zionists.
Yes. They are illegal. They are illegal.
They're illegal buildings.
They are illegal though. Those are illegal settlements.
They're illegal. Get rid of them.
Burn, baby, burn.
The objective here is to take over the region. That's absolutely fucking crazy.
What's your
That is crazy.
Are you out of your fucking mind? What
Nobody said that was the objective. Nobody said that was the objective.
What's your number?
What's whose number? Wednesdays?
Old is gold.
What is the obsession, bro? I mean,
I don't know, man.
If you're jealous, bitch.
I have no idea. Why are you obsessed with Islam?
Anyways, so the IRGC, right? Do you guys think? No, shut up. Do you guys think that the people are starting siding with IRGC, even the ones that were anti-IRGC in Iran? After the attack, after they saw the malice of victims of them.
I mean, honestly, how do you make your living?
Yeah, Michael, stop trolling. That's one thing, but moving on. Thank you. Thank you. That's one. Thank you.
So I think Michael's one of your trolls.
Let's give the mic to Just, please.
I don't want to be rude because I'm new, but like, okay, so I've been doing a lot of research lately, and everybody, listen, we all have to take this thing seriously because World War III is start. But my real question is regarding Netanyahu, right? Does Netanyahu have a Yahoo account or a Gmail ID?
This is a stupid quote.
That's funny. We needed the comical relief. Thank you, Jim.
I was sunny.
That's a brilliant joke. I love it.
I heard NATO to kick the United States out quickly, very quickly. NATO needs to kick the United States out.
It's time for all the Jewish women to go home to Israel. Nobody wants to see us that soon.
Wednesday, shut the fuck up.
There's never been more vulnerable to a terrorist attack than it is currently.
Wednesday, hot was Wednesday.
Well, how old were you when 9/11
Cállate
happened?
la boca, pendeja sucia.
Yeah, you're not in support of your Puerto Rican.
No, it tastes it's garbage, baby. Hepatitis and every STD there is.
Mama Niema.
Yeah. I'm sorry that the parents are related.
It's Mama Yama, not Mama Yama. It's Mama Yama.
Wednesday, I was driving.
Mama Niema, Konya.
Guys, can we go to get back to the
Can you stay muted? Easy, go ahead, easy.
Okay, so first and foremost, Wednesday is definitely my girl. Don't get no bigger. Because when you said her father was her brother Jew, that shit almost made me have an accident. I swear I was driving, I was like, oh my god, I can't even come on light. But that was hilarious, number one. Number two, I have a question. I actually watched a video today of Netanyahu literally giving the exact same speech about Iran and the potential for building nukes and decimating the universe. I mean, almost word for word. If somebody had taken the words of that speech and superimposed it over his latest speech, they would all be identical.
He's been saying it since 1996.
Was from 2012. Well, this one I saw was 2012. He literally had like a picture of a bomb, 3%, 5%. I'm gonna make it my PTR. But that shit was crazy. I said, you know what? Nobody's paying attention on the world stage. Like, either this dude is suffering from early onset dementia, or he knows that we're not listening, that he can run the same rhetoric year after year.
Eddie, I'm so confused. If your country gets wiped out, who's the exemption? If Israel gets wiped out, who's the exemption?
I know who sister is. role. I mean, she's a black American woman pretending to be a white woman, yeah. I know who she is.
Who she is? But that's kind of crazy. 2012, the same speech.
Actually, it goes over to what
literally was going to become a nuclear threat in minutes, in months.
I think it goes back to even worse. He's obsessed with getting Iran. He's obsessed. Since 1996 when he started being part of the Knesset.
Since 1980s, actually, when he, the
first thing that he that far back.
Yeah.
The first thing he did when he entered politics was this.
That is insanity.
I'm here to say hello to Izzy. How are you?
Stopping it.
Destroying your country. James, why don't you stay mute?
He has ADHD or some shit like that. Something really wrong with him.
Okay, this guy has been making this claim that Iran is 2 weeks away from developing a nuclear bomb, 3 weeks away. Every year he makes the same statement, and American politicians would believe it. And based on what he says, they've been shouting for the last 20 to 30 years that Iran should be eliminated, Ayatollah Khomeini should be killed, and so on. But I don't know if you guys saw. I saw a small clip on this guy, comedian, on the talk show host in the U.S. I think his name is John Wade or something like that.
Not John. He was the Late Show.
The Late Show, yeah. So
yeah,
in that,
I have it. I actually have it, a clip.
You should share it.
TikTok.
So he showed all the years of Netanyahu saying nuclear weapon is, Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon. Every year, literally every year's clip is sharing that thing. It's very, very, very hilarious.
That is insane. That is insane.
I don't know, how were you, Izzy?
Oh, Hashem, thank God.
If you followed the career of Mr. Netanyahu for the last, since the 80s, like mid-80s till now.
We should make that video. We should make that video go viral. Like, I didn't even realize how bad it was. You're literally sitting there regurgitating the same crap year after year after year.
Well, those are well-documented things, Izzy. I mean, this guy has been harping about it he stood from the UN saying Iran is 2 weeks away, 2 months away, 1 year away, 1 half away. If you take Iran and you take Iraq, I guarantee you democracy will flourish in the Middle East. Iran and Iraq and add to that Libya are developing nuclear weapons. I mean, this is part and parcel of the broad plan for Israel to expand and destroy its neighbor and draw the Americans into all those wars. I don't know how much Americans are aware of the chokehold of the system they have on their discourse in the region. But I don't think the American people understand
forgive me. The last post that I won't let me put it. This looks like I already put it. I'll send it to you, Etsy.
Okay.
Do you have TikTok?
I do.
Okay.
I very rarely use it, but I have it.
I just wrote a response to Trump in the tweet. You want to hear it?
Yeah, point. Just give me a few seconds. Jindip, you mentioned if American people realize the kind of hold Israel has, right? Is that what you said?
Yes, the choke. It's not a hold. It's a chokehold on.
Yeah.
On the,
So let me quote you. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States. His name is Admiral Thomas Muller, and he said this in the year, I think, 1990s or so. I have never seen any president of the United States, I don't care who he is, I have never seen any president stand up to the Israelis. our citizens certainly don't have any idea what's going on. They always get, that is, the Israelis always get what they want. They know what is going on all the time. If the American people understood what a grip Israelis have got on our politicians, they would rise up in arms. This was Admiral Thomas Moorer, M-O-O-R-E-R, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Let me also read you another quote. This is by Miss Ann Lewis. Ann Lewis was the former White House Communications Director for Bill Clinton. And she said it matter-of-factly in a press meet. The primary role of the President of the United States is to support the decisions made in Israel. The primary, let me read it again if it did not, let it sink in. The primary role of the President of the United States is to support the decisions made in Israel. That's it.
But don't the American people, the freedom-loving people of America, don't they perplex him with that?
We have no freedom, Jason. We have no freedom.
Yes, you do. When you have freedom, you
don't have it.
On daily basis.
We're gonna have to
But aren't they perplexed by this stuff, or they're just not informed?
No,
and why is it they have such a chokehold on their politicians? I mean, I watch some senators who are they're just like, I don't know, they're like massaging the balls of those Zionists, and they just carry on with their agenda with no shame whatsoever. Is it because of a few dollars they throw their way and they have them elected, or they keep them in office? I don't understand it. It's perplexing. It's
It's not that complicated. It's not that much to understand. Pick a politician and I'll tell you how much funding they get a year for NAPAC. Just pick one. Let's go down the list. It's real simple.
Well, that part I understand, but why would an American politician sell themselves so cheap to serve not the interest of their country, but is it because they make money from arms? I don't understand. I don't get it.
Well, it's because they sold out and they don't like Muslims. There you go.
I don't think about this Muslims. I just don't.
No, they don't. Listen,
something else is going on.
I've lived in America for all my life. The way they brainwash us that hate Muslims, it starts very young. Very young.
Alright, I have a response to Trump's tweet. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
So, Trump tweeted to the Supreme Leader of Iran. So here's Iran's response from me to Trump. Dear Mr. Trump, thank you for your recent death threats. I don't think they're funny. However, be advised when you say you know where I am. Well, I know where you are, and BB is, and I know where your children are. BB's kids are in Miami, and Trump, you know what's up. Thank you so much for writing to me. You stupid ass Zionist supporter. Okay, and then it ends, the Supreme Leader. This group is fucking nuts.
That's pretty good. But the sad part is ineffective.
Why is the room speechless, man?
Because I'm telling the truth. Oh, and P.S. Trump, the only reason you know where I am, you little bitch, is because of Peter Thiel and Palantir. Same people you use to demolish and kill everyone in Gaza, you bitch-ass motherfucker. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I put all of that in the tweet. Yeah.
So the last 2 words in the tweet, bitch ass motherfucker, that's 3 words.
Yo, where's Edward, man? This is insane.
No, what's insane is the leader of the free world writing
That's not. Hey, stop. Crazy shit.
I'm crossing the border to Canada. I'm a Sikh amnesty.
Denied.
Wait.
No, don't come here. We have enough immigrants already. We don't need.
Never heard of a world leader.
Say that again.
Never heard of a world leader telling people in another country and the metropolis to evacuate. He's creating a stampede. He's creating hysteria on an international level. Never thought
There's more than 80 million people went out and said this guy's okay.
Yeah, but you know what? They did a few polls in different countries, and I think he's at a 70 to 80% disapproval rate.
No, I'm saying
that's
80 million people in America walked to a booth and they said that guy is okay. Believe us.
Stupid.
I think they were all drunk, though.
No,
They were all sipping Hennessy.
hold on. You're entitled to your own opinions, but not your own facts.
No way.
You know what? No 80 million.
Did you see him at his little birthday party that nobody showed up to?
Yeah.
That was pathetic.
What do you mean, point? Didn't 80 million people vote him in?
Get a pencil and paper. Here's what I mean. Get a pencil and paper. 31.78% voted for Trump. Write it down. 30.84 voted for Harris. 1.06 voted third party. And 36.32% did not vote because of Gaza.
Okay.
Get it right, motherfucker.
Yeah, I understand, but that 30 something, how many people is that?
About 330 million. You do the math.
So 30% of the voting age, let's say 100.
It's not 80%. It's not 80 million.
What you're basically saying is that because the individuals abstained, it didn't help. And I believe that. Not even gonna lie.
Yeah, that's why we all know that's why she lost.
Yeah.
Mainstream media won't tell you that. Mainstream media is owned by the Zionists. CNN won't tell you that. Harvard is trying to tell you that. Yale and Princeton, but they're trying to silence them. Why do you think? Oh, because of fucking Columbia. What went down there? Go pay attention. Don't mention Palestine, and we're gonna silence it. We're gonna take your future. We're gonna take your prospects for a job. Oh yeah, they threatened the students. Oh yeah, the Zionists did that. Oh yeah, they did that in your fucking faces. So it's not a joke. It's not a joke.
And what was even more embarrassing is that Colombia has more European Jews in a little bit who have leanings towards Israel, and their children and the students didn't exactly behave in a way that they felt was becoming to their leadership. Yeah. Colombia was definitely an embarrassment to Colombia's board. Pretty fucking sad. Actually, we haven't heard very much about Colombia since, have we?
Not a pin drop. Not a motherfucking pin drop. Thank God it's the summer session.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting.
And there's a reason for that. The Zionists really control Colombia. Dig in the books. Find the endowment. Go follow the fucking money. You'll see.
Don't say that. You know what happened to AOC
check her background, I'm not gonna maybe I'll get in trouble for this, but I don't give a fuck. Fuck, I'm here. So if you check her background, you'll find that she bartended at one time, correct? Yes? Say yes?
Yeah, she was a bartender before she.
However, they conveniently left out that she not only bartended, but she danced at the fucking bar that she was in, because it was a strip club. And guess who knows the owner? Let me close my mic. Fuck you, Amir.
Guess who knows the damn.
Who knows the owner?
What?
Trump?
Probably Point.
No, I mean considering she was in New York, right? Trump was big in New York. Real estate, strip clubs. That could have been anyone, honestly. There's a lot of Jews that work in this industry.
And the craziest part is that so many have hyphenated last names, changed last names. I think unless you yourself are Jewish, like been raised around Jewish people, you would never even know that the people are Jewish.
Yeah, like Jack Ruby, who killed Lee Harvey Oswald. His real name was Rubenstein.
You know, I did not know that until recently.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. The Jewish mafia is a thing. You see, mafia people think Italian right away because of the movies and whatever. But the Jewish mafia was a real thing. That's what started Las Vegas, actually.
You ever seen Peaky Blinders?
Oh,
no, I have not.
It was
Peaky Blinders is really good.
You know, the book was good and they kind of stuck it in, but didn't really give you too much on it. If you saw Chadwick Boseman's movie, I think it was called The Bankers. And this, my grandmother actually attested to that when black folks were trying to get loans from the banks, they were often denied. But European Jews would act as intercessors, and they would lend black folks the monies, or they would, secure notes for them, and they were later lauded as, friends and allies and the whole nine. But if you speak to old school black folks who have nothing to gain or lose, tell the truth, they will tell you that, oh yeah, the Jew man, they would call him sadly, the Jew man would come in and he would help, baby, but he was going to charge us upwards of 20 to 30% more in interest. But what choice did we have? I had an elder talk about a European Jewish merchant who would come through the black neighborhood and sell these really, really, really beautiful dresses, very well made, very well tailored. But he had a card, he would sell it, when Jay-Z talks about they would sell stuff on credit. If you weren't careful, and the old ladies would say they would call their children, from the back just to make sure that they weren't scammed. So sad that if the dress cost $50, 6 entries would save $50 month after month after month, even though individuals had paid on it, it would never reflect the deduction of their payments.
Oh, so it's kind of like Rent-A-Center.
I don't know, I've never done Rent-A-Center before.
Yeah.
But what hurt me is that these are little old ladies who the world today, if they were a little younger, would call anti-Semites. But they're just talking about their lived experience with crooks. Straight crooks.
You bringing that up about the black community and the Jewish community, they also lend to historic black colleges too, and they'll tell you, oh yeah, we're the only ones that lend money to historic black colleges, but they don't tell how much interest they charge. And of course, they're gonna go to them because no one else was loaning them money to start their black college, right? They weren't allowed to go to regular colleges, like to a college that like Harvard and anything, so they created their own.
I'm an anxious dictionary.
You know what's frightening? I think that, and I think I'm really going to do this. It's not even a joke. I think I really need to sit down with elders, with Muslims, with different people from different backgrounds, and just ask them to speak about their lived experiences. You know why? Because as a Jewish person, as someone born and raised within Jewish community spaces, there are things that I can put my hand to a Tanakh and say I experienced, that I watched other people experience. And many of those things would create the balance that's needed to talk about what's really happening and what's really happening, as opposed to what people are pretending. Is like, you want to talk about somebody who literally wants
Wait,
a
was
girl?
that Point's real voice?
What?
Someone who had a hot mic, that was Point's hot mic, and that was her real voice.
No. Point always uses his real voice.
That was.
No, that was
I
Manly
know.
voice.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Oh my God!
I heard
That
that
was
too.
a Manly voice.
First of all, mind your business. Get out of my living room because there's people listening to you. And second of all, Jim did two things. Number one, AOC, can you stay muted? I didn't interrupt any of you. So number one, Jim did. AOC, yeah, you can laugh on mute. AOC is, she not only was a bartender, but she was also a dancer. Yeah.
She's already doing his I'm saying
And the second thing, shut up. Second thing is, if you want to know about the Jewish mafia, someone mentioned that. It is still in existence, and you can watch a movie called Naked Singularity, and they'll show you who's moving the heroin. It's real, and it's shocking, and it's not shocking.
I know. First of all, AOC, I like her. She's very great.
Look up the movie Naked. Look up the movie Naked Singularity. It was shot during the pandemic. Fantastic movie. Yeah. Blow your fucking mind. Yeah.
It was sophisticated for me. Naked singularity. I don't even know what that means, but I know AOC's ancestors are from Spain and they are Hasidic Jews. That's for sure. But that's not a.
No, are you serious, Jen?
Yes, I am.
Wait. I'm clear.
She has some Jewish blood.
Yeah, she's a Jew.
Yeah.
I'm not putting that as in any negative way. I mean, I don't know much about her politics. And she's from New York, and yes, she does that. So what?
It was like a Bernieite at some point.
Yeah, you know Bernie Sanders is a Jew too, right?
Well, I know Bernie Sanders is Jewish, and he kind of flip-flops every now and then too. It took him a long time, which I'm never going to forgive him for, to come out and denounce what was happening in Gaza. And then like once he finally did it was after it was like months and months in, you know what I mean? But I didn't know that about AOC. That's some deep shit right there.
Sanders, I mean, he did speak up. He's got, I mean, I know his influence is marginal in American politics now because he was sidelined by the Democrats and he was just marginalized. But he's been speaking up. I mean, I haven't seen him
lately. I'm saying what I was saying is that I expected him to come out the gate, and he was criticized heavily for not saying what he needed to say earlier. Again, I'm not saying whether that makes him good or bad or ugly, but at the end of the day, it really would have been nice.
How much does he get from APAC, and how much does AOC get from APAC? Does anyone know?
I have no idea. I'm not sure if he was.
Never had any idea. How come you don't know these things? Why don't you go look
I didn't know he got anything.
I'm gonna sound like Ted Cruz saying I don't know how many people live in Iran.
Well, you never know anything. Why don't you go look it up and come back and tell me?
work here. Yes, you do work here.
Come on, $5 a piece, guys. It's not that much. Don't be cheap.
No, bring anything. Bring anything here. Shit, I don't work here. I have to bring my lunch.
Yeah, we can employ you. We can employ you.
How much?
Well, hey, we're each gonna pitch in $5. It's your job to convince people to pitch in $5. The more people you can convince, the more you're gonna get.
Sorry, I don't bring shit here. Fuck you all. Go look it up. Bernie Sanders gets approximately, go fill in the blank. AOC gets, it's all online. It's public information. How the fuck you don't know what I'm telling you? That's why they're not speaking out about Gaza. That's why I would yell, Princeton are fighting so hard. That's why.
AOC is fucking from APAC point.
Now you tell me, I don't know shit.
My chickens need feed, and can't get feed. How do I go about solving that problem?
You guys don't care about the kids in Gaza. They just want to be on Clubhouse.
What that question for you, man?
Woo! Hold on a second. Let me get some lemonade, then I'll answer your question. Go ahead, I'll listen.
It would really be interesting to find out who gets what from who in real time.
I'll go look it up. He said he had a question. Why are you interrupting?
Yeah. This is related to you. The point, like historically, when empires bankrupt, they throw it back. Do you think that these KKK guys, MAGA people, are throwing Jews under bus because they're going bankrupt? Think about it. Right now, if they gather all the Jews and kill them, nobody cares because of anti-Semitic that Jews have created. Do you see any pattern here that like U.S. going bankrupt and they're kind of, and Jews are
What
just
you're describing sounds very, very much like Nazi Germany.
Who was the question? Who was the question for?
Point. If Trump is Hitler, which is behaving like one, do you think that he's doing this to Jews?
It could be, and I'll tell you why. The Balfour Agreement and the shipping of Jews from Europe to this territory called Israel was an anti-Semitic act. Why? Because they wanted the Jews out of Europe. They were anti-Semitic right there, the Europeans. So they're like, get these motherfuckers out of here. So initially, anti-Semitism started from the writers of the Balfour Agreement, from the people that shipped those people to Israel. That was all anti-Semitic. I don't know if you know that. That was all behind anti-Semitism. I hope I'm not telling you something you're just finding the fuck out. Because you got me fucked up.
If you are a Jew in the United States, be careful who you're trusting. I know you are careful. Be very careful.
And the American economy is upside down. If you saw the reports this morning, retail is down negative 0.9%. I repeat, negative 0. It wasn't even that low during the fucking pandemic. All right? And so Japan has trillions of U.S. bonds, and so does China. So you're correct. America's fearful right now because if China or Japan sells its bonds, it's a wrap. Immediate recession, depression, the whole economy turns upside down because it's already upside down due to the tariffs, which have not been settled up to now. So yeah, there is some potential in what you're thinking, Wei Fan. But why don't you elaborate more for those that don't have a fucking clue what we're talking about?
ICE is getting militarized. They're going around gathering people, and people are angry because they're gathering Hispanic. If they start gathering Jews, everybody's like, hey, yeah, go nice. And then they're starting a war in the Middle East. Everybody's blaming Jews for that. If they gather Jews, they will say, oh, yeah, shoot the motherfuckers. It's not like it hasn't happened before. This exact scenario has happened before. So. And Jews are in charge of banks, and they want that, they are the one who cause a lot of this debt. If you throw them out, a lot of debts disappear. Everybody has
It's possible because the American Federal Reserve, which most Americans don't even understand, is controlled by Zionists. We know this. The Rothschilds, etc., etc., etc. Oh, banking industry. So yeah, America's held hostage by that. So I don't know. I don't know. Seems to be working out just fine for them. Meanwhile, the American populace is fucking clueless. Fucking clueless.
Say that one more time.
Fucking clueless.
Alright. See, who is smarter than Jews? Racists. Racist people are smarter than Jews. So. And they always win.
So do you think Trump is a racist?
No. Trump is my darling. He's not racist. He hates actually white people.
Well, I think Trump is going to invade Israel and Iran, take over both, and build hotels all through Iran and Israel. That's what I believe is going to happen. Remember, he said he would just take Gaza. Well, they know you're going to just take Gaza. Motherfucker, you're going to take all of Israel and invade it. And say it's an American territory. Then you're going to, but before you do that, you're going to allow Netanyahu to use Palantir and blow away the whole Iranian regime. Oh yeah, that's what Trump said. Trump said, he gave it away when he said, oh, something bigger is what he's working on. So he's going to take Israel, he's going to take Iran. That's what I believe.
Point, why do you think the Holocaust really started, and why did Hitler target Jews?
Is that like a serious question? Are you trolling or are you...
I'm not trolling, I'm asking you, what do you think is the real reason?
It was the same reason I gave regarding the Balfour Agreement. The Jews were a problem. They were doing economic gains and doing things that just became a problem.
Yeah, that's not why the Balfour Declaration.
Excuse me. They were creating a problem to other people. Or what people construed as a problem. In terms of how they operated, how they did business, etc., etc. Right? Good, bad, or ugly. It was a problem. So then they were pushed to the side.
Financial than it was anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I just said it was financial. I said business, how they did business. Alright? That people became jealous of how they did business. So that's why it became a problem. Alright?
Jealous of how they did business?
Oh, God.
Hey, can I let a rabbi answer that question for you?
Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yeah, I'm just gonna find it real quick.
I didn't understand the question. You don't know what went down then?
Oh no, I have a very, very strong idea. I had someone actually tell me, an old German Jewish person tell me that Kristallnacht was more about burning financial books than it was about burning Jewish books.
Of course.
Who knows the first two laws that Hitler implemented? Hitler, Yashua Zichor, first two laws that Hitler implemented that not only
Rabbi Mizrahi.
Not only Rabbi Yaron, everybody else but also made what's called until this day the biggest financial miracle in history. Who knows the first two laws? Before the Nuremberg laws. Didn't that years before Hitler first comes into power? What's the first two laws? I'll save you the time. Rule number one: no more pornography. No more homosexuality. None of that garbage. Not allowed. Berlin in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. They were the Las Vegas of the day. They were the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world. eat out on it. You're no longer allowed to close all the bars, all the gay clubs, all the production, which were all run by Jewish people. Unfortunately.
Damn.
Second rule. What's the second rule? Second rule was you're not allowed to charge interest. No more interest. Now you would think, why? What does he care about interest? Well, because all the people that had the money, that lent the money out, were Jews. He didn't like it. You see? Got it?
That's correct. So, that created, excuse me, that created a lot of jealousy and that's when they began to separate, create ghettos, so on, and then ultimately, after the Holocaust, etc., which it all led up to that, and then after that, then it was, okay, let's get rid of these people, they're a problem, and it was other European countries that were in on the plan. It was an anti-Semitic plan, right? So don't be fooled. You know, read what you read, but think for yourself. Learn to think for yourself.
So how were Jews a part of the Nazi Party initially? How'd that work out?
People are divided. People are easy to influence. So I'll give an example. Look at Iran right now. Didn't you see they caught almost 8 Mossad agents, right? Yeah. So that would mean what? That would mean there are many elements within Iran itself that are complicit with Zionists. Don't you get it?
Look at this. These Iranians that right now are gonna regime change, they are Nazis. They are Aryan class.
Exactly.
When they come to this room, talk to them. They literally believe Arabs are lower race. They are Aryan Nazis.
Wait, say that again. They believe that. Say it again. The Iranians are what?
No, they believe that generally non-Jews are lower than that. That they're the good people.
No, I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about Iranians which want to bring Prince of Iran to Iran. Like these Iranians.
Oh yeah, Iranians also think Arabs are lower than them. Yeah.
These Iranians.
I was told to believe that they're Aryans like the Nazis.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Well, I mean, look, the term Aryan does come from Iran, like Iran, like that area, but that's not how the Nazis used it. Like the Nazis didn't look at the Persians and say, "Oh, you're white." No, they didn't. No.
I've actually read that in a few spots.
I've never read anything like that.
The grandfather of this prince was the grandfather of this prince that wants to go to Iran and free Iranian people. He was the ally, like the closest friend of Hitler. And now they are like Netanyahu and his grandson are shaking hands. Ask them, really literally ask these Iranians which come here, what do you think about Indians? What do you think about Arabs? They are racist as fuck.
I mean, look, a lot of people are racist. I don't doubt that.
No, these are...
No, this is like Aryan racist.
They are Aryan racist. They are really racist. Ask them. And now they are aligned with Jews in Israel. They are
some of them. Don't say all. It's not all of them.
I actually have a question. So if you did a survey in America today to say high school, I don't know, like let's say 18-year-olds or young adults, and you ask them to put Iran on the map, what do you think the percentage of? You can't. Did you say they can't?
I thought middle end. No geography at all. None.
I went to school with Iranians in America, so after the fall of the Shah. So I know all about Iran and Persia and the Holocaust and 1948 shipment of people to Israel, all of that. So I don't know what to tell you.
In fact, students in Nigeria.
I'll give you an example. Let's say 100 years from now, someone's going to do the same thing you're doing right now and say, wait a minute, how could Black Americans never have spoke out about Gaza at that time when they fought so hard for the ending of apartheid
fucked up shit.
You know about the Lenny, right? How they actually proposed a formal alliance. I think it was 1943.
Insane. What I read in that book Perfidy is that there were German Jews, secularists, who sold their own Jewish brothers out to the Nazis.
There was that too.
Huh?
Yeah, there was that too. That was wrong.
They had an opportunity to get people out and let them come to Israel/Palestine, and they said no. They didn't want a bunch of low-life degenerates. That's a quote.
Actually, that's kind of a myth, by the way. They weren't going to Palestine or Israel. The majority of them. The majority of Jews that left Europe at that point in time went to America, not to Israel.
Well, no, they said that they went to South America. That many of them went to Brazil, and many of them went
Argentina. Yeah. In South Africa, and but the majority of them did not go to Palestine. The majority of Jews that would end up, doing the Nakba in 48 and establishing the state were already there by the time World War II started.
That's correct. So when did the most of Jews, and we got to use that term kind of loosely, when did Europeans first start entering into Israel en masse? Was it after 43?
No, this is Zor time. When Zor lost to Japanese, they started going after Jews. And this is like before even World War I. So they start migrating.
There was some migration. Yeah, there was some migration. The first Aliyah was in I think it was 1890 something. But the bigger numbers of them were after World War I, so after the Balfour Declaration.
Something about that doesn't jive though, because they were saying that there was already like this core group.
There were aliyahs made during the Ottoman Empire, but the Ottoman Empire also recognized what they were doing. The Zionists lobbied the Ottoman Empire to try to buy Palestine. They refused at first. I mean, they kind of conceded by the end, but they were really against it. They did not like it. They did not want it to happen. They actually offered them Iraq instead. They were like, why don't you just go to Iraq? And they were like, no, we want Palestine. But after the Balfour Declaration and the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, that's when the numbers started ramping up. The Jewish Colonization Association, JCA, which has changed its name but retains the acronym JCA. I forgot what it's called now. It was being funded by the Rothschilds, and there were plenty of people, Jews, that wanted to get out of Russia because of the collapse of the Soviet Union, and Germany and Poland and all of these places. There would have been bigger numbers if the Soviets, after they finally took control and ended the Russian Civil War, they were staunchly anti-Zionist, despite the fact that they were majority Jewish in terms of leadership. But they were anti-Zionist Jews because they wanted to keep the Jews inside of Russia. That's a good thing for them. So I may have just a general, you're not allowed to leave the country policy. So the numbers would have been higher if the Russians collaborated. And that's why you saw, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, a huge number of Russian Jews migrated to the 1990s.
So that I do remember. I remember Nyana. I remember supposedly the Refuseniks, which is also very interesting because most of those individuals, probably once they got to New York and other places, claimed that they weren't Jewish at all. They were just taking advantage.
That is quite possible.
Of that taking.
It's quite possible that a lot of the Russian Jews that got out of the Soviet Union weren't actually Jewish.
Yeah, I definitely did see that a lot, especially in New York. And actually, I saw that with the Jews supposedly from the Ukraine.
Right.
Same for that. They weren't Jewish at all.
But they walk around with the yarmulke and pay
No,
all
they don't. They
Jewish.
walk around with fur coats and benefits, but no Shabbat, no kosher food. I would watch them eat pork.
I used to see them at JFK, man, in Terminal 2. They used to tuck in their payouts. They used to put a baseball cap over there. Yeah. And they used to tuck in their ZT and go get a cheeseburger at Wendy's.
No, Russians are gangster. When they got here, they were like, fuck Judaism, fuck the bullshit, I don't have anything to do with it. They literally, and that was another thing, most of them weren't even circumcised. Like, they came with flapping foreskins. Like, that's crazy.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Sister Isaiah. I got pictures and videos to prove it. I used to see them walk in there. They used to put a baseball cap on, preferably.
Those are not Russian Jews. Russian Jews never even put on a kippah.
And it sounded like Russian to me. I know Pliviet is Russian. It's one of them Slavic men.
And yeah, nothing about being Jewish.
You know?
You guys are racist. I know a lot of racists in here.
I'm talking about members of my community. It ain't got nothing to do with racism. They'll tell you themselves.
It's everything to do with racism. If you really want to go anti-Semitic, like you can go a little even back in, I think, 19th century, half of like 1850, there is a European Spring. Like, for example, there was Arab Spring that suddenly all countries went to revolution. So there is a 1 year that many countries in Europe like suddenly become free. And it's because of potato. There is a potato disease and hunger comes and people, we want freedom, we don't have potato. So after that, they have to create an idea, okay, we keep out the kings, what should we do? So the French came up with the idea of nationalism, and it's called scientific race theory. They created literally a theory, a race theory to create nations. And that is the basis of all racist people. They go back there and they say, in order to have a nation, we need to have a race. And then they say, okay, if we have race, so why not our race is better than other race? And then it's all about racism. Anti-Semitism is basically a racist idea. Jews are a low race.
That's a bunch of bullshit. That's built on a fallacy.
No, read this is actual history. What I told you. Freedom is a result of potato. That's why I call myself a potato. That's the exact reason we have potato is because we have freedom because of the potato.
There are rumors going around that Iran actually tested a nuclear test, some kind underground nuclear test, like yesterday they placed.
They did some what?
Nuclear test.
Yeah, I think I read something like that this morning too. Are you talking about like these things that they're doing? These missiles that they're firing is just kind of
No. What is called a cold test, which is like the preparation to assemble a bomb or something.
Yeah, that's not what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's a good question.
Fired are like the calm before the storm.
Well, this is a good question. So, if Iran woke up tomorrow morning and Iran has declared has it, what do you think?
If Iran declares they have a nuclear bomb, they should have announced that.
No, I'm just saying, like if they announce it tomorrow.
I don't really know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think.
And can I ask a question? Does anybody really believe that having a nuclear bomb is going to be able to hurt some and not all? It's kind of silly.
Well, I don't know how advanced the nuclear technology is, but I'm sure there are nuclear bombs that are small in size, I guess, that can destroy a city or something. I don't know. And not destroy a whole.
Like, and Nagasaki.
I mean, that's
those bombs are highly inefficient, by the way. The modern day nuclear weapons are much worse than that.
I don't know anything about this stuff, but by now the nuclear technology should have been is much more advanced. I've even read somewhere that you can have a nuclear device next to your house that can operate for 1,000 years to give you heat and electricity and so on and so forth. But it's not safe for someone to have a nuclear machine of any kind anywhere if it's not under control. So the technology itself has been refined in such a way where I don't know what the term they use, but you can have a nuclear device that is very tiny in terms of its capacity, but they can also be extremely devastating for large swaths of land and areas. I'm not sure, but I would assume that the technology itself has been refined over the years.
I was just talking about containment. Like if someone dropped a bomb on Iran or Israel or whatever else, you can't exactly contain the
When you're talking about radiation,
yeah.
no, there are nuclear bombs that don't have radiation.
Fallout, that's what I'm
Is that
Yeah.
true? There are nuclear bombs that have none or very little radiation.
Yeah.
I never heard that. But okay.
No, the challenge of nuclear bomb is that if one person drops it, based on war theories, everybody should drop all. So it's done. Like US drops all its bomb on Russia, Russia drops all its bomb on US, and it's not which countries are fighting which country. Like based on theory, you have to hit all the capitals of the world at the same time. This is the challenge with the nuclear bomb. If one, independent of who drops it and who, right now if Israel dropped one nuclear bomb on Iran, then based on war theory, Russia should hit every capital of the world with a nuclear bomb simultaneously. Otherwise, it will disappear. I mean, the science of it, I don't understand it, but if you do the math, that's how you have to respond to a nuclear attack.
But brother,
Anybody attack anybody.
To what that Adam was saying, there's no nuclear bomb with zero radiation, by the way. It really depends on the bomb.
That is nuclear bomb. It's radiation. That's how it kills people. It's not just the flash blast, it's the aftermath, it's the radiation. It's, the rain was killing people days and weeks after. Sorry, I can't focus, but Eze's right. What happened in Vietnam? What have they tested on since then? So how advanced is this? Unless they have proof.
Dying of cancer today.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at US, let's just look at US. All the children that's parents were, murdered, we'll just say that, during Vietnam, they all came here. And I talked to someone and they all have the same name because the president or whatever the guy, the king, I don't know, I'm not familiar with Vietnam history, I'll just be honest, but they were all named after him because they were all orphans and they didn't know their name. So their family lineage is wiped out and they were all named after him. And I mean, I could put the name in the chat, but that's why a lot of Vietnamese have the same name. It's not because they're related, it's because they were orphans and that's the name they were given.
And I saw literally a plane full of babies sitting in each of the seats. Let me look for it. It was really deep. It was called Operation something, and that was how they saved supposedly the orphans of Vietnam. They don't talk about how many kids died. But
So there are fusion nuclear bombs and there are fission nuclear bombs. So fusion ones have much more radiation than fission, like uranium and hydrogen. So it's still hydrogen has radiation, but not as much as uranium.
Yeah, the radiation is like minuscule compared to fission.
Great, but let's not turn this generation into a testing field. Okay, everyone's saying, oh, just nuke them, and it's like, really?
They already are.
That's how you feel.
Let's be
No,
honest.
I don't really think that's gonna happen. I don't even think that the U.S. is really gonna attack Iran. There's already news out saying that they're backing away from it. If
the U.S.
Iran
is the
continues
most
negotiations.
outlandish colonial state in the world, if you ask my opinion. If you look at the attacks that we've made on other soil and things that we and our allies have created in war and tested on other nations, it's disgusting. So I hope not. I hope you're right. I really do. I really do. But with the height and the ego that's in office right now, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous what's happening. I don't know if you guys are watching the congressional in the House talking to immigration. I forget her name. She's called the Ice Queen, the Barbie Ice Queen. Anyway, the conversations that they're having in our Senate and what they're saying to these people that Trump put in office, and the look on their face when they're telling them how, disgusting their office is and how they're over budget and that, and just the no expression on their face. They have an agenda and they're going to see it through. And none of us are privy to it. Maybe some military are, but when people call me radical and I'm conspiracy theorist, it's like it's only a conspiracy until history books are written about it. So I'm just gonna keep praying for the people in Gaza and especially for the people in the region and mostly for US, because the last time we saw an attack on US soil has a lot of conspiracy theories attached to it, and a lot of American citizens died and a lot of people were hurt, and a lot of people are still hurt because of the asbestos and the cancer and all the mess from 9/11. Our government, we're just cattle. They've said it during COVID. Herd mentality, they're all going to get the shot. And now you look at these trials for these Pfizer and Moderna and what's happening. Like, I don't want to go on a tangent, but you guys talking about, nukes this, nukes that. It's just really, really frustrating to hear people talk about it so loosely when we have historical data of what atom bombs and nukes do to people. I'll just say one last word. I'll say one word and then I'll land. Chernobyl.
I don't know if you guys heard this, man, but they just sent the USS Nimitz and Carl Vinson off to the Middle East.
Yeah, they said they're there for like defensive. Not good.
No, it's the reason why I say that is interesting because the USS Carl Vinson is a 7th Fleet ship which serves Asia. So to see them move it to the 5th Fleet is kind of interesting. Yeah, they sent the Princeton, the Nellis, the Stratton. That's great. Send some heat out there.
You know what? If we even had any reason to believe that these people had a moral code or compass of any type, that would be one thing. But we know they don't. It's one big video game for them.
Netanyahu has been poking at Iran and trying to paint them as the aggressor for over a decade. He's been, making accusations about Iran and their military and what their agenda is for a long time. So he has his own agenda in the region, and whatever that is, obviously, to make it Israel, because that's what he does, is colonize. It's happening right before our eyes, and it's like, what is anybody doing? The thing when we say free Palestine, do you know what that actually means? It means, are you willing to die for this shit? Like, literally. I'm considered a domestic terrorist by Trump's terms because I'm willing to say free Palestine in the face of whoever. It's crazy. It's freaking crazy. There's people imitating ICE, kidnapping women. Like, it's out of control.
Senators in broad daylight. Another one.
Facts. Like, what is happening? And what, everybody's just compliant with it? Like, I don't understand. I really don't understand. understand. Like, if you think of the 60s and 70s in the US and how, I mean, I seen everybody out in the street. I'm trying not to get emotional. My friend was murdered this weekend. I don't care. I'll tell you guys, I live in Utah. My friend was murdered this weekend at the No Kings protest, and the shit's just getting real. He was a family man, you know, a family man, murdered. Wow. And what? What? Trump's just at his happy little military parade? Like, what the fuck is happening, you guys? I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute up.
Today, I couldn't believe what I was seeing on television. Insanity. Right?
I mean, the irony is, like in 2005 or 6, the first, I would call them populist people like President Ahmadinejad came power in Iran. Then that led to Netanyahu. And Netanyahu is really playing it good. I mean, he has been in power for 15 years now. And then that led to Trump. Now that fires back at Iran. It's crazy. It used to be survival of fittest, now we are survival of dumbest. Now we are in a time that really the dumbest people are in charge of deciding the future of ourselves. I used to think our children, but this is the future of ourselves. Many of us should grow up in the second one. I mean, Taiwan now, military is everywhere. Right now, my neighbors, like the house beside us, is military. They're ready. I mean, anytime. I ran away from United States to here to be safe. Now it's so fucked up. It all comes down to Trump and Netanyahu now. See the joke that we're living.
Well, everyone says that, you know, Netanyahu is Trump's little bitch, right? But I think it's the reverse. I think Trump envies Netanyahu and how long he's been in office and how much access he has, and he's seen how he's just colonized these Arabs and Palestinians, and it's just like, it's like he wants to be them. He wants to have that power, and that's disgusting. That this is, you know, the American poster boy.
They are literally babies. They are babies. Netanyahu, this Trump. If you throw a BB gun at them, they run away and hide and cry. Look at where Netanyahu is. There was a case that there were like 100 protesters out of White House. Trump went to the bunker. They are babies. They just love to come in front of cameras and shout, bomb them, kill them, and they have no idea. You know, the consequence part of their brain has not developed. You know, babies, when they are growing up, they don't know. Like, for example, if I touch this, what would happen? Because their brain doesn't have a consequence section. That part develops later in the age. Like, grown-ups don't do this kind of thing. They have no idea what they are doing can cause, what kind of... It's just they cannot comprehend it. Just we have a baby in charge of our military. That's what it is.
Totally insane. And it would be one thing if there was a chance something could change.
I feel like it can, though. I feel like it can, because when you have tens of thousands of people out protesting, and you have people like us in this room standing up to Zionists for whatever it's worth on a social app, right? Like, I feel like change can happen, but it can't happen with people that talk the talk but don't walk the walk. You know what I mean? Like, lobbying, going up to your senators. I don't know of anybody in this room that lobbies as much as I do, but during COVID, our musicianship here in Utah, we had no funding. They were funding Netflix, Disney, Warner Brothers, but the people working here in the sound and music industry and film, we got zero. We had to lobby for our funding. They were giving our money away, Utah dollars, giving it away out of state to people for Netflix. And it's just crazy to me until you walk up to your congressman and say, hey, this is what I stand for. I'm a voter in your community. Or you email the shit out of them and you're blocked and you can't email them anymore. Like, that shit was funny to me for Palestine. You know, like, it just takes one person to start a riot. right? But it also takes one person to change.
No, I get that. What I'm trying to say is that right now, the people who we expected to kind of stand up, meaning senators, congressmen, whoever else, they're on the take. And so part of this is literally going to be us figuring out who plays for what team.
So in the state of Utah, which I'm sure all government websites are pretty much constructed the same, if you go to the federal website, it's changed a lot since Trump took office. But there is a place where you can go and you can investigate your city officials and your government officials. You can find out what their spouses, where the money, always follow the money. Right? I don't know, a lot of you don't know me, some of you do. But I've always said in this room, follow the money and you will find the corruption. It's super easy. It's hard to navigate the website, so maybe get help. But on your government website, you can find out where their campaign dollars are going, where their private money is going. Now, obviously, some people have hidden bank accounts, obviously, so you might not find every penny. But any tax return that a senator, a governor, a mayor, a city elected official, anyone on the legislature, anyone involved in government, if they're registered in your government website, you can go and you can look at their history, at their financial history, and see, okay, well, they took money from Pfizer, or they took money from Moderna, or they funded this specific thing, or oh, look at that, they're actually funding Israel. It's super easy. I mean, if anybody wants help, I'm happy to help. Just shoot me a DM.
I definitely would like to know. I mean, I'm back and forth, but
send me a DM for your government and I'll try to find the link on your website, and then all you have to do is type in their name. And it's complicated on the Utah side, so you have to have patience and be willing to go through it, because it's not just as easy as what did they file in 2018 taxes. It's not going to list it like that. They don't make it that simple for a reason, right? Because they don't want people to know what they're funding so that they can hide it.
I try to really get engaged in this political system in US. I love it, but I couldn't find it. I came to the conclusion that they hide it. They hide it so you do not find it. Only few people know how to play the game. Really, morning.
You said they hide what? I couldn't hear you.
Like, for example, I wanted to go to the city that I was living. I wanted to know, these places that they gather and talk about the city affairs. I couldn't find that place. Where do
You're talking about City Hall?
Exactly. No, when do they need that information? That where
your legislative calendar should be posted on any government website.
I try.
It's called the legislative session. Give me a state and I'll find it for you.
No, I mean, it's so easy for you, but for many of us, it's not that easy.
I'm sure ChatGPT can. Let me test it. Give me a state, somebody.
North Carolina.
Listen, I don't really know if you guys believe in this shit or not, but I posted 2 links. Start with the one at the bottom and then look at the one at the top. Very, very interesting.
Wait. Say that again?
Look at the links that I posted in the chat. They're shorts, they're like 30 seconds, but they're very interesting.
I don't see anything, boo-boo. Oh, okay, I do see. Creepy anonymous shit.
I didn't even use ChatGPT. I just Googled legislative session, North Carolina. I mean, they're all pretty much standard. You know, they're not going to waiver. They might waiver by a couple weeks based on state holidays and like when school's out, that sort of thing. But it's pretty standard. And the best thing is you can go right up to your Capitol. I mean, if your Capitol is public access, I assume it is. It's, you know, unless something's happened and they're on lockdown. But you can walk in and you can walk through, and each legislative room has a bulletin board on the outside, and it has the legislative calendar for what they're voting on, when they're voting, who's voting. It's like a docket, and it's public information. Like, it's not.
But nobody ever takes the time to look.
No, who has time when you're distracted with Instagram and Clubhouse?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm freaking right. Bullshit. Alright, give me a second. I'm looking at these words. Wait, who put these in the bag? Chucky or somebody else?
Hey, morning. Can you check Corning, New York, like City Hall schedule? Can you find it?
What's the name of the city again?
Corning, New York.
My sound's being weird. Yeah, let me see. So the reason you're probably having a hard time is because it looks like they closed June 12th. So they'll start again in January, but they adjourned June 12th. And the funny thing is that, and this is, you know, I talked about this during the U.S. president-elect, is that people only vote every 4 years, but that's the fool's way to be involved, because there's things happening on a state level and federal, because we have Congress members within our state legislature, right, that represent our state on a federal level. So it's important to get involved quarterly so that you know what's happening, who's running, what they're voting for, what bills they're passing. That's why when everyone was up in arms that California passed slave labor, it's like, wait, you guys, this was passed on a state level before it ever went to a federal election. So pay attention. Always pay attention.
Interesting.
I like silence. It means you're all thinking.
Good afternoon.
No, man, there's actually 3 videos.
Good evening.
I couldn't pause the third one. I was just watching it actually. Do you have one full video of the whole thing?
No, I'm gonna find it.
But it's really interesting, yeah?
Think it's gonna happen then? Attack on Constitution?
I mean, it happened before, bro. I don't know if this is gonna happen, but it definitely happened before. And he has a timer, it says 17 days.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna download these videos because I'm just gonna skip out and get them.
So airplane,
What's up, buddy?
you good, man?
Amazing.
So am I still sus?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, okay.
This is a sensitive topic where everybody's sus.
The shit is so weird.
What's the
Sometimes
movie?
I have died, and this is how you die, you know. The last times that you are figuring
now who are dead, they don't know it yet. Just everything gets so weird. The shit is really weird.
You right, Weaver?
And
Okay,
everything,
totally
everything
off
is so
topic.
weird.
Does anybody think that there is a conspiracy to take down black millionaires? Do you guys see the show with Tyler Perry today?
You actually have to
Yeah, I
ask
think it's a
that,
sham.
okay? Like, seriously?
I think it's a scam.
You think it's a scam?
I think so.
Listen, to be very honest, I think there are people in Hollywood, a lot of them are Zios, who know how to come through. And they use sex and manipulation to do it. I just wonder, because, like, that's a whole lot of billionaires within 6 months. No?
They tried to come after Jay-Z. They came after Diddy. And now they're coming after Tyler Perry.
There's more than that. You skipped a whole bunch of black Americans that have been run through the ringer.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just speaking on the ones that I could think off the top of my head. But like, I don't know, man. I just think it's all a scam.
What happened in our generation?
Starting with R. Kelly.
R. Kelly got in, and it's all the same MO. It's all sexual deviance.
It started with R. Kelly, and then even after I watched his interview, or not his interview, but his Surviving R. Kelly, I think half of the women were lying.
Well, I never tell a woman who claims rape or sexual assault lying. Do I feel like she may have been manipulated? Yes. But I'm not going to speak the suffering of trauma. Because that could be just as real under the same or similar circumstances. So be manipulated.
I get that though, but there's been a lot of innocent, black men that are caught up, that got caught up in the system based off of a lie.
So I'm never going to say innocent. I'm going to say that black definitely are really vulnerable in situations like that. But I don't see it being quote unquote innocent. Nah, I can't go out like that. When I'm a former CEO, I'll be the first person to tell you, yeah, a lot of people got caught up in the system. I haven't met anybody who was innocent.
Innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Again, like I said, I'm not often been saying. Let me put it this way: on Rikers Island, you can stay up until a year without ever being charged or convicted, right? So that means that there are a lot of people who are on Rikers Island as prisoners who just not yet had their day in court. I get all of that. But in terms of saying that the stars we're talking about, like Michael Jackson and R. Kelly and Bill Cosby, who else was there? There's a bunch of other people. What's his face? P. Diddy, all the rest of these dudes? Are they innocent? Nah. Were some of the women manipulated? Absolutely. But they're not innocent.
Let's flip it though. Let's talk about Jasmine Crockett. You heard about her?
That she was guilty of fraud or something like that?
Yeah, so she comes out real aggressively against the administration, and then suddenly all this dirt comes out on her to discredit her for what she's doing proactively in our community to, make change. So suddenly now all this stuff is coming out about her, and it's not even sexual, right?
Right. But are you saying that she's innocent?
I'm saying that people make mistakes, whether it's deviant, whether it's, disgusting ass pedophilia, people make mistakes. Now, fast forward to someone like Jasmine Crockett who's trying to make change, right? Or I'm just using her. There's a couple other black women in Congress I'd like to mention that they're trying to smear campaign to discredit them so people don't trust what they're doing. It's a way to use propaganda, right, or truth to sway the opinion and the emotion of the people to be like, oh, well, we can't trust that individual because of X, Y, and Z. And it's like, but they're on point though. Everything they're saying, their argument, their debate is factual. It holds weight in court, but you're using a mistake out of their history to try and discredit what they're doing in today's government, like it just
So
is
what I'm
confusing to me.
they can still be good people who have made mistakes, but I'm never gonna say that they're innocent. You get what I'm saying? I mean, like,
No, that's true.
I can be a good person and still be guilty, and that's where I think we go wrong. You know what I mean? Like we kind of blow smoke because look, this person is being attacked and this person is being targeted. Like in the situation I'm looking with Tyler Perry, you gave these bitches something. Bitches, I mean, this government, these white folks, you gave them something to use against you. You thought you could trust. You forgot for 10 minutes you were black, and now you're paying the consequences. Any person, I knows at these days and time, they gotta be extra careful. Because people are gonna hurt. And if you still have, a gay relation or whatever else that you're accusing, these people are of, you're Muslim and you have supposed to be holy ruler Christian and you're engaged in sexual deviancy. That does not discount all the good you've done. But they still gonna come for you. And they're gonna dare us to say that you're not culpable on some level. Michael Jackson gave away billions of dollars to charity. It was still weird. You don't need to have boys and babies in your bed. What the fuck? Shit is weird. And you're still a good person. It's weird. It's weird shit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's a conspiracy, man. Like Ice Cube said, man, sometimes our skin is our sin.
But two things can be valid at the same time. They have been gunning for you since your birth. As a Latino man, they've been gunning for you since your birth. Does that give you license to act like they haven't, or that they aren't in a moment and do some dumb shit, giving them a reason to come for you? I don't know.
No, ma'am.
That's not careful.
So how do you think we should move, so that we can stay out their sights?
Honestly, I don't want to engage them folks. Like the moment spiritually I sent, if they on some shit, that's it. I mean, like I said, I walk around with the understanding that they're gonna come for me. They don't like my politics, blah blah blah. But what I also do is make sure that I don't need for anything, that I don't want for anything, and that I don't have to come to these folks for one damn thing. Never be beholden to these folks. Never. Because they will come to collect.
Yes, man, because I wear this uniform, so I like to think I'm hiding in plain sight.
Not while you want Clubhouse talking about
That's
it.
a fact.
I mean, these people don't know who I am on Clubhouse.
You're okay.
Listen, the way that IP addresses work and voice analysis.
They can try.
I mean, you're right. But your device itself, like, I don't know.
You know what's funny?
If you read the user agreement, when you sign up for these apps and what you give them access to, your camera, your voice, your everything. So unless you have tape over your camera at all times, and unless you only use this phone for Clubhouse, so I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Anytime I have to make a phone call or anytime I exit this app, because if it has access to my phone, my microphone, and I've read the user agreement, it is very interesting what we give them access to. Any app.
I read it too, sister. Morning. I don't make no phone calls on this app. I literally use this for Clubhouse. I'm actually getting ready to get rid of it soon. Once I get rid of this.
Whatever they're telling you they're doing 150% more. Just know it.
Yes, ma'am.
I was
They
fired me from my job, so be very careful what you say. they fired me from my job because of what I said on this app. So they can find you and they can hurt you.
Yeah. They can. So wait for when they find me, they gonna give me a hug.
Now you're trolling, bro. That's not even funny.
Nah, I'm just saying. I ain't saying that they're wrong. You know, I'm just.
I didn't say you did. I said you're trolling.
I think, and here's another thing. You could be completely good. You could be completely in the right. But just like AI can take your face and your voice and make you say something that you haven't said, that folks can too.
No. Easy. If you say something which is not in line with what
That's
they
right.
want to hear,
That's exactly it.
as long as you say something, like for example, right now, what we are saying is not in line with what they want to hear. So if you say something which they take you serious, they will come and fire you. You will lose your job.
Yeah.
I've surrendered to the fact.
Coming for the reason that they're actually coming.
There is nothing right or wrong. It's just that you cannot say something, and they make it up like, "Oh, you're anti-Semitic." What? I love Jews. I always protect Jews. I'm just saying, I don't attack Iran. No, you're anti-Semitic.
You never know who's who and what.
It's a fact. You know, you never know who's who and what's what. I like that.
What I do know is that God is the greatest, Allah Akbar, and His plan is the most high. Regardless of what anyone believes, your God is your God. I'm not infringing on that. I'm just saying, whatever you believe in, stick to that. Because at the end of the day, whatever happens is going to happen. And there's nothing I can do to control it. All I can control is where my solidarity sits and where my conscience sits when I go to the grave. And how many, people I impacted, good or bad. And hopefully, it's God have mercy, God show grace is all I can ask and beg for. Because at this point, America is wild. The UK is wild. Our allyship on a grander global scale, what's happening, I think that this has been something in the works for hundreds of years, and it's just to a boiling point where I'll refer to the game Risk. I've done this in this room before. In the game of Risks, the point is to conquer the world. And if that's what my country is trying to do, unfortunately, I don't align with that. And if that means that I have to pay the piper or face music, whatever you want to say, then so be it. Like I said, when you say free Palestine, you better mean it, because you could die for this shit.
That's true.
I totally with you. I think we, as a human, there is no human. We are all animals. The only thing which makes us human is our values. And I want to be a human. I don't want to be in a petting zoo. I'm totally with you. Fuck it. I lost my job. I lost my arm, but I still have my value. I think that really is what we need to live for. Otherwise, we're just in a petting zoo. They just throw money at you and they look at you and they just, you have such a fancy car. Feel good about it. So if you those animals in the zoo, they don't feel good about themselves. I think many of them do.
Sister Izzy.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that Negro spiritual, the song Old Freedom?
What's in it?
Oh, freedom over me, and before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord to be free. You never heard that one?
Yes, I have.
I'm just serious, man, and I said that for a reason, because I really believe those words.
I'll tell you.
Before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave. Say, God, y'all want.
I'll tell you. You know what's a good for everybody to watch? Enemy of the.
You're kind of breaking up.
She said enemy of the
the state. Enemy of the state.
No, I can't watch movies like that.
Why?
Three-letter agencies might come up. Yo, three-letter agencies might come knocking on people's doors. I'm good.
Well, guess what? They ain't doing nothing in that movie. They ain't never shown before. What would you sign the dotted line? Government starts singing, "Your blood is mine." Like the Michael Jackson.
But yeah, well, it's all good though. Don't worry, change will come. Coexistence will come. You know, our country will be back to normal.
They just make you believe it's the country. It's theirs.
Oh, it's mine. This is my country. This is our country. There is no white man that has more of a claim to America than we do. The Negro has been in America longer than the white man. I'm just being honest. The American Negro, quote unquote American Negro, this is their land.
Again, how much of it do we own today?
All of it.
Okay. You believe that? Don't pay your mortgage and see what the fuck happens. See how fast they lock your ass out of your house.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I just wanted to say, Sister Isaiah, I'm proud of you.
Why?
I've been clubhouse stalking you and going to a couple of rooms, and I love how you be maneuvered in these rooms on this clubhouse street.
I try to stay consistent.
Yes, ma'am. I be seeing Sister Isaiah. I was like, oh shoot, let me have a bit this one.
You so stupid. You so stupid.
You should not just tell her that you're stalking her on club.
Oh yeah, I be stalking her in these clubhouse streets. But all the rooms that she ends up going into, they end up being good rooms. Like,
oh, so that's why you stalking me?
Yeah, your algorithm is lit. Like, I ain't gonna lie.
No, I just don't actually. I think what gets on my nerves is when I go into certain rooms and Ashkenazi Jews who are not even Torah observant are presenting arguments, but they're not really in a position to argue. That bothers me. I gotta let it bother me less.
Yeah.
And if I never lived in Israel, if I wasn't born and raised in the Jewish community, I probably wouldn't feel so bad. Idiots, even like Sister Santaria, says stuff like, oh, there's no such thing as racism, there's no such thing as white supremacy in white Jewish spaces. I'm like, my lived experience says something different. And until you become black and Jewish, you don't get to speak for me or mine. But it's real.
And that's the same thing. They don't experience, they haven't walked through amount of issues, so that's why it's so easy for them to disclaim everything that you say.
Always some old, fat, nasty, cancer-ridden, hairy asshole who's got something to say. I don't even know these people, man. Don't want to. Like, you're just a ball of pus.
Just like I was in a room, and it was some Jews in there. We were having a discussion. I came in there to talk about the Torah Parsha for this week, right? Mm-hmm. They were talking about the Holocaust and slavery, and how is it fair that, African Americans, they get a whole month, while the Holocaust was 1,000 times, worse than slavery. Like, that shit's crazy. That's people's mindset. Some of these people's mindset.
Yep.
Anything going on?
What in the hell? Why did oh, can somebody please get El Normo his pills?
Yeah, as I just asked if there's anything going on.
I was asking for you earlier. Like, yo, where's Edward? Usually, like, he's laughing at the corny jokes right along with me. I felt lonely, Edward.
Yeah, thank that. That means a lot to me because I think there's a little troll in you too.
Absolutely. Fucking absolutely.
But I couldn't.
the room, so I couldn't like jump off the mic and because I didn't want to disrespect him, so I had to behave.
I got you.
You know how it is.
You bet. What you been up to?
What have I've been up to? I have been studying furiously so I could take the test in a couple of months for my certified supply chain professional certification. My government job after the freeze, hopefully it'll still be ready for me. No reason to think it's not. I got hired before the freeze.
Okay.
And you have to go through a background check. And then the freeze happened, so I wasn't, essential. But the crazy part is my job is essential. It's so essential that they're paying me. My salary is double than what it should be. It's in demand. Working for the VA.
I love it.
Wow, congratulations.
All the best people. You deserve it.
I didn't do it for you, Chucky. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah, man. Thank you for your service, Ed.
No, there's something.
Franco said.
America is not mystical. It's not a religion.
It is. It's a beautiful America.
Stop it. Are you going to cry?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
He actually has tears in his eyes when he says the pledge.
He says paragraph 2. The one where they talk about slaves?
No. They're not oppressed. No, right, Chucky? No, black people are not oppressed.
I'm not oppressed.
But you speak for all black people, right?
A national anthem that references
Dominican.
Oh, so you're not black anymore?
I'm Dominican.
It's a running argument. He doesn't feel that black people or minorities are oppressed, and I told him he doesn't speak for all people, and it's not for his place to say if they're oppressed or not. Then he asked me if I'm oppressed as a white person. And I said,
I'm gonna play him a few Celia Cruz songs. Bring him back.
But you remember as Roots, the movie Roots, the series? They don't show that anywhere anymore.
They actually had the chutzpah to remake that movie.
Oh my God! That movie was so authentic, so raw.
And they gotta be able to whitewash it, no pun intended, to make it more palatable.
Disgusting.
And look.
Well, Sister Eze.
Yes.
My name is not Toby. My name is Amos Shabazz.
Chucky, you need to watch Roots. No, and this anybody under 35 now doesn't even know what Roots is.
I watched the whole series, man.
You watched it?
Alex Amy, whatever his name is.
He is an amazing actor. He was Geordi on Star Trek too.
Yeah, that's why I said my name isn't Toby. My name is Amos Shabazz.
She is such an amazing actor. When I used to be able to see, I was able to pick up, even on Star Trek, when there were scenes where the cargo bay or something would decompress and the air would leave, and his body motion, his facial expressions, of him suffocating. He's an amazing actor. He can control his body.
Else got me to ever think about this. They had, what was her name? Oh gosh, what was the first woman in space? I can't think of her name. But there's only 2. I haven't seen more than 2, and one of them was blind. And then LeVar Burton's role on Star Trek.
Oh.
That of a blind man.
Geordi LaForge, you mean?
Yes. He can't see without his visor.
Wait, what was his name? His real name?
What was it? It's LeVar Burton.
I thought it was Alex something.
LeVar Burton, bro. Reading Rainbow. Okay.
LeVar Burton, he actually, and that's another thing. There's certain actors who refuse to compromise themselves, like when Dave Chappelle talks about not wearing the dress, like wanting to play certain roles and not others. So he plays Kunta Kinte in Roots.
Yeah.
That was his breakout role.
whole electric company's Channel 15 type thing because they would not give him roles that he felt were respectable.
And him playing a disabled person on Star Trek was yeah, because this is the future, so nobody's supposed to be disabled. And Gene Roddenberry's creation of the future was, basically everybody nobody gets sick, everybody's happy, there's no corruption, there's no nothing. They have to kind of change it in different series because it got too vanilla. What
are you talking about? Star Trek?
Yeah.
Nah, bro. Star Trek's whole point was that, look, as much as we advance technologically and biologically or whatever, in any way that we advance, we still have natural human problems. That's why even from the first Star Trek series, they would have natural human problems, and nature still.
No, the first Star Trek series was not about human problems. It was about. No, it wasn't. It was about how women dressed scandally. That's what their uniforms were, and they were sexualized on the show. 100%.
To remember the original Star Trek.
I know. And no, they did have an Asian, a Russian, and an African American woman. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Captain Kirk was beating everything in sight.
He was banging everything.
Yes.
Sorry to go off topic real quick, right? But when you get a chance, right, read the Book of Amos and tell me if you see any similarities of what's going on today. That's actually why I changed my name to Amos. I mean, I just took Amos's PTR to be funny. But yeah, read the Book of Amos and tell me what you see in similarity.
I have read it.
I ain't reading nothing till you give me my PBA card like you promised.
I never promised you nothing. I don't got no PBA card.
Yes, you did. You said you got me. Last time I asked you, you said, yeah, I got you.
Oh, I thought
PBA cards.
Who are you talking to, me?
No. Not Amos.
They don't even give out PBA cards anymore.
What is a PBA card?
Of course they do. I had one last year.
My dude, they don't give them. You know, I used to get like 1 or 2 gifts to your family members or whatever else. They don't give them out like that no more.
No, obviously you gotta have a hookup, but that's why I was asking Amos, because he.
Well, how do I get a PBA card? They sound valuable.
You know, it's from New York.
Oh.
I get deputy inspectors enough, Sister Hazy.
Like I said, work as much anymore.
Nah,
I hear you.
But I got something else I showed on my PD. They want to put me over for my tents. I'm like, oh, sorry, sir.
Do you pull out your honorary white man card? Is that what you pull out?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's good. That works.
Do you look white, Chucky? Could you pass it?
No! He looks dark. He's dark.
Oh, shit.
You know, I've never showed my face on it.
You're Dominican. Are you a white Dominican?
Huh? Man.
Don't do me like that.
What you say?
I was gonna make a joke
Don't do me like that.
That is hilarious. Listen, people are so
Dominican. Oh,
But I'm playing though. I love my beautiful melanin skin, you know.
Yeah.
But now, if I get pulled over, I got certain things that show law enforcement. You know?
Right, you got a PBA card. You said you was gonna give me one, but you haven't yet.
Nah, I don't got no PBA card. That's something better than the PBA card.
You got the shield. You got the shield. Don't
got a breast.
I got a breast too.
He has his federal ID.
Hey, yo,
circumcision.
Last time sit out and be like, listen. Jewish right here. That's it. Done.
Last time.
You disgusting petty.
Funny as fuck, but it's funny.
So last time I got pulled over by the NYPD, right?
Yeah.
So I'm driving. I got my contents is stupid, dog. I ain't gonna lie, they stupid dogs, but I have them, dog, for a reason, right? And anyway, I got them little cataracts, but anyway, I'm just playing. But they dark, so they pulled me over and whatnot. And when they run my name, you know, they get a phone call, right? So here it is. I'm blasting my bachata, like I'm cruising through East New York, you know what I mean? I got my bachata blasting. I got my keeper on. So the cop looked at me like, yo, he was like, I don't know what's going on here. My man, I got this Jew here, blasting this bachata, windows dark. I get a phone call. I don't know who you are, but you have a nice night, sir.
I know the
What phone call would give you the ability to get out of a police encounter?
Wait, you're a Dominican Jew?
Yeah, no Simon.
Wow, I didn't even know that. I didn't know they existed. I learned
You outside, man.
What? There's Haitian Jews
Years
too?
ago.
I didn't know. My man, I was 10 years
This
old.
might sound crazy. You would not believe how many Jews fled to DR and Haiti after the Holocaust. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
In Cuba,
I know there's Puerto Rican Jews. I seen Puerto Rican Jews all the time, but growing up, I never met a Dominican Jew. That's
Nah, we outside, bro. They heavy.
Same block as. Let me see. Matter of fact, I'm lying. I had Puerto Ricans. I was around Cubans. I'm trying to think who else.
And hey, yo, Mezza, you ever been to DR?
Yup.
They got a synagogue in La Capital in Santo Domingo, and ironically, they got another one in Sosua.
Listen, bro. When I go to the DR, I don't go to Santo Domingo. I go to where's that place with all the resorts? What's it called?
Punta Cana? Either Fort
Yeah, Punta Cana.
Yeah, so if you drive I think it's like an hour from there, you good. Yeah, if you drive like an hour from there, you got a town called Sosua. Everybody knows Sosua.
Huh? They have pretty large communities.
You too. But now if you drive this Sosua, everybody know what go down in Sosua. If you walk around the corner towards the beach, there's a nice little beautiful synagogue over there. Kind of fun.
Wait, Fatima, what kind of crazy ass PTR you got? That's my fact.
Did I hear my name?
Huh?
Did I hear my name?
Yeah, I said, what kind of crazy PTR do you have? I saw a bunch of black people on your PTRs.
What do you mean?
I could have making sure that I didn't just see what I saw.
Oh, those were like the previous first ladies. I posted.
What?
These were not black women. What?
How I feel when I remember that I'm white.
What?
That's what you have in your PTR thing.
What? My PTR says nothing.
Go back. You have it. I'm looking at it.
Screenshot as they before, because you might have changed it.
Oh. It says how I feel when I remember I'm white.
Refresh.
So how do you feel when you remember you're white?
But the PTR I had were the first ladies, like, and the best.
Ain't that no first ladies in this? Yeah.
No. What are you talking about? Like, this is not the photo.
So you can see.
You're
kissing a dog. What y'all talking about?
What?
Okay.
It's me holding a dog.
Oh, yeah, that's what I see.
I think you talk about my PTR before that. These were first ladies of America.
Oh, y'all got that payout to see the deluxe screen. Look at my PTR, y'all. How I feel when I remember that I'm white.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that's mine too, yeah.
So how do you feel when you remember that you're white?
No, I don't feel anything, but black people sometimes tell me that I'm white, so I like to post this when they tell me that I'm white. Because like it's a bad thing. And so yeah.
That white.
You all one.
Yeah, okay. You want me to post it right now? Again? Because you say I'm white? What's wrong?
I mean, like, if you need to have fun, if this is how to have fun, she's white.
What's wrong with white? Like you say, there's something wrong with white.
Like white.
I'm actually North African.
Some of them North Africans are white and white.
How does that work? Are you from Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia?
Yeah, Tunisia.
So Tunisians are not white?
I think Algerians is a pale as motherfucker that have big ginger beards. So.
Guess what? I got family members that are pale. It doesn't make you white.
What makes you white then?
If you are North African, you are not European. Right?
You're very close.
What? Europeans are the only white?
What?
What about America?
Yeah,
there's some system
I'm talking about North African saying that she's white.
No, I said that's white, and you said European.
Okay, at the end of the day, I'd love to know how Elon Musk is African American and you're white. Explain it all for me. Fatima, are you Muslim?
No.
You're not Muslim. But with a name like Fatima?
Yeah, but
that's the same.
You know Tunisia is Bro, I'm not a troll. Shut the fuck up and let me talk, like, bitch.
Wow.
Yeah. So let me fuck up, you dumbass. Let me learn you something. You know that North Africans are actually Amazighs. They're not Arabs. They're just like Arabianized. But like ethnically they're Amazigh, not Arabs. Okay, that's all.
Some, because Moroccans would not say that.
Tunisia has more like pure Amazighs than the Morocco. Well, but shut the fuck up, bitch. Can you wait to
Oh shit!
Like Morocco.
She sounds like a dude or something.
Yeah, I know I sound like a dude. I've heard that before, but it's okay. I don't care. So anyway, what I was gonna say, so Morocco does acknowledge the Amazigh culture, teach the Tamazight languages, but Tunisia has more Amazigh, ethnically Amazigh people than Morocco. But they're oppressed and they don't want to like teach Tamazight culture and Tamazight language. But they're fighting for it.
Yo, Teddy.
What are you gonna say? I'm sorry. Check it.
Oh my bad, brother Teddy.
I don't know, like all of the Algerians and Morocco, I grew up around a lot of North Africans, and most of them don't identify as white at all. So it was weird for me to say that you're white. They would laugh. They'd be like, "We're more African American than you."
No, but they say I'm white. That's what I'm saying. That's why I make it. That's the joke. They call me white. So that's why I use this photo. When black people call me white, I use this photo. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. You know what I mean? It's a joke, like.
Sorry, Chucky, this man is talking to us.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, in America. Oh, go ahead, Airplane.
No, I want to ask Hitler a question, if that's okay.
Alright, I'm just gonna say this real quick. In America, we don't have the concept of black and white anymore, man. We're just American.
Speak yourself.
Yeah, right. Russ, Chucky.
I am black. All day. Love it.
What's black?
Black is a level of consciousness.
You know, races.
When does someone lose consciousness if their parents are me?
Races are like actually.
Oh shit.
What?
That's what I'm But you have different types of blacks, though.
Where do they lose their consciousness if their parents are mixed?
Well, let me ask you this:
There's so many mixed brothers out there and sisters that used to like consider themselves black, throw the N-word around, like, and they know that's
kind of weird. Biracial folks kind of creep me out sometimes, because especially if they're white passing. I have a Jewish friend who's only black, like during Black History Month, when he can make a couple $100, speaking at Jewish synagogues about the oppression that he suffers 1 month out of the year. And then he goes back to being white.
Yeah, that's a money making month.
That's all black Jewish people I know that are biracial. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this question, right? So since you said that, there's multiple classifications of black, what type of black are you? Are you black American or are you black Hispanic?
I am African American.
What's African about you? Dude, I don't like this terminology, African American. Most black Americans know nothing about the African lineage or tribe. Nothing.
Right, but my last name is Eze, which is a Nigerian last name.
So that's why I say, what's African about you? That's what I say.
Everything. I have African citizenship.
Because, if we in the car together, as a, NYPD performs a car stop, they're going to say we Hispanic black. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that's all good. Listen, they can call you whatever they want to call you. As long as you're not putting no bracelets on me, as long as you make sure that my credentials are what they're supposed to be, you kick rocks with open-toe sandals. I'm good.
Yes.
But, there's some of us who traveled, there's some of us, that's a good question for this room. How do you guys feel about these 23andMe tests, these DNA tests? Has anybody taken them, like Palestinian, like you said, North African, Fatima, and gotten a result that didn't make sense to them?
These
Like if you
DNA,
guys want to,
DNA tests are not reliable because, like, 2 people sent like DNA of their pets and they came back with bullshit.
wait, say that again. That's some funny shit. They sent the DNA of their pets.
Yeah, a dog and some kind of lizard, and they came back with bullshit like places. So it's not reliable, it's fake.
I'm waiting for my results from mine, but I sent my first sample. They said that it wasn't compatible for that testing. I don't know, maybe I was doing something.
Alright, maybe
So I had to do it again, so maybe I don't get far.
maybe the dog would have some ethnicities.
But no, I think maybe outside of America, if you might be a bit liable. Because it said something about Jewish people claiming something as part of the DNA, wasn't it?
But I think legally, if your race is not known, you are white, Caucasian. Caucasian is for people who don't have a race or things. That's like very
I have a question for you, brother. Are you from Iran?
Used to be, yeah.
Do you live there now, or do you live outside?
No, I live in Taiwan, Hsinchu, Taiwan.
Do you know Rhoda Pahlavi?
Oh yeah, that motherfucker. Yeah.
So, to be honest, I honestly know nothing about him, but there's something in the news. He's saying it's time to get Iran back.
Yeah,
he's dreaming. He's dreaming. He's good way, but he's having.
This just came out. Like I honestly have no clue who he is. But
come on, think about it. He's a king who doesn't believe in God. Who figures how crazy that one is?
He's not even the king. His father was the king, right?
Yeah, he's a prince who doesn't.
He's not a king. He's barely a prince. What do you mean, king?
Yeah.
If you are not the God, if you are not Muslim, then why you are the king? I mean, these are that much lunatic. They don't even understand.
He's basically a Zionist, to be frank.
He's crazy.
I just shared a clip from Instagram. It's a very interesting clip between Ben Gvir and another minister, I believe. They are fighting.
I saw that earlier. I was laughing. Crazy.
Very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So society in Israel that includes the black rabbi. I think it's imploding from within. I'm just praying that it implodes from within, so that humanity can be saved. Every human being can be saved. Every child can be saved.
Breaking news! Breaking news! The supreme leader of Iran is dead.
Yeah, oh yeah, sure. Black rabbi.
Oh yeah, you can. They just informed you through Telegram, right? Rabbi. Stupid dumb
How
fuck.
old is this clip?
Sorry?
Black rabbi said it.
Sorry, what did you say?
Morning, this clip is trending on social media. Honestly, I don't even know how old it is.
I'm just trying to find out when the time period is of this. But I had a question for
I
Black
think it's
Rabbi.
recent because they're talking about attacking Iran. So I think it's recent.
And besides Eze, how many Jews are in the room? Because it's a pretty valid question. Oh, and Chucky. Sorry, Chucky. I see Amos. So.
Black rabbi is made in China. I don't know if that counts.
So, I'm so like a poll here. When I've heard Jews referred to as white, they say, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. So I'm just curious why your emphasis of pointing out that you're black if you're Jewish.
Who are you talking to?
Talking to Black Rabbi.
Oh. But if he wasn't black, he wouldn't be a rabbi.
Jew is not a fucking race. It's coming.
But if you ask them and you call them white, they say they're not white. They say they're Jewish.
I don't know. Like they obviously they are not like in biblical times. They are not white.
Okay, so number one.
They would have been like browns.
It's not cool. It's not cool to be white anymore. That's number one, right? So like if you're a person saying,
That's interesting.
I'm not white, I'm Jewish, that's because it's not cool to be white.
That was bro.
It's definitely not cool to be Jewish.
Black rabbi, I have a very serious question for you, and be honest with your answer.
Your voice sounds manipulative.
For those of us who don't really care.
I hear manipulation in your throat.
No, I'm being very serious. Black rabbi. Very serious question.
Manipulation.
Are you sleeping well at night nowadays?
There's an idea in Judaism that there's a very powerful thing studying Torah after midnight, and for some reason God keeps waking all of us up. I wonder what the message is.
I think Iran wakes you up, not God.
Iran wakes you up. Iran wakes you up when his eyes of the Quran
Iran wakes him up to study the Torah. Is that right, Black Rabbi?
Can you hear me out?
All of Israel.
Can you hear me, Black Rabbi?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Have you said the national anthem today, or the Pledge of Allegiance?
Nah, that's it. That's a point.
You could say, like, if you say the Pledge of Allegiance, it will stop, right?
No, but you realize Pledge of Allegiance doesn't do anything for the universe.
It does, man. After you say your morning prayers, if you stand and salute the American flag and say the national anthem loud, that the bombings will stop.
That's not true.
Chucky, I pray to God that slavery is removed from your body.
Not to the states. So why would he salute the American flag?
Because he's still even though he stays in Israel, his black ass is American, and he needs to start pledging allegiance to my damn flag. That's what it is.
He wants to
He made it very clear several times that his allegiance is not to the states. Now let me ask him this question. Black Rabbi, are you loyal to Israel or to the United States?
Dun, 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 dun.
He's answered this before, Fayaz. He's loyal to Israel. He said that
He's running to the U.S. president.
Yeah, you can't run as a president if you're loyal to Israel. Yo, Fayaz, I have a question.
Actually, that'd probably make you more popular.
Let me just make a point.
Then I have a question for you, Fayaz.
Sure. After I'm done talking. His loyalty is to Israel, but he retains his American passport, which will permit him to run for president, if and become a poodle of Israel.
Well, his fat ass is only running to the president.
So basically, if he becomes president of the U.S., he'll just be a puppet for the white man.
Let's not put that in the air, because he's never going to be president.
But Mazi, ask your question.
Yeah, Fayaz. Yeah, me, Mazi. Fayaz, did you hear about the Mossad agents that got caught in Iran? They're being tied to the missiles that are being shot to Israel.
I read that, and they are being caught everywhere, and I think they are being imprisoned or killed or whatever it is, but they are being searched and caught. Yes.
No, but have you heard that they've been tied? They've been tied. Them to the missiles that they're shooting off to Israel. Have you heard about them?
The one that you're referring to, they caught one Mossad agent, and they tied him on a missile, and they sent that missile to the building organization, whatever department that he was working in.
Okay.
Did they actually do that? That's
To be honest with you, I don't really know if they did that.
Even if it's not true, it's still hilarious.
It is, yeah.
I mean, I believe it to be true to what I said. Pretty brutal.
No, I think they should do it. When if you remember, all these American senators would go to Israel and write their names and kill them. Things like kill them in the missiles. They will write kill them, get them, and come back. So I think it's a better idea to tie the Mossad agents to the missiles and send them to Iran. To Israel.
I feel like you need to put multiple around one missile, otherwise it won't be so aerodynamic if this is target.
Well, can I ask you another question? And this is like a real question. Like sometimes I'm like joking around, but this is a serious question. No, we don't take you seriously.
Nothing you say.
No, this is serious. You think you joke around with
just because you say it's serious, that doesn't mean I'm going to take you serious.
Okay, we want you. We want you. Okay, fine. The point is like this. When you look at Israel and how they dealt with Hezbollah, right? Their method, right? They went in, they targeted leadership. Once they targeted leadership, then they went after aerial defense, and then went. Hezbollah is not 80 million. Listen, I'm just asking a question. So when I look at how Israel engaged in Iran, it's the same method, right? Leadership. There, you people are taking your military out of Gaza and sending them to the border of Lebanon. Because you know that something could happen. Houthi said if anything is to happen to Iran, they will start fucking attacking. It's already happened. And also the Iranians are attacking the Jordan. Doesn't that tell you something? That maybe something is happening on the Syrian side? Oh, on the southern part of Syria is a little bit, it's hairy. But anyways, the point of
how close have the bombs got to you? Yeah, how close have they got to you?
Suicide drone was right in front of my house. Yeah, you know why? Because they don't fucking allow you in bunkers. You have to watch them from your house, your apartment.
Have you now permanently put your running shoes on? So you get
the thing is like this. I'm one of the few people that you ever meet that said that they've stared in the face of a suicide drone. Not by choice, they don't let you in bunkers, not by choice. And why they don't let you in the bunkers, it's not by choice. And watch God send an F-35 to shoot it out of the sky. You couldn't sleep last night. We want the smoke. You want the smoke you're getting? Yes. You're right. Listen, Black Hitler.
the smoke you're going to get back right is you being set on fire by a fucking bomb.
Okay, not by choice. You don't have a choice for that one, idiots. Hey, we're here for it to the end. Yeah, we're here for it to the end too, yeah. Yeah, okay, so we'll see. You think they're Hezbollah, you think they're Hamas, I think they're cowards. I don't think believe in their society.
You realize Israel attacked the hospital in Iraq, man. You know that.
They also attacked the university today, last night, whatever it is for you guys. For me, it's in the morning.
Anyway, Black Rabbi, you said you compared the Lebanon attack with Iran attack. So here's the point. First, you went after women and children in Gaza. You basically killed and continue to starve them. Okay, so that's your cowardice. The Israeli society is a society made up of cowards and inhuman animals. Okay, note it down. I don't know where you fit in. I'm not going to, label you because I don't know you well enough. So I don't know if you're an animal or a coward.
He's a fucking pig, yeah, Fayaz. He's a pig.
No, don't insult the pig. Please don't insult the pig. I may not touch a pig, but I'm an animal welfare guy, okay? I don't like pigs to be insulted by comparing them to Israelis. So please don't. So the second point is, when you went into Lebanon, you also got a bloody nose, okay? Now, you thought what you did in Lebanon, you could also do it in Iran, but you are finding it in the hard way that you cannot play around with the Iranians. So most of your main buildings in Tel Aviv, Haifa, and other places have been hit by Iranian missiles. The Kiria has been hit in Tel Aviv. The Kiria.
Power plant, man. Their power plant, their main power plant in Tel Aviv got hit.
Their main power plant in Tel Aviv and the oil refinery in Haifa, and also the Mossad 82, what is that? Unit 8200. 8200, I think. That building has been totally decimated, absolutely decimated. So you went after women and children first, then you went after Hezbollah, who were great fighters, but they did not have the equipment, the missiles that was needed to handle you. Then you thought you can also go into Iran and start killing them the way you killed Hezbollah and the women and children in Gaza, and you are finding it out the hard way that you are not the leaders of that area, so of the Middle East. So you are going to find out more and more, Black Rabbi, and the problem for you is this: you cannot even escape from Israel. If you want to try, I suggest you try. I believe close to 7,000 Israelis are attempting to leave by boat to Cyprus in order to run out of the country. So 7,000 is the number that I got on a particular news channel.
But Fayaz, brother, the problem with the boat, unless he's renting the boat himself, no Israeli Jewish person will take him on that boat, unfortunately. They don't even let them in bunkers, man.
No, that's okay. They can steal it. They're great at stealing. So they'll just simply steal each other's boat, and whoever can, drive the boat, they'll take it along.
This man Fayaz needs to be stopped, man.
Listen, bro, they're literally, the Iranians, they're literally using first generation missiles on your bum asses. Look what they're doing to your defense system. Do you see what's happening?
What defense system is coming, bro?
And listen, the reports that we have on what's happening in Israel is only for Tel Aviv and Haifa, because you guys have a publication ban, so we don't even know what's happening in other parts of Israel.
Hypersonic missiles, missiles.
How the fuck would you know if something's happening if there's a publication ban? You fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
Bro, you think Israel's some big place? People don't know,
You get jailed for up to a year, yes.
I think we should report you for exposing information on Israel's affairs.
You're right.
Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should come off his app.
Or he jumped ship there too.
Black Rabbi, you can hear me?
He's too fucking fat. He can cross over the board.
It's important that you hear me, man. Start saying the Pledge of Allegiance, so we'll stop, man.
You're getting displeased.
No, he needs to start learning the Iranian national anthem.
And now you're stuck. You can't even go back to the U.S. You fucking bum. And you can't even go to Nigeria. You can't even go to Nigeria to get married to that girl.
I'm engaged in Israel.
Well, you engaged to like an actual or like an actual.
You were engaged over fucking Zoom in Israel when you were there. You were engaged.
Black Rabbi, he's doing that. He's happy. That's what matters. Okay. If he's happy, that's okay.
Can we start?
I bet she's not happy. Does she know you're unable to reproduce?
I'd rather starve his ego like they starve Puzzler.
He has no ego. He has a ego. He cannot make next generation
seriously.
I don't know anything about it. I never heard of it.
You never heard of it?
No, I never heard of it.
Have you ever been to a bunker? Did they ever allow you in?
No.
I'm asking a serious question.
Israel anymore?
It's not, Israel society is not even like that, bro.
Yeah, they're not like that. Yeah.
What's the society like? Everyone shitting themselves.
Honestly, let me tell you how this is
Liberal is like Los Angeles.
going over there. Because I have friends on Instagram living there. So I see
Why do you sound so slow? Why do you sound so slow?
Well, why is everybody like giving comments on my voice? Like,
But no, it's
Your
not
voice is
like,
fine, Fatima.
It's just not very slow.
Maybe it's not as they
You sound very beautiful, Fatima. The only thing you say.
That's what people do when they deflect. They start to insult you.
No,
Yes.
You know, I just shared a tweet and also a reel from Instagram, which says that both of them, are testimony to the fact that Israelis refuse to allow Indians, Thai, and other nationalities, even black people, inside the bomb shelters. They're literally pushing them out. They cannot come out. And because, there are about 15,000 Indians who work in Israel right now. And there has been a lot of chat in the Indian media saying the same thing about the same issue, whether Indians in Israel are really safe, because Indians are not being allowed inside the bomb shelter.
I saw the video. They weren't they were turning away the Thai people.
Another woman, a Ukrainian lady that lives there, they didn't let her in a bunker. She started knocking on people's houses to try to find one, and no one would let her in. They just pick her up.
That's funny to you?
No, it's important for him to know that he's not alone. Other people there also face the same thing.
Look, I don't really, the problem I have sometimes in this room is that people talk about human lives like they don't mean shit.
yeah, from
Like, you
both
don't talk
sides,
about
bro. Like,
regardless of whether they're Zionists or not,
So to be honest with you,
they have children, they have grandmothers.
Morning, I'll be.
Yeah, I'm
The fact that he's laughing about it,
You do realize warning Nazis were humans also, right?
I was gonna say it depends on who you're talking to, Morning.
I've never been signed up for Black Rabbi Hour. Giving this man a microphone and giving him space to yawn on the microphone and snore on stage, like, you're a piece of shit, dude.
No, he's just
The singles
Why am I being attacked? I haven't even said anything.
Anti-Semitic, isn't it?
You didn't say anything. You didn't laugh about the situation. Like, come on, bro. Stop playing the game.
No.
I do have a question, though. Like, if you hate white people so much and you hate me so much, why did you friend request me? Like, what's that about?
Israel.
Oh, now that this is the game we're gonna play.
Ask him about skinny jeans. Let him tell you the story about skinny jeans. Tell them about skinny jeans. Come on, tell them about skinny jeans, please.
What we're talking about right now, what we're talking about is the treasures.
No, he keeps me out of my game, bro, because Zionists like him. He gives up his country of origin to go to another country to be accepted by people that don't even appreciate anyone of color, right?
So wait, the vaults of Iran are about to be opened up. A whole new
Reflect, bro. That's right.
A whole new era of wealth is going to be created. There's going to be more prosperity for the people of the Middle East than could ever be imagined.
Okay, Black Rabbi, if
we need everyone to meditate and pray on this.
Man, shut up.
What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen, Black Rabbi?
Like, he belongs like someone, like in a psychiatric hospital or something.
We just normally do clickbait because the only reason he's on the stage is because he gets people talking.
To be honest with you, I call him Black Hitler. You guys can call him the same thing. Wallah, that's what I call him, yeah.
Do you have a mustache?
No,
saying.
He really
You need to
does.
fight women and children.
Hey, I love Palestinians. Everyone knows that.
They don't
Do
know.
you? When's the last time you tried to feed one, or house one, or put shoes on one of their feet, or stand at a protest so that they could be fed, or open up a blockade? Stop trying to gaslight us, bro.
Yeah. So the thing is, we want to create a peace between Iran and Israel.
Okay, let's talk this guy.
So you kill the civilians.
Please stop. Please stop. Let's not give this guy any more mic. This guy keeps saying he comes like as if he has been sent as a prophet to the people to mend our ways. So stop with your.
I'm your leader.
Black Rabbi, just stop with your BS. Okay, let's stop with your BS. Let's talk something more. Guys, let's talk about something else. What's happening in the world? You know what happened under the cover of what is happening between Iran and Israel? Israel saw an opportunity to kill between 50 to 100 Palestinians who came to get aid. They just used the tanks to start firing at them. So the casualty figure was about 51 yesterday, and it seems to be increasing day by day. Okay, so they thought only 51 people were killed, but today they are saying it is much more than 51. They still don't know how many were killed. And you know what? Before this American-Israeli Zionist lobby took over the aid distribution in Gaza, there were 400 aid distribution points in Gaza that were run by the United Nations. 400. And today, after this Gaza, whatever they call that, distribution aid center, they have just about 3. And people have to walk miles and miles, to go and reach the aid center, and they are that way being separated from their families again and again and again, because every now and then Israeli forces would block. When the people are coming there, they would close down one particular entry. They will say that you cannot go back, and it's all you see how Gaza looks like. So people are unable to go back to the place where they came from. So they are unable to meet their families again. So that way they keep losing their families, and they are not able to get how much can a person carry on his head if he has to walk 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers to get aid? So they walk these long distances, and they are not, even when they get an opportunity to get the food, they are not able to carry back all that they need, including water. They have to take back, including water, flour, rice, whatnot, everything.
That's not true.
So, no, I'm not talking to you, Black Rabbi. I'm just sharing some information. No, Black Rabbi, if you come off the mic, that will be, I'll have to do an Iran on you, okay? So stay.
You will never be able to do Iran. We are dominating the world. That's reality.
I just did say that. So basically, what they are doing right now is making sure that what is known in Israel as the General's Plan. This was a plan created in 2017 by one of their military generals who put it in a form of a document. He said the only way we will ever occupy the Palestinian lands is by adopting 2 things. Number one, we have to make sure they do not get any food, water, or anything. So either they die because of starvation, or they leave the land. Now what's happening in the case of Gaza is they are being starved, they are being denied water, shelter, literally everything, and they are also not able to leave, because Israel would not allow Egypt to open its border. And the puppet at Egypt, LCC, he's not even a human being. So he doesn't care what happens to the Palestinians. So literally, the Palestinians are caught between, the sea and the hard rock, between starvation and escape, and both are killing them. Literally, they are being killed every day, and children are dying because children not having baby formula are regulated nowadays. And the Western media is not allowed, no media is allowed, so nobody can go into Gaza and see what is happening. So literally, there's a genocide taking place right in front of our eyes, and the entire Western world especially, and the Gulf countries, all these Sunni leaders, they're not even leaders, and incidentally I'm a Sunni, so don't think I'm criticizing because I'm a Shia, no, I'm a Sunni. So all the leaders, or Sunni leaders of the GCC countries and other countries, they are all literally puppets of the Israeli regime, okay? Nobody is helping. I mean, there is nothing literally left now in Gaza, okay? Israel has annihilated and destroyed almost everything there. There are just 2 million, human bodies walking here and there. 2 million emaciated bodies. So what more does Netanyahu and the Israeli people want to do to them? What more do you want to do to them? Do you want to do better than what Hitler did? Do you want to replace Hitler as the worst, human being on earth? Do you want to replace, do Zionists want to replace Nazis as the worst human beings and so that they can take the top spot in that list of inhuman human beings? Is that what the deal is all about? If that's what it is, then yeah, we are ready to give you the title of the worst human beings on earth, ever found on earth or ever created by God. So we are willing to, the world is willing to give you the title, guys. If any Zionist is in the room, please, we are ready to give you the title. Let those people go, man. Let those people have water. You don't kill babies, man. Nobody kills babies. Even, who kills babies? Some of the animals do. Like a lion would kill cubs which were born to another lion, another male lion. But there's a story behind that, why they do that. You don't have any story, you don't have anything. But still you Zionists keep killing children, keep killing babies. I mean, I can never fathom how a baby can be denied milk, formula. It's just unimaginable for me. You keep coming and you keep flaunting your Holocaust victim card every now and then. Even when you sneeze, you say, okay, I'm a Holocaust victim. That's what you do. But then you are doing much worse things to the Palestinians, to the Gazans. Oh my God, I cannot believe. And the frustration when you see these videos, when you read these things, the frustration that I feel sometimes for not being able to do, if I could even give one glass of water to one Palestinian child, I think I would have done the greatest service to humanity. That's what I would think. No. But these things, these guys, no. These are, really inhumans, not humans. Unbelievable, man, what's happening with the Palestinians.
فياز بميوت ازي.
I had a question. There was a video of Israel trying to block one of Iran's missiles and the fallout landing back in the city. Do you guys have the video for that, or do you know?
Oh, we have a bunch of videos of rockets landing in Israel. Which
No, I'm talking about Israel's own missile landing on Israel.
Yeah, no, it was the interceptor from the Iron Dome system that malfunctioned and came back. I believe a couple of them, fell on Israel, on the city itself, burning some of the buildings. Yes.
Even their fucking defense system failed them, man.
So earlier I posted in the chat a video about how the IDF is not notifying its own citizens in time to evacuate. I mean, this is just a glimpse of how they're treating their own civilians, or who they treat as civilians, right? So imagine how the Palestinians are being treated in the West Bank right now.
they're not even allowing them to leave. They don't want them to leave. They're like, nope, you're staying there. We're using you as human shields. You cannot leave.
It's funny that you mentioned that because if I remember correctly, there was a question during one of the press conferences where one of the journalists was asking why isn't Israel allowing American citizens to come back to America when it's safe, and they completely avoided that question. So who's to say what their finding is? Again, I'm on the thinking that Israel wants to use the Jewish people as human shield, which is messed up entirely. But yeah, they don't care about lives. When you're talking about the Zionist machine, it doesn't matter if you're Jew, Muslim, Arab, Christian, or whatever, right? You're as long as your death motivates or progresses their agendas, they wouldn't hesitate to kill you.
Yes, Sam, it is true. Israel uses Israelis also as human shields. Imagine there are 202 countries in the world. The only country that has the Hannibal Directive, where it sacrifices its own citizens, is Israel. Imagine, no other country has something similar to the Hannibal Directive. Because every country, they may have political differences with their own people, but they don't employ a policy where citizens can be indiscriminately killed by their own security forces. The only country that has it in the world is Israel. So that shows that Israel really doesn't care about its own people. And if you look at history, even during the Holocaust, you know, in those 7 to 8 years of Holocaust, the Zionist Jews made nearly 51 deals, 51 deals with Hitler and his people. One of the biggest deal was the Havara Agreement. Havara Agreement, one of the aspects of the Havara Agreement is this, that at that point in time, the German goods were being boycotted by the whole world, especially in the European countries, because Germany was carrying out a genocide and people thought they should not buy German products. So they started a movement, and the movement, caught fire, and it was doing very well. Then appear Abraham Stein and Menachem Begin and one more guy. These guys were the ones who were, running the different organizations. They approach Hitler's men and they say that, look, we are not interested in what you are doing. You can, if you want to kill Jews, go ahead and do it. We don't care. But here is a deal. Help us in our endeavor to capture Palestine and make it into our own land. Help us in that endeavor. Send some of the Jews that you are going to kill to Palestine. Let them go. In return, we will make sure that the anti-German product, that the boycott movement against the German products is diluted. And they did that. They made this deal, and they allowed the German products. They cancelled out the boycott movement. In return, Hitler allowed some of the Jews to escape to Palestine, but he continued to kill the rest of the Jews. Then the other one is another very interesting thing that happened. There was an Hungarian Jew called Rudolf Katz. Rudolf Katz made a deal with he found out, because he was an aristocratic Jew. He had connections with the Nazis. So somehow he found out that Hitler was going to kill the million Jews that were living in Hungary. So when he found out that a million Hungarian Jews are going to be killed by Hitler, he did not alert the world. So he made a deal with Hitler. He went and gave a list of people. He said, "Oh, look, we will pay you so much. In return, you will have to let go a list of these people." 1,600 Jews were names were on that list. And they made a deal. They also paid to Hitler's men, and they were allowed to escape from Hungary to Switzerland. So trains were arranged, and they escaped through trains to Switzerland. And in return, he agreed not to reveal the plans to kill 1 million Hungarian Jews in Hungary. And they were subsequently, gassed and murdered by Hitler. So this thing about sacrificing their own people in order to achieve their ideology, fulfill their ideology, has been seen in Zionist from that time onwards, from 1930s onwards, 1930s, 1940s. So it should not surprise anyone that they have this Hannibal directive program in Israel, and they also sacrifice their own people in such wars. And in fact, I'll mute up now, but next time I'll share another interesting thing about the establishment, about the location of the Kiryat. Kiryat is the Pentagon, is equivalent to the Pentagon in Tel Aviv. Where it is located is one of the busiest residential and commercial locations in central Tel Aviv. And in 2012, people approached, I'll share the names of the people who approached the government of Israel and told them that it's highly risky to have our Pentagon right in the middle of a civilian neighborhood. It should be moved out of the city. And the Israeli government, subsequent governments refused continuously. And just like they predicted, the first building to be bombed by Iran was the Kiryat. And guess what? Just next to the Kiryat, there's a big hospital, Ikikav Hospital. And I asked Amos, the other Amos who comes, how far is Ikikav Hospital from Kiryat? He says, by car it's about 5 minutes. So they have, within a radius of 1 kilometer radius of Kiryat, they have 2,200 residential dwelling units, 5 schools, 1 major hospital, 1 major commercial complex, and a couple of shopping malls.
Leave before we blow it up. No, quick correction on the what do you say thing. So under the hospitals, it was found out that Israel does hold command posts under the hospitals themselves, which I started laughing at because that's the same thing that accused Palestine of having. And this was even confirmed by some people within the Knesset itself. But it's just like, oh, our like we have people under the hospital or whatever. So yeah, like the problem is here. Israel doesn't give a shit if a hospital is bombed or whatever, as long as their operation posts are still intact. They don't care to use the humans in their human shields. Like for example, I think it was MSNBC or CNN that was praising Israel for emptying out the hospital, putting it in a parking lot within 7 minutes. And I was just like, what was the sentiment again for when Palestine went ahead and got all these people from the hospital onto a parking lot, and then they still bombed the crap out of it? So.
This is very unrelevant, but I'm curious. So I went on ChatGPT and I asked them what was the population of the Jews between 1933 and 1945 in Germany. And it came back saying that about 525,000 Jews were in Germany, which is 1% less, or 1% of the total German population at that time. 1933. Read between the lines.
I read it.
It's nothing major, nothing major. Because they were supposed to put on the pilot that they caught. I don't know when they plan on doing that.
The other day, they bombed the, what do you call it, the TV station while they were on air. And I think they were trying to get Mohammed Mirandi.
Were you talking about the Iranian TV station?
Yeah. Because he was in the building. He wasn't on air, but he was in the building.
But did you see how the anchor, she walked out like a lion out of it?
I know.
But Edward, wasn't Mohammed Marandi giving an interview to Piers Morgan at the time?
Was he? I'm not sure. Maybe he was. He wasn't in that, the same way that woman was. So I just assumed he wasn't on air. Maybe he was.
No, there was actually, the report says that there was only 3 injured in that attack, so I don't think they got anyone. I don't even think that this guy was there yet, Edward.
You don't think what? Sorry?
I don't think that this guy you mentioned was there.
Yeah, I think he was in the building. I could double check, but I believe he was in the
No, he was in the building. He came to the building because he was scheduled to give an interview to Piers Morgan, and that's when the blast went off. So, but the interview did take place afterwards. He was interviewed by Piers Morgan, but I don't know if it was in the same building or some other building. And then he issued, Marandi issued, there was a tweet from him that he has been asked to get rid of his mobile phone and, get rid of his electronic devices because he is being targeted by the Mossad. So he said that I cannot do that. I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if he's gotten rid of his mobile phone or what. I don't know. I haven't checked his tweet feed yet.
I think he has. He was on today on YouTube giving an interview. I found out that during the Nasrallah funeral, the Israelis flew like 1,000 feet off the ground with their fighter jets across the whole crowd.
Yeah, terrorizing the people there,
Yeah. I was like, these people are disgusting. And how can you call yourself a military force when you're doing things like this or trying to bomb? Remember that guy? Hello, my enemies. I hope you have a very bad day. He used to come out with like 2-minute clips on social media. And he was like a comedian. You talk about, like you come across the border, you get bombed. And then you go back, you come across again, and you get bombed. And something like, if it was me, I would learn crossing the border means I get bombed, so I don't cross anymore. But he always starts off with, hello, my enemies, I hope you have a very, very bad day, Lebanese guy. And then he didn't show up for a couple of weeks, and then he came on very sad. He was like, they tried to kill me, but they got my best friend instead. We were both together, and he ended up passing away, and I didn't. And so he was, he's really sad about it. But they waste their time and money going after him. They're so unprofessional.
But you mentioned about Israeli fighters flying over the funeral of Hezbollah leader. Do you remember Shireen Abu Akleh? She was a Palestinian American journalist working for Al Jazeera. Yeah, Shireen Abu Akleh. She was killed by IDF, I think in the West Bank.
She was assassinated by headshot.
I saw her video many months ago, where her coffin was being taken and the procession was attacked by the security forces. So these people, I mean, like I said earlier, you were not here. I was just trying to say that these people are inhuman beings. They are not human beings. So nobody kills babies and nobody disrespects dead bodies. But then if you remember, in Gaza, I believe 16 graveyards have been dug up, completely dug up by bulldozers and desecrated completely. So that they did not want to leave anything, any proof that the Palestinians are buried here. So 16 graveyards have been literally dug up and desecrated by Israeli bulldozers. This was incidentally reported by CNN long time ago.
So sick. So sick. We need them out of our lives. Now I'm hearing that, I think these are rumors, but nothing confirmed yet. I gotta ask Jinder, that they're starting to carve out the West Bank and annex it or something. I think these might be rumors. I'm not sure.
I think it's probably true. Probably true. We have Smotrich that said it, and he agrees with it. Everybody agrees with it.
Yeah, I haven't found anything. That's the thing. I haven't found any articles or anything. Even somebody out here mentioned it. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. But no, Netanyahu said something about, there's been a breakthrough with Hamas negotiations. I really think they're going to tie the Hamas the ceasefire with the Iran and Israel ceasefire.
Do you know that right now is a good time for other nations to get in, attack mode against Israel?
Yeah, I mean, everybody sees its vulnerabilities. It's been severely.
Right now is a perfect time. Topple the government, take over Israel.
Amir, I don't think that would be an option, but now is a very good time for them to
very good time.
Take actions. I know, but they won't do it, man. They won't do it. But it's a good time to take action against them and the U.S.
We'll see what happens with this summit in, I think around the 17th, which is when, this week? On Palestine? At the UN? Oh no, it started yesterday, actually.
The one in Canada?
Well, it was going to be at the UN, but the one that Canada, France, the UK.
Yeah, he attacked me yesterday and he left early from that meeting.
That's a G7.
Oh, which one are you talking about?
They're going to have a summit at the UN regarding the Palestinians and Canada. I think France is involved. Yeah, France, Canada, and the UK were all involved in putting it together and possibly recognizing Palestine as a state, but putting together some strong language and a path to a Palestinian state, putting something on the table, something tangible. And they were working on this, and then Ireland and Belgium wanted to join in. Yeah, I thought it was the 17th. Maybe I got the date wrong.
Muslims in here.
Well, they didn't set a new date for it yet, yeah, Edward.
So they rescheduled it, or it was
supposed to be on Tuesday, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it, but it says here that they still didn't set a new date for it.
Okay.
Because of what's happening between Iran and Israel. Michael in the chat says it was cancelled.
I don't think it'll be fully canceled. They've invested time and effort in this. There's no reason to cancel it because Iran, is fighting Israel's fighting Iran.
So, I'm not sure where pro-American So, if America gets involved into this bullshit ass Iran war, are you for it? Are you going to support it? Or are you going to be in?
No problem.
What would you say?
Which way would you go on that? Over 60% are against it.
Okay, so I think according to his contract, he's gonna have to go with it, right? Now, if you agree to it, which means you're gonna be supporting the genocide of innocent people as a pro-America, and that's where you're gonna have issues with what side should I pick. The right side is to not even fight in the fucking war, because we don't want war. We're anti-war. Trump is supposed to be anti-war. And this war is not with us. This war it's with Israel. Israel, and Israel. What happened to this pickup bastard? Where'd he go?
Who?
He disappeared. Pika bastard, the Pikachu, whatever his name is. Yeah. And today, JB turned on all of these people, and he was being called a self-hating Jew. He said that all of these people, they're just, they make up shit that it doesn't make sense. None of this shit makes sense. He said, I don't roll with these people. And then, that guy Zach, or the transsexual, right? He used the N-word, and he was moved down a couple times. And JB was calling his people, the Jewish community, to be racist. He said the most racist community is my community. So that's what it is, bro.
I mean, if Israel is your biggest ally and you guys see Iran as your biggest threat, why doesn't Israel get the job done for you?
Those for America?
No, that was for the American government. Are you part of the American government? But you wouldn't even say if you're with or against, even though 60% of Americans are against.
Yeah, what you eat today, Amir?
As I was eating, I thought about this whole scenario. I was going to give it to pro-America, people like you, that actually, they read like national anthem before they go to sleep. When they wake up, they read national anthem again. They read national anthem again in the middle of the day, and they look at American flag. They keep one in their pocket. They keep one on their computer screen. They keep one on their phone. They keep one in fucking everywhere they go. They even have a handkerchief, like it literally has a American flag on it. So I wanted to know from a person like you, very very nationalistic person, right? American, pro-America, born and raised in America. Your upbringing was all the way in America. And just wondering, if America
goes into war with Iran, would you be supportive of it or would you be anti? You can, but I don't know if you, according to your contract, you're allowed to say this to me, but I don't know, man. It's looking bad. And we don't want to go to war. And apparently, what's going on?
Yeah, but you never saw what you had for dinner, man. What you cook?
Yeah, that's what I had for dinner. I was thinking about this, you know.
You know what, Edward? Sorry, man. It just popped up again, but I think they got a group in Tehran that was planning to bomb something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In a civilian area.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. You saw how they captured this high-rise building? There was a full drone manufacturing plant.
No, in Tehran?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was in Tehran. It was in Iran. It was a high-rise building, and it was a full drone manufacturing plant that it was worth at least, I have to guess, between $25 and $50 million just for the equipment inside.
No, I didn't see that one.
Massive operation. Yeah, the Iranians captured it.
I think the latest from the Israeli side is that they sent 50 jets over to Tehran in the last maybe 3-4 hours. They didn't really put anything up yet in terms of what they did, but it's...
I think they do everything's underground. 80% is for show.
But Iran actually calmed down a little bit in the last 2 days, and I wonder why. It's not like the first 3 days.